Chapter 86. 0086 Who cares if he's suitable or not, it's fine as long as you like it. Why are you thinking so much? Yifan felt that this consideration was unnecessary. Su Qingxue couldn't hold back the desire in her heart, so she could only say, then. Anyway, you told me to eat it, and I didn't choose it myself. Seeing that you performed well today, I'll accept this suggestion. Alright, I'm the one who invited you to eat. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them entered the dessert shop. When the shop assistant saw Su Qingxue's appearance, he seemed to be absent-minded for a moment. But very quickly, he enthusiastically asked, "Welcome, please take a seat. What do you need?" Yifan pulled out a chair and sat down with the woman. Then, he said to the woman, "You order first." Su Qingxue looked at the menu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then I want 4 strawberry-flavored donuts, and a cup of immortal grass and winter melon tea." "Alright, Mississippi." After the shop assistant noted it down, he asked Yifan, "What do you want, sir?" Yifan was secretly happy in his heart. This woman clearly ate at home, but she only ordered 4. It was obvious that she was afraid that her donut demon king nature would scare the shop assistant. "I want 8 donuts, 4 strawberries, 4 original flavors, and a cup of pearl milk tea," Yifan said. Hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but look at the man in astonishment. The shop assistant hesitated and said, "You two ordered 12 donuts. Do you want to pack?" Yifan shook his head. "I have a big appetite, just go ahead." "Oh, I understand." The shop assistant didn't suspect too much. After all, Yifan was a man, so eating 7 or 8 donuts wasn't too outrageous. After the shop assistant left, Su Qingxue asked, "You also eat donuts?" Yifan replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll only eat 4 of the original flavors. The rest of the strawberry flavors are all yours." When Su Qingxue said this, her voice was lacking in confidence. Yifan shrugged, "If you're full, then let me eat. I can eat it." Su Qingxue nodded. After heating, the donuts were served. 8 pink strawberries and 4 golden original flavors. At this time, Qingxue was already hungry and didn't care how Yifan looked at her. She immediately picked up a strawberry-flavored one and took a bite. Her face was full of happiness and contentment, just like a little girl. Yifan looked at her with a smile, feeling that a woman eating donuts was even more exciting than him smoking. "Is it that delicious?" Yifan picked up the original flavor, took a bite, and said, "I think it's just ordinary bread with icing." As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue's expression became serious, and she snorted, "Nonsense. Do you know donuts?" Fan Xian was shocked. What was going on? He smiled embarrassedly and said, "What's wrong, this is. Did I say something wrong?" Su Qingxue first took a bite, then pointed at the donut in her hand and said, "Donuts are not ordinary bread. The perfect donut had a requirement for the diameter and the diameter of the hole in the middle. For example, the donuts in this shop had a diameter of 80 and a hole of 10 millimeters in the middle, so the ratio of softness to crispness was just close to the golden ratio. People who like to be soft have to open a smaller hole. Those who like to be brittle have to open a bigger hole. There are all sorts of things to pay attention to. Furthermore, the amount of icing on the donut has to be just right. Normally, 5 to 6 grams is the best. This shop obviously has too much, but overall, it's not bad." After saying that, Su Qingxue took another bite. On the 3rd bite, she ate the entire donut. Yifan stared blankly at the woman. "You really are an expert at eating donuts." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. She didn't have the time to care about Yifan and continued to eat the second one. In the end, all 8 strawberries were destroyed by Su Qingxue. Yi Fan ate the remaining 4, which was just nice. When the two of them left the dessert shop, Su Qingshue's face was flushed red. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He couldn't tell that this woman was quite easy to raise. A few donuts had made her so happy. Are we going straight home or are we going to take a stroll in the mall? After leaving the shop, Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, whatever. Yi Fan thought to himself, it was rare for the two of them to come to the mall, so he might as well bring the woman for a walk. She probably wouldn't have the chance to go shopping like this, so once she got home, she would definitely be working. Then let's walk around and see if there's anything delicious to eat. Let's buy some more. Yi Fan said. Do you think I'm a pig? You still want to eat? Su Qingxue pouted slightly. She felt that her image had probably been ruined by the donut. Yi Fan wanted to laugh in his heart because the woman's expression was really interesting, but he held it in and said, I want to buy some for Aunt Zhang to eat. What are you thinking? Oh. Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief. So that was what was going on, so she said, Aunt Zhang likes to eat sugar-fried chestnuts. Alright, I remember there's one downstairs. We'll buy some when we go back. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue smiled and nodded. After leaving the working environment, the woman relaxed a lot. This smile caused Yi Fan to be stunned. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Could it be that there was some kind of breadcrumbs or icing on her face? Yi Fan said sincerely, I just feel that it would be great if you could smile more like this. Su Qingxue's expression froze, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. She turned her head and said, Why should I smile? You look beautiful when you smile, Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, and she glared at the man. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. Yi Fan clicked his tongue, and didn't want to provoke the woman anymore. He could understand why the girl was thin-skinned. The two of them strolled side by side in the shopping mall. Su Qingxue was still a workaholic after all, so when she saw some of the categories that her company operated, she would still take a look. As they walked, they would naturally talk. Yi Fan endured for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask, Qingxue, why do you like to eat donuts so much? Just because you think it's delicious. Su Qingxue was staring at a display window when she heard this question. After pondering for a while, she faintly replied, Before my mother died, she raised me alone. Our mother and daughter were very poor, and she couldn't give me anything delicious to eat, until one time, when I was 5 years old, she knew that I liked strawberries and bought me a strawberry-flavored donut as a birthday cake. At that time, I thought it was delicious, so I kept asking for more. But my mother didn't have that much money, so she promised to buy it for me on my birthday. A year later, on my 6th birthday, she also bought me a donut. Chapter 87. 0087 Yi Fan didn't expect that this was the reason why women like to eat donuts. To her, strawberry-flavored donuts were more likely to be the taste of recalling her mother. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to ask such a sad question. Yi Fan said awkwardly. Su Qingxue shook her head, it's already over, you didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I like to eat it. As I eat, I think about my mother. It's good to have something to rely on. Yi Fan thought about it and agreed. At least when Su Qingxue ate, her mouth was sweet. What about you? Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and asked. What about me? Yi Fan was puzzled. I told you about my mother, can't you tell me about your parents? For example, when I eat donuts, I think of my mother. When do you miss them? Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian was silent, his eyes filled with thoughts as he casually walked forward. Su Qingxue thought that the man didn't want to say it, so she pouted, stingy, if you don't want to say it, then forget it, at any time. Yifan suddenly replied. Su Qingxue stood still and looked at the man. Yifan's face revealed a trace of pain, and he forced a smile. Every day, every second, at any time, even in my dreams, I will think of my parents, especially my mother. Su Qingxue didn't know why, but her heart felt as if it had been twisted by something. It was sore and painful, giving her the urge to go up and hug the man. But she held it in and said with a smile, "You don't want me to say I'm sorry, do you?" Yifan laughed heartily. "No, it's all in the past. Thinking about it is just thinking about it, right?" Su Qingxue pursed her lips and nodded. Although she really wanted to know why a man would feel so much pain when he mentioned his parents, she still held it in. After buying the sugar-fried chestnuts, the two of them went back. In the car, Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the back row, received a call from Qinya. "Qinya, how is the investigation going? Who does Dr. Ronida want to see?" Su Qingxue asked. "Director Su. You might not believe me, but I also feel that it's too strange. What is it? Just say it." Su Qingxue frowned. Qinya took a deep breath and said, "It wasn't easy for me to find out that Dr. Ronida's schedule tomorrow is to go to the Crescent Bay district. See. Minister Feng." "What Feng?" Su Qingxue was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized, "You mean Department Head Feng Yuing." It seems that he came to China to treat Minister Feng's younger brother. This is too strange, so I suspect that I got the wrong information," Qinya said. Su Qingxue sat in the car and was stunned for a while before saying, "I'll make a call to confirm it myself. I'll hang up first. You should rest early." "Yes, President Su." After hanging up, Su Qingxue immediately dialed Feng Yuying's number. Feng Yuing didn't rest so early either. She picked it up and asked gently, "Director Su, what's the matter?" "Senior, let me ask you a question," Su Qingxue said. "Who?" Feng Yuing was confused. "Florica Runita, do you know who she is?" Feng Yuing was stunned for a moment on the other side of the phone. Then, she came to a realization and asked, "Director Su, did Yifan tell you?" "Of course I know. She's coming to my house tomorrow to treat my brother." Su Qingxue's hand instantly trembled and she almost dropped her phone. "You really know Dr. Ronida?" Feng Yuing carefully replied, "I just met her today. She is an old friend of Yifan. Yifan asked her to help treat my brother." "What? You said she was Yifan invited?" Su Qingxue was even more shocked. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the man who was driving in front of her. Yifan had wanted to laugh a long time ago. He had originally planned to tell the woman about this matter, and it just so happened that she had asked about it herself. Yifan turned his head and made a scissors gesture, indicating that it was his masterpiece. Su Qingxue felt that her heart couldn't take it anymore. Who exactly was this man? It was already terrifying enough to have the royal tailor, Master Alec, flatter him, but this time, it was Dr. Ronida, who had the rich and powerful nobles fawn over him. No matter how she made an appointment, no matter how much she gave, they ignored her. Yifan actually invited her over. It couldn't be that Ronida also happened to meet Yifan at the bar, right? Feng Yuing thought that she had said something wrong. "Director Su, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Senior sister, do you really not know Dr. Ronida's status in the medical world?" Su Qingxue asked helplessly. Feng Yuing said embarrassedly, I was scared out of my wits by the car accident today. I just took a hot bath and felt better. I haven't had the time to check it out yet." "Then go and check it out. I'll hang up first." Su Qingxue ended the call. The woman took a deep breath and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yifan innocently turned around. "Beauty, Did you forget that I went into your office in the afternoon and asked about your grandmother's condition? It's not that I don't want to say it. You. Only then did Su Qingxue remember that she didn't give the man a chance to explain. She blushed and whispered, I didn't know that you knew Dr. Ronide. Wouldn't it have been better if you had explained it earlier? Do you regret it now? So, sometimes you have to change your temper and vent your anger on others. This way, people will be afraid of you, and they might even hate you. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue wanted to refute, but then she thought that she still had something to ask of others, so she could only endure it and said faintly, Can you let Dr. Ronide take a look at my grandmother? This isn't one-sided by me, Grandma has to let her see it too. Yi Fan said. Don't worry, as long as Dr. Ronide is willing, I will definitely tie my grandmother up. Su Qingxue said seriously. Yi Fan smiled, I didn't expect that you wouldn't care much about your father, but you would be quite filial to your grandmother. Su Qingxue lowered her head and said, I was adopted back to the Su family when I was 10 years old. The first person to welcome me at the door was my grandmother. She was also the one who suggested my grandfather to bring me back to the Su family so that I would no longer be an orphan. I respect my grandfather because she taught me how to be a businessman and helped me find my purpose and meaning in life. And my grandmother, she is my grandmother. In the entire Su family, other than Aunt Jiang, she is the only one who is purely good to me. In the past, when I was young, it was my grandmother who stood up for me when Tong Weijin scolded me. It was also because of her strong support that I was able to smoothly take the position of CEO. If it can help my grandmother recover, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Yi Fan nodded in understanding and was also quite envious. After all, he didn't even know if his grandparents were still alive, let alone seeing them. I will tell Florica that she will definitely give me face. Yi Fan said with certainty. Chapter 88. 0088 Fan Xian thought of a reason and said, We met at the bar, right? Su Qingxue directly interrupted the man's words. Hey! How did you know? Fan Xian chuckled, and it was the same excuse he had thought of. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger, Do you really think I'm an idiot? If you want to make up a lie, you should make up a more decent one. Anyway, we just know each other. How can there be so many reasons? Isn't it enough for her to help our grandmother see a doctor? It's my grandmother, not us. Hee, regardless of whether it's true or not, we're all boyfriend and girlfriend, it's the same. Yi Fan giggled. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. This man always wanted to take advantage of her. Seeing that he had helped her a lot, she endured it for now. In a villa in Huahai City. In the living room on the first floor, the light was dim. At the side of a long oval table, a tall and sturdy man was drinking by himself. It was the leader of the Iron Lock Gang, Yu Hanlong. You're saying? The people we sent to drive into the flower bed and die, but they haven't been killed yet? Yu Hanlong sniffed the Mao Tai in his cup and drank it all in one gulp. The bespectacled man, who was standing on the other side of the table, trembled and carefully nodded, Yes. Yes, gang leader, it's really strange. Logically speaking, he should have been killed. That's right, a truck crashed into a car head-on. Everyone got out of the car, but they still couldn't hit it. What a good show. Yu Hanlong laughed out loud, then his face suddenly darkened again. All of a sudden, he threw the wine glass at the bespectacled man. Bam! The bespectacled man let out a blood-curdling scream. His glasses were smashed into pieces, and his forehead was in excruciating pain. He quickly prostrated himself on the ground and cried, Help, spare my life. This time, I will definitely choose a smarter one with more experience. We will definitely kill the Yi Fan. We can poison him, and he will definitely die if we poison him. Yu Hanlong picked up the bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls. He said sinisterly, "No need, we will alert the enemy. If we fail again, it will not be good to attract the attention of the country. I heard that the people from the Dragon Fong have all come over recently. Hua Hai, it's best if you behave yourself." Dragon Fong. Was it the subordinate troops of the mysterious Dragon Soul Army? "Is this organization real?" the bespectacled man asked in shock. Yu Hanlong cursed, "Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think that the Chinese government controls so many ancient martial arts sects purely to raise a bunch of idlers? Don't underestimate Dragon Teeth. Even if it was just a low-level organization of Dragon Soul, each of them had extraordinary skills. I don't want anything to go wrong before I complete the deal with the jungle arms dealer." The bespectacled man nodded obediently. "Yes. I'll follow your orders, Yi Fan, humph. Sooner or later, you will have to pay the price for ruining my, Yu Hanlong's, good fortune." Yu Hanlong sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. The next day, Yi Fan remembered that he was going to attend the gathering of his companions at the orphanage with Du Yuner. Therefore, early in the morning, Yi Fan asked for leave from Su Qingxue. He couldn't be with her after work. However, Su Qingxue didn't have the time to care about him because she planned to personally return to her hometown and bring her grandmother, Bai Shu Qin, back to Hua Hai. Under Yi Fan's friendly invitation, Ronida promised to take a look at Bai Shu Qin's pancreatic cancer tomorrow, so Su Qingxue only had one day to prepare. Regarding the man's wide social circle and the powerful friends he made, Su Qingxue was also puzzled. However, she could only slowly understand because Yi Fan was simply unwilling to mention these things. Fortunately, Su Qingxue had a strong personality to begin with. Even if the man didn't tell her, she still had the will to fight. Sooner or later, she would figure out what was going on behind this. At the same time, Su Qingxue and Feng Yuing weren't in the company for the whole day. Other than having lunch, Yi Fan was also able to bicker with Su Lingshan. He suddenly felt that it was a lot more boring. As expected, "It's better to have more beauties," Yi Fan muttered in his heart. In the afternoon, Yi Fan got off work early and rushed to the entrance of Hua Hai High School. The school had already officially opened. Yi Fan suddenly remembered that Mu was also in his third year of high school. It was just that time was tight today. Otherwise, he really wanted to see what this girl was like at school. Just as he was about to go in, he discovered that there was already a slim and graceful girl standing under a large camphor tree. The girl was wearing a floral dress and had long hair that draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were exquisite, her neck was slender, and she looked simple and fresh. "Brother Yi Fan." When Du Yuner saw the man, she happily ran over. "I knew you would be here soon. You're always so punctual." Yi Fan clicked his tongue and looked at her for a while. "Yuner, why do you look like a famous model when you dress up a little? It's such a pity to be a teacher. Does it look good? I bought this dress a long time ago, but I didn't have the nerve to wear it." Du Yuner smiled shyly. "It has nothing to do with the dress, the main thing is that the person is beautiful," Yi Fan said seriously. A blush appeared on Du Yuner's face, and her heart felt as if it was filled with honey. "Brother Yi Fan, don't say any more, it's really embarrassing." Yi Fan laughed and didn't tease this pure girl any further. They took a taxi together and rushed to the meeting point. As a rich man, Song Xinghe naturally wouldn't book a place like an ordinary hotel or KTV. The gathering point this time was a famous high-end clubhouse in Hua Hai. There was food, drink, and play inside. The price was high, and ordinary working-class people really couldn't afford it. Arriving at the entrance of the clubhouse, Yi Fan raised his head and saw a simple and elegant signboard with the words, "Cloud Clubhouse" written on it. This was nothing, but the circular bronze pattern on the lower right corner of the signboard made Yi Fan feel a little surprised. "Brother Yi Fan, what are you looking at?" Du Yuner asked. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. At this time, he just happened to see a man and a woman walking in. The woman was holding the man's arm, looking very intimate. The man was wearing a Fendi short-sleeved shirt and a famous watch. The woman was also wearing a Chanel low-collared dress and carrying a Hermes bag. Her figure was graceful and she was dressed gorgeously. Lu Shuangshuang. Seeing the woman, Du Yuner quickly recognized her. Du Yuner. Lu Shuangshuang turned around, a trace of jealousy flashing in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Oh, as expected of our little companion's little fairy, she's really getting more and more beautiful." As for that Fendi man, when he saw Du Yuner, his eyes lit up, and he found it hard to shift his gaze away. "Shuangshuang, is this Miss Du also a friend of yours from the orphanage?" When Lu Shuangshuang saw the look in her male companion's eyes, she was especially jealous. "Yeah, her name is Du Yuner." "Yuner, this is my fiancé, his name is Chai Hao." "Fiancé?" Du Yuner, on the other hand, didn't hear anything else. She was sincerely happy for Lu Shuangshuang. "Congratulations, you're about to get married. My family's Chai Hao is the young master of Hongxing Electronics. Although he can't compare to a rich man like Brother Song, he can barely be considered a small boss with hundreds of millions of assets. It can be said that we're fated to be together." Lu Shuangshuang casually flipped her hair. Chapter 89. 0089 This is Brother Yifan. Wasn't he not here the last few times? This time, he's free, so I pulled him here. Du Yuner said happily. Yifan. Only then did Lu Shuangshuang remember that there was such a person. She asked, "I really didn't see it. Didn't you say that you also came back from overseas? Why didn't you come the last 2 times? He should be doing well, right?" Yifan had actually already forgotten what kind of person Lu Shuangshuang was. He vaguely remembered that she was a rather noisy girl. He smiled and truthfully said, "Previously, your gathering was either winter or summer. It just so happened that you were busy repairing the air conditioner, so you didn't have time to come." "Repair the air conditioner? Are you a maintenance worker?" Lu Shuangshuang said in surprise. N. Yifan nodded and didn't say anything else. In any case, in 2 months, he might become a maintenance worker again. Hearing this, Lu Shuangshuang giggled and trembled. "This is the first time I've heard of an overseas returnee becoming a maintenance worker. Are you kidding me? I'm dying of laughter. How could there be such a stupid person? I'm sorry, was I too straightforward?" Hee hee. Chai Hao also had a face full of disdain as he grinned and said, "Shuangshuang, you can't laugh at me. Someone has to repair the air conditioner, otherwise, if our central air conditioner breaks down, would we have to repair it ourselves?" "That's right, darling, you're still the smart one." Lu Shuangshuang laughed even more happily. She wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Yifan. Yifan smiled at her and shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't argue with her. It was meaningless to argue with such a person. As long as he could clearly see who the other party was, it would be enough. When Chai Hao and Lu Shuangshuang entered the clubhouse, Du Yuner said angrily, "How can Lu Shuangshuang be like this? We are all orphans, why are you laughing at each other? Yuner, you're too naive. You treat them as good companions, but when you go back to the orphanage to wash your clothes and cook every month, have you seen a few people go back to help you?" Yifan asked. Indeed, there were very few orphans who were willing to go back to visit President Li when they grew up, let alone volunteer. That's how society is. In many people's eyes, other than money, they only care about fame. To them, the experience in the Welfare Institute is a humiliation, a stumbling block. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Xinghe is now a rich and powerful person, do you think that they would come to a gathering if an ordinary person were to invite them? That won't happen at all. Yifan smiled and shook his head. After Yuner heard this, her eyes reddened and she faintly said, "Hearing you say that, I don't even want to go in anymore. Yifan smiled, you're already here, but if you don't go in, people will say that you don't fit in and are putting on an act. Besides, they're all doing it for themselves, so they're not bad people. Don't think too much into it, just be happy. Brother Yifan, I feel that your thoughts are very mature. When I'm with you, I can always learn a lot of things. Worship me. Then call me Big Brother, it would be best if you could kiss me. Yifan pointed at his own face. Du Yuner giggled and rolled her eyes at him, you're not being serious again. Let's go, I'm hungry, let's go eat first. Yifan smiled and was about to follow the girl into the clubhouse when he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He couldn't help but turn his head. From afar, he saw a white Bentley Mulsanne parked in a VIP parking space. Because of the window glass, he couldn't see who was inside. Brother Yifan, what's wrong? Du Yuner saw that the man was still standing there. Oh, it's nothing. It seems that because I'm handsome, someone is staring at me. Yifan said. Du Yuner hit him and shook her head with a smile. She really couldn't do anything to a man. Following the waiter, the two of them arrived at an elegantly decorated, exotic private room. There were already a table full of men and women. Seeing Chai Hao and Lu Shuangshuang at the door, they were already there chatting with the others. Yuner, a man with a height of more than 1.8 meters, neatly combed hair at the back of his head, a dignified appearance, and dressed with the demeanor of a superior, stood up from the master's seat and welcomed Du Yuner with a smile. Brother Song. Du Yuner politely smiled. Song Xinghe's eyes looked at the girl with a burning gaze. After looking at her for 5 to 6 seconds, he turned to Yifan. Yifan. Only then did Yifan know that this was the grown-up Song Xinghe. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and carefully size up Song Xinghe's figure and steps. Strange. This kid, he's hiding it well. Although Yifan sensed a lot of information in his heart, Song Xinghe's matter didn't have much to do with him. Who didn't have a little secret? Therefore, Yifan pretended as if nothing had happened and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Xinghe. When they were young, because of Du Yuner, they were very close and had many unforgettable memories, so they called each other quite intimately. Song Xinghe smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Yifan. When Yifan touched Song Xinghe's hand, it confirmed some of his guesses. It's been more than 10 years since we last met, I really can't recognize you. Come, sit down, there's no need to be polite. Song Xinghe had the magnanimous attitude of a successful person. As soon as he sat down, Lu Shuangshuang began to say with a mysterious smile, guess what the little tyrant Yifan from back then is doing now? Because Yifan was more aggressive in the orphanage when he was young, even the older children were afraid of him, so he was called the little tyrant. Judging from his attire, he should be doing quite well. Last time I heard from Yuner, wasn't he a returnee? A short-haired girl called Gu Jiangyan said. Yeah, Yifan was so busy with work before, he should have made a lot of money, right? Another man called Lai Xiaoshu guessed. Lu Shuangshuang laughed out loud when she heard this, he's an air conditioner repair, so of course he's busy in the summer and winter. What? The group of people at the table all stared at Yifan with their mouths agape. Although there were some people who weren't doing well, they still had decent jobs. They all had no parents, so they would naturally compare themselves with each other. Those who were doing poorly wouldn't come for the sake of their pride. Hearing that Yifan was just an air conditioner repair worker, everyone's gaze towards him became much colder. Some of them even carried a trace of contempt. She said with a cold face, it's not like I stole it. It's not like Brother Yifan repairing electrical appliances is shameful. Lu Shuangshuang sneered, Yuner, we are not mocking Yifan. It's just that no one would have thought that the little tyrant from the orphanage back then would not be able to make a name for himself. What a pity. What's the use of fighting fiercely in society? The key is still to see the brain. Lai Xiaoxiu raised his glasses. Why do you sound like you're saying that Yifan is stupid? Gu Jiangyan giggled. Chapter 90. 0090. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have let Yifan come over. She looked at Yifan beside her, only to see that the man wasn't angry at all. Of course, Yifan wouldn't be angry. If he were to be angry with these guys, wouldn't he be on the same level as them? To Yifan, this situation was quite interesting. It was as if he was looking at a group of idiots bragging. Why are you guys like this? This is Brother Yifan's first time here, and you're already talking about him like this. Is his job really that important? Song Xinghe glanced at Yifan and smiled. I think Yuner is right. It doesn't matter what kind of work you do. After all, you need people to do it for every position. Let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, raise your glasses. I thank everyone for giving me face. The group of people immediately smiled in agreement, praising Song Xinghe for his high cultivation and approachable. After they started eating, delicacies were served one after another. Most of them were expensive dishes, causing everyone to flatter Song Xinghe once again. I heard that this cloud club has an elite membership system. It only invites people and doesn't openly accept members. The boss is the chairman of the cloud group. It said that only those who know the chairman can come. As expected of Boss Song, he has only returned to China for a few years, but he has already risen to the top of Hua Hai's circle. Lu Shuangshuang said. Is it really opened by Cloud Real Estate? I heard that Chu Yunyao from the Clouds is from a large family and has a strong background. Therefore, after investing in Hua Hai for almost 10 years, no one dares to offend her. Even the 3 gangs in Hua Hai have to walk around the clouds, Lai Xiaoxiu said. No wonder. To build a clubhouse in such an expensive place, and to receive so few people, the world of the rich is indeed different. Gu Jiangyan said. It was said that because of the background of some countries, the Cloud Group did not go on the market. Once it went on the market, it would be the most valuable company in Hua Hai. Without a doubt, Chu Yunyao was the true queen of Hua Hai's business world. The group of people discussed animatedly, while Yifan was a little lost in thought. Chu Yunyao, it wasn't strange for her surname to be Chu, but why did she seem to have heard of this name before? Boss Song, how did you get a membership here? Did they take the initiative to deliver it? Lu Shuangshuang asked. Song Xinghe said with a normal expression, I was just lucky. I met Director Chu at 2 banquets and she gave me a membership card. With that, Song Xinghe took out a card that was glowing with a golden light and shook it lightly. This card is really nice. Boss Song, let us take a look. Lu Shuangshuang wanted to see it. Song Xinghe looked at Du Yuner, but was very disappointed to discover that Du Yuner frowned slightly, and was not interested in caring about this at all. Song Xinghe could only pass the gold card to Lu Shuangshuang and the others. Lu Shuangshuang took the gold card and examined it carefully. She sighed. Tsk tisk, it's so heavy. It seems like gold was used. Are you for real? Shuangshuang, quickly show it to me. Gu Jiangyan was also anxious. Don't worry, let me take a photo first and post it on my WeChat moments. Lu Shuangshuang happily took out Tyrant Gold's phone and began to take photos. Chai Hao was slightly unhappy, as he felt that he had been outshone. You're so vulgar. Why are you posting on your moments? It's all thanks to Chief Song, why are you in such a hurry? Lu Shuangshuang was busy writing and ignored him. Not long after, a circle of friends was posted. Lu Shuangshuang even took a selfie at a 45-degree angle and casually wrote, Cloud Club, having a meal with Chief Song of Xinghe Group, it feels pretty good. Several of his companions saw this circle of friends and began to take photos to show to their friends. Yuner, look at this card. It's so exquisite. Most people would never be able to see it in their entire lives. Gu Jiangyan handed the card over for Du Yuner to see. However, Du Yuner shook her head and said with a smile, I saw it, you guys take a look. As for Yi Fan, no one planned to pay any attention to him. As a small boss, Chai Hao naturally couldn't lower his face to do this, but he didn't stay idle either. He took out his business card and said, Chief Song, I am the general manager of Hongxing Electronics. This is my business card. Song Xinghe casually placed it on the table and smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I'm here to gather with everyone today, not to work, so I can't exchange business cards with you. It doesn't matter, I've long admired Chief Song's name. Your biotechnology company seems to be valued at 8 billion, right? We, Hongxing Electronics, have also been preparing to expand our cooperation channels in the past 2 years. Song Xinghe directly interrupted Chai Hao's words, let's eat, we'll talk about work in the future when we have the chance. So it's like that. Alright. Chai Hao was very disappointed, because he was hoping that he could officially get to know Song Xinghe. Even if he had Song Xinghe's business card, he could still show it off. It would be even better if they could talk about cooperation. Unfortunately, Song Xinghe didn't seem to want to bother with him. Seeing her fiancé suffer such a setback, Lu Shuangshuang was anxious and felt that she had lost face. Thus, she said, Boss Song, just treat it as giving me some face. In the future, please take care of my Chai Hao. Hongxing Electronics is also an old enterprise that has been around for more than 20 years. Wow, Shuangshuang, your fiancé's family is so rich. Aren't you going to be the young mistress in the future? Gu Jiangyan and the others said enviously. Chai Hao felt that he had regained some face, so he waved his hand and said modestly, compared to Chief Song Xinghe Group, we are just a small fry. For a time, there was another round of toasting and flattering each other. Everyone at the table was discussing the membership card, how much gold was in it, how much the dishes on the table were worth, and where everyone had made a fortune recently. Only Yi Fan minded his own business and ate the black truffle steak and Australian lobster in big mouthfuls. He was eating happily. Seeing that Du Yuner's face was filled with worry, Yi Fan smiled, picked up a piece of steak and placed it on the girl's plate. Aren't you hungry? Eat. Looking at the relaxed man, a smile finally appeared on her face. She nodded and began to move her chopsticks. Song Xinghe, who had been paying attention to Du Yuner the entire time, also saw this scene. He frowned and said, Yuner, I called you last time and asked you about working at our company. You still haven't given me a reply. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Du Yuner in astonishment. A few of them revealed looks of envy. Boss Song, do you want Yuner to work at your place? Isn't this welfare too good? There are so many students from famous universities, and they can't even get into your company even if they break their heads. That's right, I heard that you guys are following the standards of foreign enterprises. The wages are all according to the standards of the magnesium country, and you can even get an apartment for your employees. Song Xinghe smiled faintly and said, with Yuner's ability to work, coming to our company to be a secretary is not a problem at all. Moreover, her treatment will be much better than being a teacher. Chapter 91. 0091. She glanced at Yi Fan and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Brother Song, I still like to be a teacher. Song Xinghe caught the girl's gaze and frowned. However, he quickly smiled and said, it's fine, I can give you some more time to think about it. Yuner, what are you hesitating for? What's the future of being a language teacher now? If you go to Boss Song's place, you might become Mrs. Song, ha 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 ha. A few men and women at the table laughed mischievously. Du Yuner was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain, you all. If you keep talking, I'll really get angry. It's really not like that. Song Xinghe had a tolerant expression on his face. Alright, everyone stop teasing Yuner. I just want to take care of her as much as possible. TSK, how touching. Yuner, don't let boss Song down. Lu Shuangshuang said, glancing at Yi Fan, who was eating and drinking. Women, you must not follow the wrong person. Shuangshuang, are you talking about Yi Fan? Ha! You're so bad. Gu Jiangyan covered her mouth and said. Lu Shuangshuang rolled her eyes. I didn't mention any names. Everyone knows who I am. For a moment, everyone burst out laughing. No one cared if Yi Fan minded or not, because a maintenance worker was not even worth mentioning. She took the initiative to pull Yi Fan's hand and said, Brother Yi Fan, let's go. I can't take it anymore. Yi Fan had just rolled up a duck roll, put enough cucumbers and green onions, dipped it in the sweet sauce, and was eating happily. When he was pulled by the girl, he could only get up and say, What's wrong, Yuner? They keep laughing at you, aren't you angry? It was clear that Yi Fan was so kind and upright, always taking the hard-earned money to do good deeds, but this group of fellows only knew how to despise the poor and love the rich. It simply made even docile girls want to scold them. Although Fan Xian didn't care too much about it, he was still moved when he saw the girl feeling injustice for him. Seeing that Du Yuner was about to leave, Song Xinghe hurriedly stood up and said, Everyone, stop talking. Yi Fan is my brother, and he helped me a lot when he was young. Yuner, don't be angry. Today is a good day for everyone to gather. Just treat it as giving Big Brother Song face. Seeing Song Xinghe say this, Lu Shuangshuang and the others quietened down. Du Yuner was very unwilling, but since Song Xinghe had kindly urged her to stay, she could not refuse. At this moment, the door to the private room opened. Several well-dressed club managers made way for a lady outside the door respectfully. What's wrong? Is someone leaving so soon? The woman's voice was languid and charming. She was wearing a white striped shirt, a black wrapper skirt, and a light brown open-collared mid-length coat. It showed off her beautiful figure, but it didn't seem that straightforward. The ends of her long hair were slightly curled and shiny. Her facial features were filled with the classical charm of an Eastern woman. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her skin was creamy. This woman was like a ripe apple. There was no need to look at her. Just by smelling her, there was a strong fragrance. What was even more precious was that the moment the woman opened her mouth, she exuded the elegance and nobility of a superior. This was definitely not something a woman from an ordinary family could achieve. The only one who could compare to her in terms of appearance was Du Yuner. However, in terms of temperament and attitude, the girl was too young. The moment he saw this woman, Yi Fan's gaze froze. He suddenly remembered what he had missed. Unconsciously, Yi Fan's face revealed a helpless and bitter smile. This was a complicated problem. Why would I meet this woman here? Yi Fan muttered in his heart. At the same time, the woman's limpid eyes also looked towards Yi Fan, carrying traces of suppressed emotions. The others in the private room also looked at the woman absent-mindedly, intimidated by her superior temperament. Song Xinghe stood up and revealed a polite smile. Chairman Chu, I didn't expect you to be here today. Chairman Chu. Only then did everyone realize that this was the chairman of the Cloud Peak Group, one of the top female tycoons in Huahai's business world, the owner of the clubhouse, Chu Yunyao. No one would have thought that Chu Yunyao herself would look so young and shockingly beautiful. There was still a huge gap between her and the image of a rich woman in a big company that everyone had imagined. All of a sudden, everyone stood up uneasily. This was a big boss that was even more amazing than Song Xinghe. Chai Hao was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. His heart was filled with joy. Today, he had originally wanted to borrow Lu Shuangshuang's relationship to get to know Song Xinghe, but now, even Chu Yunyao had seen it. At the same time, everyone was even more envious of Song Xinghe. Even Chu Yunyao had to give him face and specially come over to meet him. Chu Yunyao's lips parted slightly, and his slight smile was very enchanting, so it's boss Song's treat. I'm sorry to disturb your gathering. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Song Xinghe was also slightly surprised. Why did it sound like Chu Yunyao didn't come in to take a look because of Song Xinghe? What happened in the next second caused everyone to be even more shocked. Chu Yunyao actually walked in front of Yi Fan, pursed her red lips and said, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I thought I would never see you again. There was actually a trace of bitterness in his tone. Yi Fan knew that something was going to happen, so he smiled awkwardly. It's really fate. Yeah, when I saw you in the parking lot just now, I thought I was dreaming. So you really are you. Chu Yunyao stared at Yi Fan with her watery eyes, not letting go at all. Song Xinghe couldn't help but ask, Chairman Chu, have you known Yi Fan for a long time? Everyone watched eagerly, wanting to hear Chu Yunyao's reply. Chu Yunyao knitted her eyebrows and looked at the man in confusion. Yi Fan. Is that your name? Everyone was puzzled. The two of them knew each other, but they didn't know their names. Could it be that Yi Fan wasn't called this before? Yi Fan nodded, yes. When did you come back? Why did you come back? Chu Yunyao asked. It's a long story. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. However, Chu Yunyao smiled gently and said, then tell me slowly. It's not easy to meet you, so I won't be in such a hurry this time. I haven't properly thanked you for what happened back then. If it wasn't for you, Miss Chu. Yi Fan hurriedly told the woman to stop. It's not convenient to talk here. What's wrong? Chu Yunyao asked doubtfully, why do you seem so reserved? In my impression, you aren't this polite to me. The people at the side all looked at the two of them strangely. Hearing these words, it seemed that Yi Fan had done something excessive to Chu Yunyao abroad. Chu Yunyao blinked her eyes. After realizing something, she seemed to find it interesting, so she took 2 steps forward and approached Yi Fan. Chapter 92 0092. All of a sudden, Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao were very close to each other. They were only a fist away from each other, and they could even breathe each other's breath. Then do you want to go to my house? I'm alone, we can have a good chat. Chu Yunyao threw out an invitation that was filled with temptation. Seeing all of this and hearing these words, Lu Shuangshuang, Chai Hao, Gu Jiangyan, and the others were all stunned. Their mouths were filled with eggs. How much face did he have to make Chu Yunyao send out such an invitation? Even Song Xinghe frowned and his face darkened. He was actually left out by Chu Yunyao. Who the hell is Yi Fan? Du Yuner, on the other hand, felt a trace of unease, but she was also very curious as to why Yi Fan could get to know such a rich woman. It was very obvious that Chu Yunyao didn't care about anyone in this private room. She only walked in with great fanfare for Yi Fan. This was equivalent to ruthlessly slapping everyone present countless times in the face, causing their faces to burn. Just a moment ago, everyone looked down on Yi Fan, an electrical repairman, but in the end, he was an old acquaintance of the chairman of the Cloud Peak Group. He even owed her a debt of gratitude. This group of people couldn't even touch the soles of Chu Yunyao's shoes, and they were still mocking Yi Fan. Wasn't this the same as mocking them for being brainless? As a result, many people started to complain about Lu Shuangshuang in their hearts. If it wasn't for Lu Shuangshuang's nonsense, they would have been able to get closer to Yi Fan. They might even have been able to curry favor with Chu Yunyao. This was great. Yi Fan would definitely hate them. Yi Fan didn't think about those things. He only knew that if this continued, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, especially in the past, which was not convenient to reveal to outsiders. Thus, Yi Fan directly grabbed Chu Yunyao's soft hand and brought her out of the private room. Come out with me for a moment. This shocked everyone present. Yi Fan actually held Chu Yunyao's hand without any trace of politeness. The key point was that Chu Yunyao didn't have any intention of resisting. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, and there was even a trace of happiness on her face. On the other hand, the two bodyguards and a few staff members behind Chu Yunyao all stepped forward to stop them. "Sir, please let go of our boss. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," a bodyguard said in a serious tone. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao's face turned cold, and she sternly lectured them, "Get out of the way. If you dare to offend him, I'll fire you first. No one is allowed to follow us while we are chatting." The group of subordinates looked at each other. They had never seen this beautiful boss being so close to a man. Under the astonished gazes of a large group of people, Yifan pulled Chu Yunyao and walked to the second floor of the clubhouse, to a quiet balcony. After standing still, Yifan took a deep breath and looked at the woman in front of him. A cool breeze blew her black hair, and her beautiful face was like the reincarnation of the Luo god. He couldn't help but have many thoughts in his mind. She really hadn't changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever. Compared to her previous naivety, she was now more mature and elegant. "My hand is hurting from your grip." After being reminded by the woman, Yifan realized that he was still holding her soft little hand. "Sorry." Yifan let go of the woman. Chu Yunyao mischievously blinked her eyes. "It doesn't matter if you want to hold it for a while longer. In any case, you were even more excessive 7 years ago." Gudong, Yifan swallowed his saliva. This was what he was most conflicted about. He smiled stiffly and said, "Hee. Your memory is really good." Chu Yunyao also seemed to remember what happened back then. Her charming face blushed, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she said, "Can you tell me now? Why did you suddenly appear in Huahai?" Yifan sighed, "Something happened, and I'm tired of my previous life. I want to change my living environment and live a good life." Chu Yunyao unhappily said, "In the end, you still haven't told me what happened. After all, we only met by chance. Back then, you didn't even give me a way to contact you." Yifan embarrassedly said, "In any case, it has nothing to do with you, Miss Chu. I'm just an ordinary office worker right now. Let bygones be bygones." "Office worker. You can still go to work." Chu Yunyao seemed to have discovered a new continent, and curiously asked, "Which company are you in?" "Embroidery Group, as the CEO's assistant," Yifan said. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she immediately looked at the man suspiciously. "You can't be. You've taken a fancy to the beautiful Su Qingxue, right?" "Ugh. Our CEO is quite pretty, but it has nothing to do with that." Yifan felt a little guilty. "I don't believe it. With your abilities, isn't it easy for you to earn money? Furthermore, Su Qingxue is a famous ice beauty. Other men don't even have the chance to get close to her. Could it be that you and her are already in a good relationship?" Chu Yunyao asked, very concerned. Li Fan Xian was speechless. This train of thought was jumping too fast. Even if he wanted to be good, he still had to be willing. "Miss Chu, don't think too much about it. I just want to work like an ordinary person, earn some money, and live a simple life. I'm no longer the me from 7 years ago." Yifan shook his head. "Since that's the case, do you want to come to our Cloud Peak group? How about I let you be my personal bodyguard? No matter how high Su Qingxue's salary is, I will definitely be higher than her." Chu Yunyao said heroically. That's not appropriate, right? I just signed my contract with embroidery." Yifan tactfully refused. "How much is the penalty? 1 million? 5 million? Or 10 million? For you, I'm willing to pay." Chu Yunyao didn't care about this kind of money at all. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Chu, we only met once in Zurich. You don't even know my identity in the past, yet you want to recruit me as your personal bodyguard. Isn't this too trusting of me? Aren't you afraid that I'm a vicious scoundrel? We're not familiar with each other. You're definitely not a bad guy. If you were evil, you would only be a devil. Besides, you saved me 7 years ago. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. You gave me my life, so why shouldn't I believe you? As Chu Yunyao said this, she suddenly extended a delicate hand and placed it on Yifan's shoulder, slowly approaching the man's neck. Or could it be? Your bad refers to the other aspect? If that's the case. Other than age, I'm not any worse than Su Qingxue. Chu Yunyao's charming eyes were like silk, and her pearly white teeth bit her tender red lower lip. This momentary flirtatious feeling made Yifan's entire body heat up. This demoness really knew how to play with fire. It seemed that if he was a little more courteous to her, he would really be able to take advantage of her. Yifan silently took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. He exhaled and unceremoniously sprayed it on the woman's face. Cough, cough. Cough. Chu Yunyao coughed and looked at him in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? You're choking me. Chapter 93. 0093 Chu Yunyao was pressed against the wall by Yifan, sticking close to the wall. The distance between the two of them was less than 3 to 4 centimeters. Yifan's gaze was deep and gloomy, full of vicissitudes and a heavy aura. He held a cigarette in one hand and let go of her waist with the other, pinching Chu Yunyao's little chin. Howl! The woman cried out, her lips unable to close as she stammered, You! Let go, you're hurting me. When Chu Yunyao saw the man's eyes, she panicked and was at a loss. She was like a frightened little rabbit, trembling in fear. At this moment, she had completely lost the temperament of the queen of Huahai's business world, a wealthy woman from a famous family. She was like a weak and helpless little girl. You're still a virgin, right? Yifan smiled evilly and suddenly said. Chu Yunyao's eyes froze, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Don't play tricks in front of me. Speak properly. If you go too far, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Chu Yunyao nodded pitifully. She had originally thought that in her own territory, she would be able to gain some advantage in front of men and play with them a little. It would also change the image she had left overseas back then. But who would have thought that Yifan had seen through her essence from the very beginning? Chu Yunyao was unwilling, but when she saw the man's eyes, she had no choice but to obey, because Yifan was definitely not joking. Seeing that the woman was obedient, Yifan finally returned to his original appearance. He let go of the woman, held a cigarette in his mouth, and leisurely said, Don't tell anyone about what happened in Zurich. I don't want to get into any more trouble because of you. I understand. Then can I meet you in the future? Chu Yunyao was not a stupid woman, so she quickly understood the man's intentions. Why do you want to see me? Yifan was puzzled, and flicked his cigarette ash. Chu Yunyao bitterly said, Do you really hate me that much? It's not that I hate you, but we don't have anything to do with each other. It's just that when I went to Zurich to kill people, you were kidnapped by them, so I let you go. If this counts as saving lives, then there are at least a few hundred people who have been saved by me. If I had to keep in touch with them all, wouldn't I be exhausted to death? Yifan shrugged and said. Not only did you save me, but you also avenged me. Those people killed my parents and my younger brother. You helped me take revenge. You even gave me travel expenses back home, and you even helped me walk out of the shadows, although the methods you used were a little rough. Chu Yunyao's face turned red, she raised her eyes and said, But I have always remembered your kindness. These past 7 years, I have always sent people to look for you, but I don't know your name or where you came from, so I haven't heard from you. You still sent someone to look for me. Yifan couldn't help but laugh strangely. Could it be that you want to repay me with your body? Chu Yunyao pursed her red lips and asked with anticipation in her eyes, "If I'm willing, do you want me?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. After he finished smoking, he threw away the cigarette butt and let out a sigh. "Although this proposal is very tempting, I still want to live a peaceful life. If I get involved with you, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. After all, I can't be like before, wandering around the world and just leave," Yi Fan said. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she immediately said happily, "It seems like you plan to stay in Hua Hai for a long time. Then can I go find you in the future?" Yi Fan was very puzzled. "Miss Chu, with your Tan City's Chu family status in China, even if you want to find a bodyguard, you should have as many as you want. Why do you have to find me?" Hearing that, Chu Yunyao's expression showed a trace of vigilance as she asked, "How do you know?" "I'm from the Tan City's Chu family. Have you investigated me?" Yi Fan chuckled. This woman finally didn't plan to act, so he pointed to the signboard of the Cloud Club not far away. In the thousands of years since the ancient times of China, only a clan that can be called an emperor can have its own family emblem. Moreover, only the direct descendants of the clan can have the family emblem engraved on their own clan property. Once the clan is destroyed, the family emblem will also disappear into the long river of history. As far as I know, there are still more than 20 famous families in China that have family emblems. The Chu family of Tan City has been around for more than 1,100 years and has always been one of the top families in Xiao country. The family emblem is the pattern of the Qian Fenghuan treasure iron coin. That was the currency used by the Chu family when they founded the country. Chu Yunyao's expression was unsettled. She stared at Yi Fan and her pretty face turned cold. "Just who are you? Why are you so familiar with the famous families of China?" "Familiar? I just know a rough idea." Yi Fan took out another cigarette, lit it for himself, and puffed out the smoke. Chu Yunyao smiled. "I am indeed a member of the Tan City's Chu family, but what does this have to do with me looking for you to be my bodyguard? You are my savior, I trust you, and I've waited for you for 7 years, can't you take pity on me?" Yi Fan looked at the woman playfully. "All right, since we've already said this much, can we stop acting? You're not tired from acting, but I'm tired from watching. I admit that your acting skills are excellent. First, you are a love-struck girl who has been waiting for many years, reuniting with me after a long separation, then a charming and enchanting beauty who wants to devote her life to me, followed by a pure and innocent virgin, timid and afraid. You're acting, but none of them are the real you. Tell me, how did you find me, and what exactly do you want?" When the woman heard Yi Fan's words, her face became colder and colder. In the end, Chu Yunyao's face was already expressionless, like a beautiful robot, her eyes staring straight at the man. "How do you know I'm acting? I shouldn't have been negligent, right?" Chu Yunyao coldly asked. Li Fan Xian grinned. "Your performance is indeed flawless, but when I saved you 7 years ago, I already knew that the appearance you displayed was all your disguise." "Why?" Chu Yunyao revealed a trace of surprise. She didn't expect that 7 years ago, the man had already seen through her. "Back then, when your parents and little brother were killed by those killers, I saved you and brought you back to the hotel. Do you still remember the first thing you said to me?" Chu Yunyao thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I forgot, what did I say?" "Say, you're so thirsty." Yi Fan looked at her playfully. A woman whose own parents and younger brother have just died, only cried for less than an hour. When she returned to the hotel, she said she was thirsty and asked me, a stranger, for water. Others might not find it too strange, but unfortunately, I don't think that's a normal reaction. In your heart, you weren't too sad about the death of your family. You quickly dealt with the unnecessary negative emotions and began to think about what to do next. Chapter 94. 0094 My guess is that you have an affectionless personality disorder, an emotionless personality disorder, right? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Chu Yunyao knew that there was no point in denying it. You are really experienced and knowledgeable. Aside from my mother, you are the first person to discover this secret. If I can kill you, you will die today. TSK. As expected, in order to achieve your goal, you will do anything. Even if it's your savior, you will still have to die if there's a threat. This really suits your illness. This isn't an illness, it's just that the heavens have saved me a lot of unnecessary trouble, so that I won't be disturbed by unnecessary emotions. Chu Yunyao lightly said. Yi Fan nodded. You can understand it that way. But don't worry, I'm not interested in talking to others about this. Chu Yunyao took 2 steps forward and met Yi Fan's gaze. Since you knew from the beginning that I was acting, why did you still cooperate with me? Fan Xian shrugged. Just like 7 years ago, you and I met by chance, there's no need to expose us. As long as we don't meet again in the future, what kind of person do you have to do with me? Now, haven't you exposed it? I just want to tell you that I'm not interested in being used by you and being your chess piece. So, I won't be your bodyguard, or anyone else. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth, although I don't know what kind of feelings a woman has for a man, but I like you. Yi Fan took a deep breath of smoke. This kind of liking really made him feel cold. However, Chu Yunyao changed the topic. There's one thing you guessed wrong about. Oh. What is it? Yi Fan was curious. Chu Yunyao said, I didn't find you on purpose. Meeting you today is really fate. Fan Xian laughed at himself. In that case, I should have this calamity in my life. It is indeed your tribulation. Chu Yunyao said, since you know my secret, from now on, it is impossible for you to have nothing to do with me, unless you die, or I die. Yi Fan spat out the second cigarette butt, stepped on it, turned around, and walked back into the house. Then you can only pray that I won't ruthlessly destroy a flower one day. After saying this, Yi Fan had already left the balcony. Watching the man walk away, Chu Yunyao took out her phone and dialed a number. It's me. Go and find someone, called Yi Fan. I want all the information about him. After giving her instructions, a complicated look flashed across Chu Yunyao's eyes. Then, she tidied up her hair and clothes, once again revealing a noble and elegant smile, and walked into the clubhouse. Yi Fan chatted with Chu Yunyao on the balcony for less than 10 minutes, but to the people in the private room, they had mixed feelings and felt that a long time had passed. It was especially so for Lu Shuangshuang and Chai Hao. They were so regretful that their intestines were going to rot. Their expressions were extremely unsightly, and their hearts were restless. Song Xinghe suspiciously asked Du Yuner, is Yi Fan really just a repairman? Du Yuner shook her head. It used to be, but I think I just found a stable job last month and am still working. Although the girl said this, the crowd still couldn't understand why Yi Fan knew Chu Yunyao. At this time, Yi Fan leisurely walked back. Seeing that there was still a large group of people standing at the door, a group of people sitting there without eating, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. What are you guys doing? A meeting. Everyone revealed smiles and began to passionately ask questions. Yi Fan. You are too unkind, so you are actually so familiar with Chairman Chu. Yeah, Yi Fan, how did you get to know Chairman Chu? Brother Fan. Brother Fan, it was a misunderstanding just now. I'll toast you 3 times. The group of people started to get close to Yi Fan, hoping that Yi Fan wouldn't hold a grudge against them so that they could get closer to each other. However, Yi Fan didn't have the mood to continue eating. He just wanted to accompany Du Yuner and have a meal. It was fine if no one paid attention to him, but with so many people looking for him to talk to, he was annoyed. Moreover, this was Chu Yunyao's territory. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved with the people of China's famous sects, so he planned to leave quickly. Yuner, how are you doing? Yi-fan asked the girl. Du Yuna was also quick-witted, plus she didn't like these people, so she said, I'm full. I'm quite tired today, why don't we leave first? Yi-fan smiled and nodded, alright, I'll send you back. As they spoke, the two of them were about to get up and leave. This time, everyone felt a little awkward. Yi-fan clearly didn't want to bother with them. Song Xinghe frowned and said, Yuner, did Yi-fan drive here? Brother Song, let's just take a taxi back, Du Yuner said. Song Xinghe hurriedly said, how can this be? I'll send the driver to take you back. There's really no need. We're here to take a taxi anyway. Du Yuner's repeated refusal made Song Xinghe feel a burst of irritation in his heart, but he could only force a smile and accept it. The others had no choice but to stand up and run to the door to send the two of them off. At the same time, they tried to invite Yi-fan to see if they could gather again next time. Coincidentally, Chu Yunyao returned to the door of the private room. Seeing that Yi-fan was about to leave, she smiled amiably and said, Yi-fan, remember to come often next time when you have time. The woman's expression was very gentle and sincere. No one could tell that all of this was just an act. Yi-fan didn't expose her interest and only smiled faintly. Chu Yunyao took out a platinum membership card from an assistant. This is the highest level platinum card in our clubhouse. There are less than 10 people in the entire Huahai city who have it. Take it, you can come here 24 hours a day. Chu Yunyao said enthusiastically. When Chai Hao, Lu Shuangshuang, and the others saw the card, their eyes lit up. So Song Xinghe's gold card wasn't the best, and the club's top card was the platinum card. Less than 10 people in Huahai had a card, yet they were going to give it to Yi-fan. What kind of noble identity was this? Just as everyone was drooling, Yi-fan waved his hand, no need, I don't need it. Lu Shuangshuang and the others were about to go crazy, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Song Xinghe also frowned. The meaning of this platinum card was not just a trip to the clubhouse, it was a symbol of status. Yi-fan actually didn't want it. Could it be that he didn't even care about the queen of Huahai's business world, Chu Yunyao's face? Compared to the way they took the gold card and took a photo to post on their WeChat moments, Lu Shuangshuang, Gu Jiangyan, and the others wanted to hide under the table. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Chu Yunyao didn't care about her face. She knew that the man wanted to avoid her. However, the more Yi-fan wanted to avoid her, the more she couldn't let go of the man. That's true, we're already so familiar with each other. It's good that you're here. Go to my company or my house. You don't need any proof, just call me. Chu Yunyao said sweetly. The group of people and the subordinates behind Chu Yunyao all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 95. 0095. A hint of helplessness flashed across Fan Xian's eyes. This woman was really pestering him and refused to let him go, but as long as she didn't go too far, he would let her say whatever she wanted. When Yi-fan brought Du Yuner out of the clubhouse, including Chu Yunyao, a group of clubhouse managers lined up to send them off. However, the two of them still took a taxi and left. This caused the taxi driver to sweat profusely and feel a lot of pressure. Watching the taxi leave the clubhouse, Song Xinghe stood in the crowd with a gloomy face and a deep gaze. Driver, please stop the car by the roadside. When the car arrived near the Central River Food Street, Yi-fan immediately stopped the car. Du Yuner was puzzled. Brother Yi-fan, why did you get off here? You barely ate anything just now. Aren't you hungry? Du Yuner was actually really hungry, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Come, although there aren't many delicacies, it's not a problem for me to treat you to a snack. Yi-fan smiled and let the girl get off the car. Du Yuner's heart was filled with sweetness. It turned out that the man was still concerned about whether or not she had eaten her fill. Without saying anything else, the girl followed Yi-fan to the food street. There were small restaurants and stalls on both sides. Yifan remembered that Du Yuner liked to eat soup dumplings when she was young, so he came to a soup dumpling shop. After ordering 2 soup dumplings and 2 bowls of duck blood and vermicelli soup, the two of them sat down and waited. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yifan, are you very familiar with that Miss Chu?" Yifan knew that the girl would ask, so he replied, "I've only met her once before. Because I helped her, I was so enthusiastic. Actually, I'm not familiar with her." So it's like that. Although Du Yuner still felt that things weren't that simple, she didn't ask too much, afraid that the man would find her annoying. When the soup and dumplings were served, there was only one portion. The other portion was still being made. Yifan pushed the food in front of the girl. "Yuner, you eat first." "No need, Brother Yifan, you can eat. Why are you being so polite with me? I ate quite a bit just now." Yifan laughed heartily. Only then did Yuner nod her head and start eating in a gentle manner. At the same time, she used her large watery eyes to look at Yifan from time to time. "What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me?" Yifan was puzzled. Yuner's face was filled with nostalgia as she said, "Brother Yifan, do you remember? When I was young, there were many children in the courtyard, and the mooncakes were expensive. The principal bought a few big mooncakes and used a knife to cut them open." Yifan thought back and also remembered what it was. He couldn't help but sigh. "You still remember? I almost forgot." "Of course I remember. Brother Yifan, you didn't eat it yourself, so you gave me your piece as well. You even said that you don't like sweet things." When Du Yuner thought of these things, her face was filled with happiness. Fan Xian's eyes were in a trance, as if the person sitting in front of him was not a girl in her 20s, but the thin little girl with the bangs and short hair who followed behind him. "Be good, hurry up and eat the soup dumplings, it's getting cold." Yifan's gaze was gentle as he subconsciously reached out his hand and stroked Du Yuner's head. This touch caused Du Yuner's pretty face to instantly turn red, and she shyly shrunk back. Only then did Yifan realize that the girl had already grown up. This action was a little too intimate, and he couldn't help but say apologetically, "Yuner, I didn't do it on purpose. I just remembered what happened when I was young." However, Du Yuner shook her head and happily said in a low voice, "It's okay, I don't mind. I remember when I was young, I cried for my parents, and you patted my head to comfort me." Speaking of his parents, Yifan couldn't help but ask, "Oh right, did you look for your parents later on? Is there still no news?" Du Yuner's big eyes dimmed. "I registered the information on the internet, but there's still no news." Du Yuner's background was even more pitiful than most orphans, because when she was a baby, she was thrown into the orphanage and had never seen her parents. To Du Yuner, she didn't want to get anything from her biological parents. She just wanted to know why she was thrown into the orphanage. Unfortunately, after so many years, her background had been a complete mystery. "You still have the jade pendant your parents left you, right? Why don't you let me take a look?" Yifan remembered that Du Yuner's parents seemed to have left a keepsake for her. He had even seen it when he was young. However, back then, he was just a little brat. His current knowledge was already very different from back then. Perhaps he could find some clues from the keepsake. Du Yuner nodded, took off the jade pendant hanging around her neck, and handed it over to Yifan. "This is it. Brother Yifan, when you were young, you said that there was a rooster on top of this, because that was my zodiac sign. But 2 years ago, I went to an antique street and asked a few old masters. They said that it was a phoenix." Du Yuner laughed. After more than 10 years, Yifan received the jade pendant. With just a glance, he discovered some details that surprised him. "This is indeed a phoenix." Yifan frowned and said, "Moreover, this is also a piece of ancient jade." Du Yuner also hurriedly replied, "That's right, a few old masters also said that it was an ancient jade, and they would have to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy it. But I definitely won't sell it. This is the only clue I have to find my parents. Yuner, the exquisiteness of this ancient jade carving is extremely rare, and the quality of the jade is also very rare. It is definitely not something an ordinary family can have. I think your parents might have had some difficulties when they abandoned you back then. Otherwise, they would definitely have had enough financial strength to raise you. Yi Fan said seriously. Du Yuner faintly sighed. I think so too, so. I'm very worried that they might have encountered some kind of trouble. Li Fan Xian thought for a moment, then took out his phone and took a photo of the jade pendant. I have a friend who is more well informed. I'll ask him to look for it and see if he can find any clues. Yi Fan said. Hearing that, Du Yuner happily said, that's great. Brother Yi Fan, you even know Chairman Chu, your friend must be very powerful. Li Fan Xian smiled and said, you eat first, I'll inform you when there's news. The girl smiled sweetly. At the same time, on a somewhat congested road, Chai Hao and Lu Shuangshuang were sitting in a Porsche Cayenne. Since Yi Fan and Du Yuner had left, Song Xinghe didn't seem to be in a good mood. Not long after, the gathering ended. The two of them drove home, but in the end, they encountered a traffic jam. Their faces were filled with impatience. Tell me. That Yi Fan, what exactly is going on? What exactly does he do? Lu Shuangshuang frowned. No matter what, if it wasn't for you, a stupid woman, ridiculing him, we wouldn't be so embarrassed. Today is really embarrassing. Chai Hao was very annoyed. Chapter 96. 0096 What nonsense are you talking about? Don't change the topic. Chai Hao said perfunctorily. Surname Chai, don't think that I can't get married. There are a lot of men who like me. Besides, if it wasn't for me, would you have known Song Xinghe? Lu Shuangshuang flipped her hair, full of arrogance. Chai Hao secretly disdained in his heart, but he was too lazy to bother with a silly woman. He was just silently calculating whether or not he should get married. Originally, he thought that Lu Shuangshuang and Song Xinghe had a close relationship, but who knew that Song Xinghe didn't seem to give him any face. On the other hand, Du Yuner. She was several times prettier than Lu Shuangshuang, sensible and obedient, and Yi Fan and Song Xinghe both seemed to care a lot about Du Yuner. Just as Chai Hao was thinking about this, someone suddenly knocked on the window. Turning their heads, Chai Hao and Lu Shuangshuang were shocked. It was actually a white-skinned policeman. If Yi Fan was present, he would immediately recognize that this was Xiao Bai from the Dragon Fong squad. How could he be a police officer? Comrade Police, what's the matter? Chai Hao lowered the window and asked. Lil Wait said seriously, pull over, I have something I need to ask you. Interrogation. Did we break the law? Chai Hao was puzzled. It's not you, we are investigating a man called Yi Fan, please help us. Lil White narrowed his eyes and said. Chai Hao and Lu Shuangshuang looked at each other, but quickly nodded their heads. What the two of them didn't know was that not only them, but the others, such as Song Xinghe, Gu Jiangyan, Lai Xiaoshu, and the others, had also been questioned by the Dragon Fong squad. This caused the group of people to silently believe that there was definitely a problem with Yi Fan. Originally, everyone wanted to get closer to Yi Fan, but now, they were all afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid him. After Yi Fan and Du Yuner finished eating, the girl insisted on not letting Yi Fan send them off, so the two of them directly took the subway back to their residences. When he returned to Egret County, Yi Fan found that there was no one at home. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang gave him a key, so he could go in as well. Arriving at his room, Yi Fan turned on his computer, entered a mailbox, and sent the photo of the jade pendant to a person. Then, Yi Fan picked up his phone and dialed an overseas number. Not long after, an ethereal female voice came from the other end of the phone, speaking in Swedish. "My prince, you finally contacted me." The woman's voice was suppressing a strong emotion, but she did not make a fuss. Instead, she spoke in a clear and elegant voice. "I'm really sorry, Surreal." When Yi Fan heard this female voice, he also sighed with emotion. More than 2 years ago, this was a voice he had to hear almost every day. "No. I know you are too tired, you need to rest," the woman said. "I'm not here. It's really been hard on you. Sally Yi, I left behind a bunch of messy things. It's all up to you to sort them out. You must be very tired, right?" Sally Yi hurriedly said, "You trust me and let me be your housekeeper. It's my honor to be able to look after your house for you. How could I be tired? I'm just interested in your perfectionism. If it's you, I know you'll be able to settle a lot of things." Yi Fan sighed and asked, "Everyone is not bad, right? They all have their own things to do. You don't allow everyone to look for you, so everyone can only keep busy to disperse their thoughts of you." Li Fan Xian laughed, "If you follow me, you can only be a little brother. Let them go and adventure by themselves. How good would it be to be a big brother? Our greatest wish is to be behind you for the rest of our lives." Sally Yi said bitterly. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart tightened. He took a deep breath and smiled. "All right, actually, I called you because there's something I need you to investigate. Please instruct me." Sally Yi respectfully said. "I sent a picture of the jade pendant to your mailbox. Take a look and then think of a way to find the origin of this jade. Contact me when you have the exact information," Yi Fan said. Sally Yi quickly replied, "Understood, I will immediately find someone to do it myself. I'm at ease with your work." Yi Fan didn't say much, because he heard movement downstairs, so he quickly hung up. After sorting out his emotions, Yi Fan walked downstairs. Sure enough, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang had returned. What surprised Yi Fan even more was that there was also Su Changping and Tong Weizhen. The whole family, surrounding an old lady in a wheelchair, slowly entered the living room. The old lady was dressed in a dignified gray robe and white pants. She had a head of short white hair and wore a small hat. Although there were many wrinkles on her face and her complexion wasn't too good, one could still tell from her outline that she was absolutely beautiful when she was young. Yi Fan didn't need to ask to know that this was definitely Su Qingshua's grandmother, Bai Shu Qin. No wonder she looked so immortal. So she had this gene from her grandmother. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. "Hello, Grandma. This is the first time we've met. My name is Yi Fan, I'm Qingshua's boyfriend." Yi Fan ran downstairs and greeted him warmly, not caring about the ugly expressions on Su Changping and Tong Weizhen's faces. Bai Shu Qin, on the other hand, revealed a kind smile. "You are Yi Fan. Not bad, good child. Have you eaten dinner?" "Yes, what about you, Grandma?" Yi Fan asked. "We ate too," Bai Shu Qin said. "Grandma, how is your body? Are you very tired?" Yi Fan asked concernedly. Bai Shu Qin shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm not tired. Seeing that Xiao Shui has a boyfriend, I'm happy. I'm not tired at all." When Su Qingxue saw that the man was chatting with her grandmother so naturally, she wanted to roll her eyes. "Grandma, you should rest early. You still have to do a checkup tomorrow." The Su family's old house was located in Lin City, which was more than 200 kilometers away from Huahai. For Bai Shu Qin, it was indeed not easy to get back to Huahai by car. But Bai Shu Qin said, "Xiao Shui, why are you resting so early? Grandma still wants to chat with Yi Fan." Tong Weizhen, who was behind, said sourly, "He's just a poor kid, what's there to talk about? I don't know when he'll be kicked out of the Su family's door. Hearing this, Bai Shuqin turned around and scoffed, Ah Zhen, your father-in-law was also a poor kid back then. He started from scratch. Are you trying to say that you look down on the man that my old lady married? Tong Huizhen's face turned pale and she quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake. Mom, that's not what I meant. After so many years, I really haven't made any progress. Bai Shuqin sighed and asked, where's Wei Ming? He was asking Su Qingshue's half-brother, Su Weiming. Tong Huizhen's face turned even uglier and she said awkwardly, our family's Wei Ming. Recently, he was busy defending his thesis, so he didn't have time to come over. Chapter 97. 0097 Tong Huizhen hurriedly explained for her son, that's not it, Mom. My Weiming misses you so much. He always says that he wants to go to your hometown to accompany you, but he's just too busy, don't put in a good word for him. Going back to his hometown. Not even a phone call. How is that thinking about me? As Bai Shuqin spoke, she reached out her hand and grabbed Su Qingshue's arm. She gently touched her granddaughter's hand and said, look at Xiao Shui, a girl. At such a young age, she has already managed the embroidery group in an orderly manner. She's so busy, yet she still calls me every week. How can Wei Ming be busier than her? Tong Huizhen and Su Chongping lowered their heads and sighed. They knew that no matter how they tried to explain, it would be useless. Mom, I'll go back and educate him, he's really insensible, Su Chongping said in self-reproach. Bai Shuqin said, you all go back, I will stay here tonight. Mom, you really don't want to reconsider. I've already tidied up your room, Su Chongping said, feeling wronged. His son was still alive, but the old madam was staying at her granddaughter's house. If word got out, wouldn't it seem like his son was not filial? However, Bai Shuqin had no intention of bargaining. I'll live wherever I say. You guys should go and discipline your own sons. Su Chongping and his wife didn't know what to do. Tong Huizhen looked at Su Qingxue and Yi Fan worriedly. She was obviously afraid that the old lady would give them some benefits. After her son and daughter-in-law left, Bai Shuqin smiled and said, You honor, help me into the room. Yes, madam, Aunt Jiang replied. Only now did Yi Fan know that Aunt Jiang's real name was Jiang Yuan, and she was quite artistic. On the first floor of Qingshue's mansion, the only bedroom was prepared for the old lady, so that Bai Shuqin could easily enter and exit. Seeing her grandmother enter the room, Su Qingxue asked, Did Dr. Ronida say where to do the examination? Yi Fan nodded and said, It's at the affiliated hospital of Hua Hai University. It seems like she's going to the university to give a speech tomorrow morning. After that, she'll go to the hospital. Su Qingxue looked at the man with a complicated gaze, then turned her head and whispered, Thank you for this matter. When Fan Xian saw that the woman's cheeks were dyed red, he couldn't help but joke, Old husband and wife, what are you thanking me for? Who's an old couple with you? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingxue immediately turned around and glared at the man. This guy was getting more and more insatiable. At this moment, Aunt Jiang came out of the room and said with a smile, Miss Yi Fan, the old madam wants you to go in. She has something to say to you. Both of them were a little puzzled, especially Su Qingxue. They had been chatting all the way back, why did Bai Shuqin still have something to say? When he entered the room, he found that Bai Shuqin was already lying on the bed. She looked very tired. Yi Fan could tell at a glance that the old lady was already in the advanced stages of pancreatic cancer and was about to die. Although he was not very familiar with this kind of disease, with his medical knowledge, in fact, there was nothing Ronida could do for Bai Shuqin, unless there was some new technology or miracle. Grandma, why aren't you resting yet? Why are you looking for me? Su Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed and asked. Bai Shuqin pursed her lips and smiled. There's no rush to rest. In any case, I'll be resting in a few days. Hearing this, Su Qingshue's eyes immediately became hot. Grandma, you'll be fine. Tomorrow, you'll be able to see Dr. Ronide. She's the best doctor in the world, but she specializes in treating the royal family and the world's top few rich and powerful people. She definitely has a way to cure you. Bai Shuqin didn't argue too much about this. Instead, she reached out and held one of Su Qingshue's hands and asked, if you want Grandma to live a few more days, you have to give Grandma some hope. Hope? Su Qingxue was puzzled. What hope? Bai Shuqin pouted at Yi Fan. If you guys get married as soon as possible, Grandma is looking forward to having a grandson, so of course she doesn't want to leave in such a hurry, Grandma. Su Qingxue blushed and hurriedly shook her head. What are you talking about? I'm not going to marry him. Yi Fan was also a little dumbfounded. This progress was a little fast. They had only known each other for less than a month. Just now, he was joking that they were an old couple. Could it be that it was really going to come true? Bai Shuqin frowned. Not married. If you don't get married, could it be that you're just looking for a boyfriend to fool Grandma? Or is it really like what Tong Weijin said, that you're looking for a fake boyfriend? I didn't. Su Qingxue hurriedly denied. I'm really a boyfriend and girlfriend with Yi Fan. Since that's the case, you'll have to get your license sooner or later. You should finish it earlier. The wedding can be held later, but at least let Grandma have something to look forward to. Bai Shuqin said. Qingxue turned around to look at Yi Fan. This shameless man was actually still smiling at her. Could it be that he really wanted to marry her? Su Qingxue was about to go crazy. Actually, Yi Fan didn't know what to say. Say no. That's definitely not right. Say it. That didn't seem right either. Therefore, Yi Fan could only quietly wait for the result. Grandma, you're not in good health right now, so how can we have the leisure to get married? Let's wait for you to recover before we consider it. Su Qingxue could only try her best to find a reason. The development of the situation was beyond her control. He never would have thought that as soon as he picked up his grandmother, he would be asked to get married and get a certificate. Bai Shuqin's face was a little displeased. Do you really think that I, an old woman, am sick and confused? Or do you think I'm senile? Don't forget, the embroidery group was established by your grandfather and me. Even if I, your grandmother, am old, I'm not that easy to fool. Qingxue revealed a rare expression of grievance and timidity. She lowered her head and said, how could I dare to fool you, Xiao Shui? Don't forget that Grandma is currently the biggest shareholder of the embroidery company. My 32% shares are more than your 19% and your father's 7% combined. Bai Shuqin said. Su Qingxue nodded. I know. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect that Bai Shuqin actually controlled such a large share. So the old granny was the real boss behind the embroidery. Your 19%, plus the 32% in my hands, adds up to 51%. This is the key to controlling the embroidery group. When your grandfather left, he told me very clearly that if you can get married and start a family before I close my eyes, then I will give you all 32% of the shares. If you are not willing to get married, then this 32% of the shares will be left to your father, and then passed down through him. Bai Shuqin said. What? After Qingxue heard this, she frowned. Grandma, it's not that I'm greedy for money, but you know that my father can't manage too much property. Furthermore, if he hears someone's slanderous words, then the embroidery shares might very well fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. That's not something I need to worry about. Money and these things, you can't bring them with you when you die. The reason your grandfather told you this was because he wanted you to obediently get married and have children. You child, everything is good, but you don't want to interact with others. What he is most worried about is the continuation of our Su family's bloodline. Bai Shuqin said. Chapter 98. 0098 I didn't tell you before because I wanted you to find a man you truly liked. That's why your parents said that the young master of the Jing family wanted to marry us. I didn't say anything because I wanted to see if you were willing. Now, since you and Yifan are in love, then I can naturally let you two get married. Bai Shuqin said seriously, Grandma didn't force you to find someone to marry. Yifan is your own boyfriend. Su Qingxue was speechless. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. How could she explain this? I've already said this much. I've already found someone to handle the documents for the transfer of the shares. Whether it's your name or your father's name, it all depends on what you and Yifan plan to do. After Bai Shuqin finished speaking, she silently closed her eyes, meaning that the two youngsters could go out. Su Qingxue had no choice but to leave the room with Yifan. Su Qingxue directly went to the study room on the second floor, and Yifan followed her in. Seeing the woman frowning, Yifan asked, Qingxue, we're not really going to get married, are we? You wish. Su Qingxue suddenly turned her head and said angrily. Yifan bitterly smiled, that's not what I meant, of course I don't want to. Who would have thought that these words had a different meaning in Su Qingxue's ears, as if a man didn't want to marry her. What, you seem to dislike me. Su Qingxue's eyes turned cold. Yifan swallowed his saliva and smiled stiffly, no, you're as beautiful as a fairy, and you're also a rich woman. I'll have to cultivate a few lifetimes worth of good fortune to marry you, save it, we still don't know who's richer. She coldly snorted, moreover, I don't know Master Alec or Dr. Ronida. In the end, I still can't match up to you. Su Qingxue didn't forget about Yifan's extremely expensive clothes and coldly snorted. Yifan hurriedly waved his hand, Director Su, you're treating me like an outsider. We're all on the same side, just friends. Who's on your side? The woman shouted. Ouch! Don't be so jumpy. Yifan was about to collapse. This grandaunt was usually so cold, why did she seem to have eaten explosives today? With this temper, ordinary people really couldn't stand it. But, it was quite exciting. The more Su Qingxue thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She felt that everything bad had happened to her. Her eyes were red, and she sniffed, determined not to let her tears fall. Then, she said to the man, you go out, I have to work. This is still work. You've been busy all day today, why don't you rest early? Yifan couldn't bear to watch. Su Qingxue stubbornly said, mind your own business. Get out. Yifan sighed and could only walk out of the study. When he closed the door, he looked at Su Qingxue, who was already in a state of work and had a serious expression, although in many people's eyes, Su Qingxue was using the brocade to earn money. She was a professional manager arranged by the old chairman, and she was a cold and heartless money-making machine. However, if she really had no feelings or passion for the company, why would she work so hard? Yifan thought to himself, if the brocade fell into the hands of Tong Huizhen and the others, then it would be too pitiful for this woman who fought day and night for the company. In Bai Shuqin's room, Aunt Jiang covered the old woman with a quilt. Madam, I'm going out. You should rest early. However, Bai Shuqin opened her eyes and said, you honor, Yifan. Does he really have the ability to protect Xiao Shui? Aunt Jiang was about to turn around and leave, but when she heard this, she nodded and said, yes, although I can't tell where he came from, but after observing him for a while, he is not simple. If you can say that he is not simple, then it seems that he is not wrong. I heard that the clan is already in chaos, and it might affect us. I am an old woman, and even if I die, I will be at peace. I am afraid that my son and Xiao Shui will be harmed. For Xiao Shui to be able to meet Yifan, it must be because the old man's spirit in heaven chose it for her. Bai Shuqin comforted. Aunt Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, although Yi Fan is indeed capable, this child has a small problem, maybe. Oh? What's wrong? Aunt Jiang said in a low voice, he's not very honest. He seems to be in contact with the company's Minister Feng in private. The last time I saw Minister Feng, I smelled something. I don't know what Miss thinks. Feng Yuing. Yes. That girl is indeed beautiful, this kid has good taste. Bai Shuqin chuckled, however, if she wants to be by Yi Fan's side, she has to be the youngest. Otherwise, it would be better to let her leave. When Aunt Jiang heard this, she asked, Madam, you mean? Acquiesce to them. When Bai Shuqin heard this, she chuckled, men, especially those who are capable, how many of them are honest people? That damn old man of mine, wasn't he also absurd when he was young? Your Honor, you know this the best. As she said that, Bai Shuqin tilted her head and looked at Aunt Jiang playfully. Aunt Jiang immediately knelt on the ground and said guiltily, Madam, I have let you down. All right, we are already so old, you and I are like sisters. It has been decades, if you want to blame someone, blame that damn old man, it's just you, I don't have any objections. If it was any other woman, I might have fallen out with him. Bai Shuqin laughed. Aunt Jiang was touched and wiped her tears, thank you, madam, for thinking so highly of me. I will meet that girl surnamed Feng some other day and let her know her identity. As for Yi Fan, if he had the ability, it would be his ability to have a few more women by his side. Besides, our little Snow is not someone who is easy to deal with. If she chooses to marry Yi Fan, she will have her own ways to deal with other women. This is not something that we, the older generation, need to worry about. Bai Shuqin said. Aunt Jiang nodded, Madam is right. I also feel that they are not children and will always make their own decisions. Your Honor, get up. I don't have much time left. In the future, my useless son and little Snow. I'll have to rely on you to take care of them. Bai Shuqin said reluctantly. Aunt Jiang stood up and said from the bottom of her heart, Madam, I will definitely guard the Su family until the last moment. After Yi Fan returned to his room, he called Feng Yuing and asked about Feng Xiaohui. Feng Yuing was in a good mood on the phone. She said that Florica had a certain level of confidence that she could wake Feng Xiaohui up. She would send someone to bring Feng Xiaohui to the Magnesium Country in the morning the day after tomorrow. Feng Yuing also found out that Florica came from the world's top hospital, the Mayo Medical Center in Rochester, Minnesota. That place could be said to be the sacred palace of medicine. Rich people and many royal families from all over the world would seek medical treatment there. Florica, on the other hand, was the honorary dean of the Mayo Medical Center. She managed many research centers. Her position in the medical world could be imagined. Chapter 99. 0099. The next morning, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue did not go to work. Instead, they brought Bai Shuqin to the affiliated hospital of Hua Hai University. Since Ranada's speech would not end until around 10 o'clock, they were waiting in the VIP ward of the hospital. Bai Shuqin was very interested in Yi Fan's past, including his hometown, parents, which countries he had been to, what profession he had done, and so on. Yi Fan basically made up a bunch of nonsense, but Bai Shuqin seemed to believe everything and kept smiling amiably. Suddenly, a tall, fair-skinned young man wearing a Fendi Little Demon t-shirt with a hint of silver hair and fair skin came to the ward. As soon as he entered, the young man revealed an excited expression, Grandma. I missed you so much. Oh, Wei Ming is here. Bai Shuqin also smiled. Su Qingxue, who was at the side, had her hands in front of her chest. She had no intention of greeting him, and her expression was cold. This was also the first time Yi Fan saw Su Weiming. This brat's looks were not bad, but looking at his face, his body was weak. He should have harmed a lot of girls in university. Su Weiming looked at Yi Fan and smiled. This is the boyfriend that my sister found, and also my future brother-in-law. Yi Fan casually greeted, hello. Su Weiming went to the bedside and asked Bai Shuqin about her well-being, saying a bunch of words to please the old man. Bai Shuqin said, how are the preparations for the thesis defense? When are you going to intern at the company? Let your sister arrange a grassroots position for you. Su Qingxue, who was at the side, frowned, looking unhappy. Su Weiming pleaded, Grandma, I'm still the young master of the Su family, there's no need for me to go to the grassroots for an internship, right? Why don't you give me a few $100 million and I'll open an investment company? Nonsense, you don't have any work experience at all, how are you going to open a company? Bai Shuqin glared at him. It doesn't matter, big sister has already become the CEO, didn't she do well? There are also many uncles in the company who can guide me. I'll learn very quickly, Su Weiming said. But Bai Shuqin still didn't agree, there's no room for discussion. You can either go outside and find a job, or you can start at the bottom of the brocade. Your sister proved herself in university. She earned her first pot of gold by investing in stocks and then started a company. In the end, she sold the company and earned $200 million. That's why your grandfather and I were able to convince everyone to let her be the CEO. But you're different. You're so playful. If you don't temper yourself, how can I give you an important position? Su Weiming forced a smile and then asked in a low voice, Grandma, I will graduate next year. When will you give me the company's shares? Bai Shuqin stretched out her hand and knocked on Su Weiming's head, little rascal, you're already thinking about Grandma's shares. Even if it's passed on, it should be passed on to your father and sister. It's not your turn yet. Su Weiming panicked. Grandma. You can't be so biased. Sister will get married sooner or later, and I am your biological grandson. Big sister got 19%, and I didn't even get a single point. Your pocket money is in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Why do you need so much money? Bai Shuqin said unhappily. Su Weiming suppressed the anger in his eyes. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Then, he raised his head and said with a smile, all right then, I'll listen to Grandma. After saying that, Su Weiming walked in front of Yi Fan, patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, brother-in-law. Come out for a walk with me. Yi Fan was stunned. This brat was so familiar with him that he actually called him a brother-in-law. Qingxue vigilantly said, Su Weiming, what do you want to do? Dear sister, I'm going to have a chat with brother-in-law and get to know each other. Are you not willing? Between us men, there are always some men's topics. Su Weiming said with a laugh. Bai Shuqin, who was on the bed, said, Yi Fan, Weiming is calling you, so go out. Anyway, that Dr. Ronida hasn't come yet. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, all right, where are we going? Just come out with me, Su Weiming said as he took the lead and walked out. Qingxue had a worried expression on her face. After the two of them left the ward, she walked to the bedside and whispered, Grandma, did you see Su Weiming like that? He only has the shares of the embroidery group in his eyes. He doesn't care about your body at all. I know. Bai Shuqin's eyes were filled with sadness, but she still smiled and said, but no matter what, he is still your little brother, my grandson, isn't he? A complicated expression flashed across Qingxue's eyes. She turned her head away and didn't say anything. On the other side, in the back parking lot of the hospital, Yi Fan followed Su Weiming around twice and arrived at a small green path beside the parking lot. Brother-in-law, why did you bring me here? Yi Fan asked with a smile. F*CKU. Who's your brother-in-law? Su Weiming glared at Yi Fan with a sinister expression. Yi Fan smiled, didn't you call me brother-in-law? That was F** King shouted for those two stinky bitches to hear. Are you retarded? Do you really think that a poor bastard like you with no money or power can be my brother-in-law? Su Weiming put his hands in his pants pockets with an arrogant look on his face. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, this guy really deserved a beating, and his IQ wasn't that high either. He was born from the same father, so why was there such a big difference in the brains of these two siblings? You called me out just to say this? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Su Weiming proudly raised the corner of his mouth. Yi, let me tell you, that sister of mine is prepared for the Jing family's young master. She must get married. So, if you know what's good for you, get out of Hua Hai immediately and don't let this young master see you again. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. Your sister and I are truly in love, why should we listen to you? Su Weiming coldly snorted, just because I can cripple you. After saying that, Su Weiming took out his phone, dialed a number, and shouted to the person over there, come here. In less than half a minute, two tall and sturdy men walked over from the side of the parking lot. They were wearing white shirts and trousers, and they were wearing communication devices on their ears. Both of them are my bodyguards. They used to be in the special forces. They can knock down a guy like you in a matter of minutes. Are you afraid? Su Weiming smiled evilly. He relied on the two bodyguards to scare people in school. Yi Fan curiously said, aren't you afraid that I'll tell your sister and grandmother that you asked your bodyguards to beat me up? Sue me. I crippled you today, so what if you go and sue me? Could it be that they can still deal with me, an outsider like you? Su Weiming laughed heartily. Yi Fan revealed a look of understanding. It seems like you're not stupid, to be able to think of this. F***CKU. You're the stupid one. A toad wants to eat swan meat, and you still dare to destroy the marriage alliance between our Su family and the Jing family. This young master is the future master of the Su family. How can Su Qingxue, that wild woman son of AB**TCH, take advantage of her? Chapter 100. 0100 Yi Fan's face darkened. It doesn't matter if you say I'm fine, but it's too much for you to say that about your sister. Ha, you still want to learn how to protect a flower? Bah. This young master is going to say that she's a bastard. You've... Before he could finish his words, Su Weiming's vision suddenly blurred. Ouch! He saw Su Weiming's body fall to the ground, covering his mouth and cheeks as he screamed in pain. Li Fit was unknown when Fan Xian had already rushed forward and slapped this brat in the face. Although he didn't use much strength, it was enough for a pampered young master like Su Weiming to endure. A trash like you, compared to your sister, it would be good if I didn't kill you. Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Su Weiming pointed at Yi Fan with tears in his eyes. Beat him to death. Beat this bastard to death. The two bodyguards reacted and attacked Yi Fan from the left and right. However, without saying a word, Yi Fan kicked the two bodyguards' stomachs with his left and right feet. Bang bang. Two sounds. The two bodyguards were like cannonballs, flying backwards and falling into the boxwood, spitting out acid on the ground. The bodyguard looked at Yi Fan in fear. They didn't even see it clearly before they were kicked away. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Fan walked in front of Su Weiming, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up, looking at him coldly. When Su Weiming saw the man's bone-chilling, terrifying eyes that were like a black devil's, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Big brother. I was wrong. Don't hit me. Yi Fan lightly said, remember, there is no medicine for regret in life. If you make the wrong choice, it will be a lifelong mistake. But I'm very forgiving. This is the first time I'm warning you, but I never give a person a second chance. Su Weiming's mind was in a mess. He couldn't hear what the man was saying at all. He was already scared silly. Yi Fan casually threw him on the ground, then took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and slowly walked back to the hospital building. When he returned to the ward, there was already a large group of people standing in the corridor outside the door. Most of them were hospital leaders. Obviously, Florica had already arrived at the hospital and was ready to start seeing patients. Yifan finally entered the ward and saw Su Qingxue talking to Florica. Florica smiled and winked when she saw him. "How is it? Do you want to do a CT scan?" Yifan asked. Florica shook her head. "There's no need. The CT scan has been done, and the results of the blood test are out. I've seen everything. Migratory thrombophlebitis and arterial thrombosis have all appeared, really." Yifan frowned. Su Qingxue saw that the two of them were conversing in English, and they were talking about a bunch of rare medical terms. She felt that Yifan was unfathomable. Most people wouldn't be able to understand medical terms. Why was this man's foreign language proficiency so high? "Dr. Ronide, can you explain what's going on?" "I don't understand." Su Qingxue respectfully asked. "Just call me Florica. You're Yifan's woman, so there's no need to be polite with me," the female doctor said straightforwardly. She was about to explain, but in front of Bai Shuqin, it was inconvenient. Florica, on the other hand, said regretfully, "Although it's cruel, I think. Miss Su, you really don't need to spend any more time looking for a doctor. The most important thing is to accompany your family through their final days." Su Qingxue's pink face instantly turned pale. After a moment of absent-mindedness, her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow and pain. Even you can't do anything about it." Florica said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm a doctor, not a god. In fact, I often need to treat some difficult and complicated diseases, so only 30% of the patients I meet can be cured, and 70% of them can't be cured." Although she was mentally prepared, when she heard this news, Su Qingxue still turned her back in sadness, her shoulders trembling. Bai Shuqin looked at her granddaughter sobbing towards the wall. She waved her hand and gently smiled. "Child, come here to Grandma." Su Qingxue wiped her eyes, lowered her head, and walked to the bedside and sat down. Bai Shuqin gently caressed Su Qingxue's hair, and instead comforted her granddaughter. Florica sighed regretfully. Actually, even if she didn't come, she could still determine that Bai Shuqin was terminally ill through the information from the examination. Coming here was just to give Yifan some face, and also to let Su Qingxue completely give up. However, after all, she had seen many life and death separations, so she wouldn't be too conflicted. Very quickly, Florica smiled and bid farewell to Bai Shuqin. Then, she greeted Yifan and asked him to go out for a while. Yifan and Florica walked to a balcony of the hospital, lit a cigarette, and asked, "You're leaving?" "Yes, I'll leave in the afternoon. But before I leave, I received a piece of news that has something to do with you," Florica said. "What?" "Someone snuck into the teacher's laboratory and found an address in a notebook that the teacher left behind before he died. That should be your address. It's very likely that your whereabouts have been leaked," Florica said. Leaf hearing this, Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late for you to tell me. The monkey-eating eagle has already come to find me." Florica was stunned, so fast. "I only found out yesterday. This guy, Elephant Nose, is really giving me trouble. Go back and sort out all the information about his life. If you can burn it, then burn it so that he won't be at peace even after he dies," Yifan said. Florica hesitated for a moment and said, "Then Ankh's research materials. Do you want to destroy them all? You still kept the information on Ankh." Yifan frowned and said, "That will bring you a fatal disaster. But that's teacher's life's work." Florica was very reluctant. Ankh didn't succeed, and the elephant's nose is also dead. Just treat it as a beautiful dream. Yifan puffed out a smoke ring. Florica's eyes flickered as she asked in a low voice, "Did teacher really fail?" "There's a rumor in the underground world that teacher gave the final result to a friend. The only friend that teacher trusts is you." Yifan slowly turned his head and looked at the female doctor with a gloomy expression. "What, even you don't trust me?" Florica quivered and knew that she had crossed the line. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. "Sorry, my prince. I'm just curious." Curiosity, sometimes it's not a good thing. Yifan threw away the cigarette butt, stamped it out, and turned around to walk back to the building. "Let's go to the Magnesium Country and treat little Hui." "Yes." Florica's tone became much more respectful, and she watched Yifan until she couldn't see him anymore. When he returned to the ward, the door opened and Su Qingxue walked out with a normal expression. Other than the fact that her eyes were still red, the woman had already regained her usual ice-cold temperament. "Let's go to the company," Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian frowned. "You really don't need to accompany Grandma. I've accompanied you," Su Qingxue straightforwardly said and walked out. "Then I can accompany you a little longer. I'm not in a hurry anyways," Yifan said. Su Qingxue asked, "Don't you need to prepare?" Chapter 101. 0101 Aren't you going to represent the company in the match? It's starting this afternoon, Su Qingxue said. Yifan slapped his forehead. He almost forgot. He wanted to know why Jiang Chao didn't tell him, but when he took out his phone, he found that his phone was already out of battery. This smartphone was good at everything, but it wasn't as good as the old man's phone from before. Yifan awkwardly waved his phone. "They are probably in a hurry." Su Qingxue couldn't do anything about the man, so she rolled her eyes. "Let me tell you, this year is the Olympic Games, and the leaders of the city and province are coming. Perform well in the afternoon, don't make our brocade look bad." "No problem. I promise to complete the mission." "Oh right, if we get a place, how much will the company reward us?" "We haven't even started yet and you already want to get money. Go drive first." "What time is it?" Su Qingxue wanted to kick the man. She had never seen such a shameless person. He clearly didn't lack money, yet he kept thinking about fishing for some money, as if he had never seen money in his previous life. Yifan hurriedly nodded and happily ran to the parking lot. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the Hua Hai Stadium. This place was already surrounded by armed police because many leaders had come to watch today's match. Although it was said to be a sports competition in the entire Hua Hai, it was actually only open for this day. The basketball match was not a regular one. Instead, it was played every 20 minutes, and there were also ups and downs. There were a total of 16 teams participating in the competition. Basically, they would play from noon to dusk, so they would definitely end and be able to award the prizes. There was nothing he could do about it. First of all, the officials who came to participate had limited time and couldn't come every day. Secondly, the players weren't professional players. Many of them were office workers, spending a lot of physical strength and energy to play for many days in a row. No company could stand it. Therefore, this competition was still just a formality, with the effect of publicity. Of course, there were still a lot of benefits for a company that could win the championship. To be able to take a photo with the provincial and municipal leaders, raise their reputation, and appear in the major media was what every company wanted. Relatively speaking, the cash prize was insignificant. After Yifan, Jiang Chao, and the others met up, they first participated in an opening ceremony. It was nothing more than listening to some unfamiliar people speak on the stage, calling for the importance of sports, friendship first, competition second, and so on. After the speech, the players from the major companies went back to the locker room to change their jerseys and sneakers. When he was passing through a passageway, an old acquaintance of Yifan walked over. Yi Fan. Jing Junfeng swaggered over with a suit jacket draped over his shoulders. Behind him were 5 burly basketball players. When Jiang Chao and the others saw the Jing clan, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. The feud between Jin Xiao and the Jing clan wasn't just a day or two. Yi Fan blinked his eyes and asked, "Are you guys here to compete as well?" "Nonsense, with our Zheng's group's position in Huahai, how could it not be our turn?" Jing Junfeng narrowed his eyes. Seeing Yi Fan, Jiang Chao, and the others together, he suspiciously asked, "Could it be that you're still here to participate?" Yi Fan nodded. "Yeah, are you participating too?" "Humph, how can this young master's status be the same as yours? Do I need to do this kind of thing myself?" Jing Junfeng said disdainfully. Yi Fan shrugged. "That's right, I don't think you know how to fight either. Your footsteps are light and your body is weak." You dare say that I'm weak?" Jing Junfeng scolded. "Don't be so arrogant, kid. Our Zheng's group won first place last year, and we will still win first place this year. If you meet me later, I'll beat the shit out of you. Today, I will make you embarrass yourself in front of Su Qingxue." He hated Yi Fan to the bones, so he didn't hold back when he cursed at him. Yi Fan was too lazy to care about him, and walked towards the changing room by himself. Jiang Chao and the others followed closely behind and asked worriedly, "Brother Fan, do you really have enmity with young Master Zheng?" The few basketball players in their company are all bodyguards who practice martial arts. They are very ruthless when playing basketball. You have to be careful later. What's there to be afraid of? We're playing a ball, not a person. Yi Fan muttered, "Even if we really hit someone, we don't have to be afraid." Jiang Chao and the other 4 security guards had bitter faces. They were extremely afraid and could only hope that they wouldn't meet the sworn enemy of the Zheng's group. Half an hour later, the competition officially began in all 4 arenas. When Yi Fan went up to the basketball court, he discovered that there were many people from the embroidery group who were there to cheer. Furthermore, because there were many female employees in the embroidery group, it formed a beautiful scenery in the stands. Coincidentally, Feng Yuing also brought a few employees from the sales department over to watch the match and looked at Yi Fan lovingly. Yi Fan waved his hand towards the stands and greeted the woman. Feng Yuing also smiled and waved. She was filled with anticipation, as if she was watching her man enter the arena. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was sitting in the VIP stands covered by glass with the bosses and leaders of more than 10 other companies. Seeing Yi Fan greet Su Qingxue, especially the blissful look on Feng Yuying's face, a strange look flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes. "Xiao Shui, you don't mind if I sit next to you, right?" Jing Junfeng smiled coldly and walked in front of the woman. Su Qingxue was expressionless and didn't speak. She didn't want to bother with this man at all. Jing Junfeng was asking for trouble. In front of some people, he seemed rather awkward. He could only snort coldly and find another seat to sit down. From time to time, he would glare fiercely at the woman. Following the whistle, the competition in the 4 arenas officially began. The first person the embroidery group faced was a local foreign trade company. The other party sent a few young and strong lads. They were tall and strong and had just graduated from university, so their basketball skills were not bad. Originally, they thought that the group of security guards from the embroidery group would not be their match. After all, basketball was not a competition of strength, it was a competition of skills and teamwork. Who knew that when the security team of the embroidery group attacked, they didn't care about anything else and directly threw the ball to a guy outside the 3-point line. Then, this man used a very casual posture, like a catapult, to throw the basketball towards the basket. So, the basketball went into the net, and the embroidery team took the lead to score 3 points. On the stands of the embroidery group, the female employees cheered excitedly. Many of them recognized Yi Fan and shouted, "Go Assistant Yi!" Feng Yuying's eyes also lit up, and she happily cheered with the others. Damn it, what luck. The players from the other company couldn't help but mutter. Next, it was time to attack and defend. Yi Fan was like a stroll, he was basically walking back and forth, and his defense was not active. After Jiang Chao and the others grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to him, he found a position outside the three-point line and threw the ball out. After playing for 20 minutes, he shot a dozen or so three-pointers and made 7 of them. His shooting percentage was around 50%. After all, this was an amateur entertainment competition. Yi Fan's 3 points were already very accurate, and he directly made the opposing company dumbfounded. Final score: Embroidery defeated its opponent 43-25. Chapter 102. 0102 Ha. Brother Fan, you're so godly. This 3-point tactic is really useful. Jiang Chao and the others were elated. They were finally no longer at the bottom. Yi Fan walked to the side of the court, picked up the mineral water and drank a few mouthfuls. He was calculating in his heart that he still had to control his hit rate and win more or less. If he won too much, it would make people suspicious. Su Qingxue, who was in the VIP stands, heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard a few leaders beside her discussing how accurate Yi Fan's shooting was, she felt a tinge of joy in her heart. Xiao Shui, your players are doing pretty well, but you'd better pray that you don't meet our team, Jing Junfeng said with a profound smile. Su Qingxue glanced at him coldly. She couldn't help but be worried that Jing Junfeng was up to no good. On the other hand, Huahai City's mayor, Fu Yanqing, heard Jing Junfeng's words and chuckled. I heard that your company has been competing fiercely with CEO Su's embroidery group recently. I wonder if we'll be able to meet in the sports arena this time. This is also a battlefield. Both of your employees should be fighting for the company's honor, right? When Jing Junfeng heard this, he revealed a flattered look. So Mayor Fu is also concerned about our two companies. I've really let you see a joke. Su Qingxue also nodded at Fu Yanqing and smiled faintly. Hee, the Jing family and the embroidery group are both big taxpayers in Huahai. As the mayor, of course I pay close attention to them. I hope that both of your companies can develop well. Competition is unavoidable, but you must abide by the law. Mayor Fu said. Of course, I will remember the mayor's teachings. Jing Junfeng smiled flatteringly. Su Qingxue continued to smile and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Fu Yanqing and the other officials knew Su Qingxue's temper. They had seen a lot of things and were used to it. People were always more tolerant towards beauties. Not long after, the second round of the competition began. Yi Fan discussed with Jiang Chao and the others. Once he got the ball, he would pass it to him to shoot. He didn't have any other tactics and just threw it. Under Yi Fan's precise control, in the second round, he won against his opponent with a 3-point advantage. Unknowingly, after 3 rounds, the basketball match had already reached the semifinals. The opponent of the embroidery group was actually the Jing group. Jiang Chao and the other security guards were sweating profusely, but they were extremely excited, especially when they heard the female employees of the company cheering for them. They were all valiant and high-spirited, and they really had the confidence to win the championship. Brother Fan, as long as we pass this round, we'll definitely win the championship. The Zheng's group's team is the strongest, we'll have to rely on you. That's right, Brother Fan. Even if we have to risk our lives to get the rebound, just shoot. A few security guards looked at Yi Fan in worship. Now, Yi Fan was the hero in their hearts, bringing them away from the bitter life of being looked down upon. Yi Fan felt a little touched in his heart. These guys were actually very simple in their thoughts. They really treated him as a brother and trusted him. Although they usually didn't talk much in the company and only ate a few times, the friendship between men was sometimes established very quickly. Alright, just pass the ball to me. Yi Fan smiled and patted the shoulders of a few security guards. As the referee announced the start of the match, Yi Fan and the others went on stage. The few players from the Zheng's group were tall and burly, all of them were around 1.9 meters tall. They had the advantage from the jump ball and quickly scored a goal. When the embroidery group got the ball and passed it to Yi Fan, a burly man immediately came over and opened his arms to stop Yi Fan from shooting. However, Yi Fan jumped up high and jumped even higher than this burly man. Then, he easily shot the ball into the net. No matter how the players from the Zheng's group tried to stop him, Yi Fan's shot would go in. You get 2 points, I get 3 points. Unknowingly, the embroidery group was already leading by 5 points. Boss Su, the 3-point shooter from your company's basketball team is really accurate, Mayor Fu praised. The corner of Qingshua's mouth also curled up into a smile. She thought to herself that this guy didn't embarrass her at the critical moment, so she lightly said, "It's not bad." The enthusiasm of the embroidery group was especially high. Defeating the Zheng's group was more exciting than defeating any other team. Department Head Feng. Look, look. Yi Fan scored again. So handsome. I even want to chase after Yi Fan. I wonder if he would like me. Why are you being such a love-struck fool? Assistant Yi belongs to all of us. Xiao Lian, Xiao Ying and the rest of the female employees were already looking at Yi Fan with glowing eyes. Feng Yuing was initially overwhelmed with emotions and was very proud of Yi Fan, but when she heard these words, she felt a little uneasy. Yi Fan's performance was so eye-catching. In the future, many young girls in the company would take the initiative to approach him. Jing Junfeng, who was on the spectator stand, was anxious. Taking advantage of the 10 minutes after the match, he secretly sent a message on his phone. A faint light flashed in his eyes. When the second half started, the faces of the players from the Zheng's group didn't look good. While they were fighting for the rebound, a bald center suddenly elbowed Jiang Chao in the chest as he jumped up. Jiang Chao let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, the center forward's big foot stepped on his ankle. Ah! Jiang Chao's cry of pain alarmed many people. The referee immediately blew the whistle, indicating that they were fighting for a foul. Brother Chao. How are you? Referee. They are simply beating people up. When the security guards saw this, they couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to reason with them. However, the few players from the Zheng's group revealed innocent looks, indicating that they really didn't do it on purpose. On the VIP stand, Su Qingxue suddenly turned her head to look at Jing Junfeng and said with a cold gaze, "Jing Junfeng, you guys did this on purpose." The reason why the Zheng's group didn't attack Yi Fan was because they were afraid that Yi Fan knew Kung Fu, but with the other security guards, they could be unbridled. Yo, CEO Su, you finally paid attention to me. I'm wronged, this is just a normal accidental injury in sports, Jing Junfeng said, feeling wronged. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip. She was furious in her heart, but with so many people present, she couldn't go berserk. She simply stood up and hurriedly ran down with her assistant. Arriving at the side of the court, Su Qingxue quickly ran to Jiang Chao's side. Looking at the security guard who was lying on the ground with a pale face, she asked, "How is it? Is it serious?" When Jiang Chao saw that the CEO had personally come down to ask him, he hurriedly got up. "CEO Su, I can do it," but just as he was about to stand up, he fell to the ground in pain. "CEO Su, do your team still have substitutes? How about we replace them?" The referee came up and said. Substitute. Su Qingxue was at a loss. As far as she knew, there really didn't seem to be any substitutes. At this time, Yi Fan asked, "Referee, do we have to have 5 people to continue the match?" The referee nodded. "Of course, the rules can't be changed." Yifan thought for a moment, then said, "Then it's fine to sit on the field, right?" The referee and the crowd were stunned. "You mean, let him sit on the field and play?" Chapter 103. 0103". I'm just making up the numbers. At least finish the match. Yifan had a harmless smile on his face, but his eyes were already ice cold. The referee couldn't think of any other way, so he asked Su Qingxue. In the end, Su Qingxue thought about it and agreed. As a result, the match became a little strange. The 4 players from the embroidery group stood while Jiang Chao sat by the side of the court. It was as if there was another person watching the show. Yifan said to the remaining 3 security guards, "Pass the ball to me. Be careful, don't get tricked." The 3 security guards looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and nodded cautiously. The 5 players from the Jing group were also full of energy. After all, if they lost 5 against 4, wouldn't they lose face? But in the end, when Yifan took the ball for the first time in the second half, they collapsed. Yifan stood near the center of the circle and threw 3 points without saying a word. With a "so" sound, he directly entered. This time, the entire stadium was in an uproar. They thought that the embroidery team, which only had 4 players left, was finished, but Yifan ruthlessly slapped everyone in the face. "Oh my god. Assistant Yi is too handsome. If he was a dozen centimeters taller, wouldn't he be able to play in the NBA? How could it be that exaggerated? But it's still godly enough." A group of employees from the embroidery group all started to shout Yifan's name. The 5 players from the Jing group finally realized that it was impossible not to seal Yifan. They started to double team up, not allowing Yifan to take the ball. However, Yifan was always able to escape the defense like a ghost. After getting the ball, he would stand at any position on the 3-point line and make a move. Yifan didn't make himself especially fast, but he was just fast enough to avoid the opponent's defense. There were a few times when the opposing players were forced into a corner and wanted to make a move, but they couldn't even touch Yifan. Unknowingly, the difference in score had already reached 51-23. Yifan alone had taken nearly 40 points, so there was no suspense in the outcome. With the last ball, Yifan rushed to the opposite basket. With a jump, he slammed down with a tomahawk, shocking the entire stadium. F***ck. He can actually slam dunk. Oh my god, I thought he only knew how to shoot 3 points. They're basically toying with the Zhang's corporation. If they lose 5 against 4, how are they going to face others in the future? The faces of the 5 players from the Zhang's corporation were ashen. They were all stunned. Even the employees of the Zhang's corporation in the stands were silent. Jiang Chao, the other security guards, and many employees of the embroidery group, who were sitting on the ground, were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Hearing the cheers and shouts in the arena, everyone from the embroidery group was filled with pride. Feng Yuing hugged Xiao Lian and a few other subordinates, as if they were the ones competing. Su Qingxue blankly stared at the man standing proudly on the stage. Her heartbeat quickened and her breathing became a little chaotic. Even Qinya, who was standing behind the woman, was completely impressed by Yifan. In the VIP stands, several leaders also stood up and began to applaud. They were also very happy. With such a sensational scene, it was just the right time to promote it and prove that they had contributed to the spread of sports culture. These were all political achievements of the Olympic year, so they were naturally very satisfied with the performance of the embroidery group. Jing Junfeng was so angry that his face turned pale. He lowered his head and slipped out of the stands, hurriedly getting into a car and leaving the stadium. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer, because he knew that this time, he had been completely humiliated by Yifan. In the final round of the Hua High Industrial and Commercial Basketball League, there was no competition. The opposing team forfeited, so the embroidery basketball team naturally won the championship. Obviously, after seeing Yi Fan's standard, no team wanted to be abused. At the award ceremony, Jiang Chao and the others held the trophy in their hands, feeling extremely excited and elated. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was holding a large check, his heart filled with emotion. Why didn't he think of participating in the competition to earn money before? This seemed to be a pretty good way to earn money. With this money, he could add a lot of winter electrical appliances to the orphanage, such as a new batch of air conditioners and so on. In the evening, in order to reward the team and also to celebrate, Su Qingxue held a celebration party at the embroidery group's embroidery hotel. The morale of the embroidery group was at an all-time high, and the entire company was in high spirits. Of course, the name Yi Fan had finally been remembered by the entire company. Some were happy, some were sad. The people of the embroidery group were happy, but the Jing group was shrouded in dark clouds. In the hall on the first floor of the Jing family's mansion, Jing Hongji and Jing Junfeng were sitting on the sofa. On the tea table in front of them were several bottles of whiskey. The two of them had drunk quite a bit, and their faces were flushed red. The atmosphere was heavy. The analyst said, "When the news comes out tomorrow morning, the embroidery group's stock price will rise by another 3%, and our stock price. It will fall by at least 2%. Sheng Hongji sighed. Down again. Jing Junfeng said irritably, it wasn't easy for it to rise a little the day before yesterday. CK him. Jing Junfeng suddenly threw his wine cup, grabbed his hair, and scolded, it's all that damned Yi Fan's fault. He's the one who ruined our plans. Junfeng, don't worry. I heard. Ma Jinkuan has already convinced an expert from the Golden Eagle sect to come to Huahai soon to help him regain his face. Yi Fan won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. Even if the people from the Golden Eagle sect can injure Yi Fan, it won't change anything. They were just ancient martial arts sects who wanted to save face. Can they really kill people? Sheng Hongji was silent. He was also considering this problem. Jing Junfeng fiercely said, Dad, didn't you say last time that if you couldn't get Su Qingxue, you would destroy her? I think it's time. We should spend a lot of money and hire a few killers to kill Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. Although killing can solve a lot of problems, this is our last resort. Don't forget, we still have other helpers in the Su family, Jing Hongji said. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a woman's voice coming from the door. Kill, if we don't kill now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Jing Hongji and Jing Junfeng both turned their heads to look. The father and son were quite astonished. Hui Zhen, why did you suddenly come here? Sheng Hongji asked. Mother, what happened? Jing Junfeng was also puzzled. This beautiful woman dressed in a famous brand was Tong Weizhen. Outsiders would never have thought that she was Jing Junfeng's godmother, and their relationship in private was not simple. The woman threw her bag on the sofa, snatched the wine glass from Jing Hongji's hand, poured herself a glass of whiskey, and drank it in one gulp. If I don't come over and explain things to you, it might be too late. Tong Weizhen said with a gloomy face. What happened? Sheng Hongji asked. Chapter 104. 0104-inch watt. Sheng Hongji quivered and woke up from his drunken stupor. Is Bai Shuqin crazy? Is she really going to skip Su Chongping and give the shares to her granddaughter? What's even more infuriating is that Gge, our son Wei Ming. That old woman didn't even give him any shares and even asked him to go to the grassroots for an internship. Tong Weizhen gritted her teeth in anger. I've been married to the Su family for more than 20 years and she's always looking down on me. Jing Junfeng, who was at the side, was a little confused and muttered, Dad. Godmother, what are you talking about? Your son. Wei Ming. Sheng Hongji looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Tong Weizhen asked doubtfully, Gge, what time is it? Haven't you told Fenger yet? Sigh. Xing Hongji didn't hide it anymore and sighed, "Son, actually Su Weiming was born from me and your godmother. He's your half-brother." Xing Junfeng stood up abruptly and shouted in shock, "What? You guys? Are you guys crazy? You child. Sit down. What's there to be surprised about? If it wasn't for that, why would your godmother go through so much effort to gather information for our Jing family? She even tried so hard to bring you and Su Qingxue together and cooperate with us to seize the Su family's property. Why do you think that is?" Jing Junfeng was dumbstruck, he still couldn't believe it. Tong Weizhen smiled and patted Jing Junfeng's shoulder lightly, "Child, we are a family." Xing Hongji sighed, it was already done. Su Changping was just an idiot, he didn't even know if his son was his or not. It's a pity that old man Su Yue actually brought Su Qingxue back to the Su family from the orphanage and raised such a little monster. That's why we haven't been able to get hold of the embroidery group. Su Yue is an old fox and Bai Shuqin is not easy to deal with. I don't know if that old woman suspected our Wei Ming's identity, she actually refused to give us any shares. She had to let Wei Ming finish his internship and confirm that he has the ability before considering giving him shares. Is Bai Shuqin going to give 32% of the embroidery group's shares to Su Qingxue? Yeah, I've already heard the news from the legal department. As long as Su Qingxue marries Yi Fan, I'll give her all the shares. Tong Weizhen said. Xing Hongji snorted coldly. You want to give me shares after marriage? This is clearly a bluff. How can there be such a ridiculous reason? I think so too. That old woman just wants to see Su Qingxue get married before she dies. Sooner or later, the shares will be given to her. Tong Weizhen said vexedly. Su Changping has no objections. Xing Hongji asked in disbelief. That useless idiot, how would he dare to object? He's afraid that his mother will take away his shares. He's changed so many positions in the company, but he hasn't succeeded in any of them. He's already made up his mind to eat and wait for death. Tong Weizhen said disdainfully, I was really blind back then to actually marry him. Xing Hongji comfortingly patted the woman's back, Huizhen, it was my fault back then. I couldn't convince my parents, so you suffered. Hearing this, Jing Junfeng refused. He stood up and said, Dad. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you were forced to marry my mother? This. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that Dad was confused when he was young. It's all Dad's fault. Xing Hongji was also a little flustered. Xing Junfeng said with an ugly expression, I don't want to care about the messy things that happened back then. Today, I was humiliated by that B*TCH Su Qingxue and that B** Yi Fan again. I want them all to die right now. Tong Weizhen's cold eyes flickered, Child, there's not much time left. When Bai Shuqin hands over the shares to Su Qingxue, it might be too late. We have to make the first move. I don't need you to teach me. I'll go find the people from the White Shark Gang and ask them to hire an assassin. This time, no matter how much money I spend, I'll take the lives of that dog couple. Jing Junfeng snorted heavily and left. After Jing Junfeng left, Tong Weizhen leaned on Jing Hongji's chest worriedly, GGE, Fenger won't hate me right? Sigh. You are his godmother. Once that brat figures it out, he will naturally pass by. Isn't everything we did for our son? Xing Hongji consoled. That's right, for Fenger, for Wei Ming, we've worked hard in secret for so many years. We can't let that stinky girl Su Qingxue take away the brocade. Tong Weizhen muttered with a cold expression. Xing Hongji spat out the smell of alcohol and hugged the woman's waist. Don't go back tonight, accompany me. Tong Weizhen's face was flushed red. Su Nyang, who was half old, was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Hateful. Every time I see you, you think about this. After so many years, aren't you tired of playing? Ha ha. Could it be that you're tired of it? My body is much stronger than that Su Changping's, right? Don't mention that useless guy. Come, let's go upstairs. The next day, the news of the embroidery group's team winning the championship was published in many newspapers. After the publicity, the embroidery group's image became more and more prosperous, and the stock market also rose significantly. While eating breakfast, Su Qingxue saw the news report and was in a good mood. When she was about to finish eating, an international express delivery box arrived at her doorstep. It was still looking for Yifan. Yifan signed for the package. It was sent by Luan Dun. Alec finally made a pile of new clothes for him to wear. This old AI is really working hard. He seems to have made quite a few pieces. Yifan threw the package at the staircase and was not in a hurry to take it upstairs. Su Qingxue looked at the tightly wrapped box with a little curiosity in her eyes. After Yifan noticed, he smiled and asked, "Qingxue, do you want to see my new underwear?" "I don't want to see it. Hurry up and pack up, we're going to work." Su Qingxue finished the juice in her cup in one gulp. Yifan asked curiously, "We won the championship in the competition, how much are you going to give me?" "I'll give it to you sooner or later, what's the rush? Can't you talk about something that has nothing to do with money?" Su Qingxue said snappily. Yifan thought for a moment, then asked, "Then when are we getting married?" Su Qingxue's face turned red and she angrily shouted, "I'm not getting married. Who wants to marry you?" Of course he was joking, because ever since Bai Shuqin wanted the two of them to get married, Su Qingxue's nerves were especially sensitive. As long as the matter of marriage was mentioned, Su Qingxue would feel as if her little tail had been stepped on. "Why are you so excited? I'm just asking," Yifan said embarrassedly. "If you ask again, I'll deduct all your salary. I won't give you a single cent of the bonus." Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to slap the table. This guy was too despicable. Aunt Jiang, who was in the kitchen, stuck her head out and looked at the two of them. She shook her head and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, Bai Shuqin was still in the hospital. Otherwise, if she heard the two of them quarreling, it would definitely be another storm. Chapter 105. 0105 Qingxue glared at Yifan and picked up the phone. "Qinya, what's the matter?" "Director Su, this is bad." Qinya, who was on the other end of the phone, seemed to be very anxious, that Ma Jinkuan who came to cause trouble last time brought a group of people to our first floor hall. "What?" Su Qingxue frowned. "Where are they now?" "Captain Su has already brought people to stop them, but they might not be able to stop them." "Should we call the police?" Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Once she called the police, it would mean that she and the White Sharks gang would completely fall out. She didn't care, but she was afraid that her employees would be implicated. "Hold them off for now and treat them with courtesy. Don't let things get out of hand. We'll head over immediately." "Yes, I understand." After Qingxue hung up the phone, she was about to look for Yifan when she heard the sound of a car outside the door. Yifan had already run down and started the car, waiting for her to set off. Su Qingxue didn't expect the man's reaction to be so fast, so she quickly ran out and got into the car. "Today we're going to..." Without waiting for Su Qingxue to speak, the SUV let out a boom roar. The engine was at full strength, and the wheels brought up a trail of white smoke as it directly shot out. "Ah!" Su Qingxue leaned forward and exclaimed, almost hitting the back of the chair on the wall, "What are you doing? Sit tight, today might be a little bumpy." Yifan turned around and grinned. Su Qingxue's face paled. She wanted Yifan to drive faster, but she didn't want him to speed around the city. However, when she thought of the urgent situation in the company, she simply gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and let the man go. The journey, which should have taken more than half an hour, took less than 15 minutes. When she got off the car, Su Qingshua's expression didn't look too good. The breakfast in her stomach also felt like it was being overturned. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" Yi Fan asked with concern. Other than not running the red light, he was basically going as fast as he could. In any case, when he was speeding, Su Qingxue could settle it. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man, thinking, was this guy a racer before? Taking a deep breath, he took out his phone and called his assistant, "Chinya, I'm here. How's the situation now?" "President Su, you're here." Chinya seemed to be very surprised that it was so fast. She hurriedly said, "Please come to the training room quickly. Captain Su is quarreling with the person the other party found. He wants to compete with that person, I can't persuade him, Ling Shan." Hearing that, Su Qingxue quickly walked into the elevator and went upstairs with Yi Fan. When they arrived at the training room, they only saw Ma Jinquan's group of 7 or 8 people confronting the female security team led by Su Lingshan. Jiang Chao and a few other male security guards stood behind them, all of them looking nervous. "Director Su." Chinya quickly ran over. Su Qingxue said, "Tell all those people at the door to go back to work." Only then did Chinya realize that there were quite a few employees watching the commotion outside the door. She quickly went over and told them to leave. This kind of thing couldn't be made known to everyone. It was better to deal with it in secret, lest it spread out that the embroidery group was related to the gangs. At that time, it would affect the company's image. "Ling Shan, come down." Su Qingxue walked over and told the female security guard not to act rashly. Last time, she wasn't able to stop Ma Jinquan, and in the end, she had to rely on Yi Fan to solve the problem. She wanted to be strong, and as the security captain, her pride naturally couldn't take it. These past few days, she had been strengthening her training and studying how to deal with the eagle claw technique. She was planning to vent her anger from last time. "Director Su, they've come to cause trouble time and time again. If we don't beat them up until they're convinced, they won't leave." Su Lingshan said. "Do you really think a little girl like you can be a match for our young sect leader? You can't even beat me, so you're not worthy to fight against the young sect leader." Ma Jinquan, whose hands were still wrapped in bandages, proudly introduced a middle-aged man beside him. The man was 1.8 meters tall, wearing a traditional white shirt and white pants. His hair was glossy and combed behind his head, and he held a folding fan in his hand, gently fanning himself. "I am the direct descendant of the Golden Eagle sect, Jin Jia. This martial Uncle Ma was defeated and humiliated here, and it also concerns the face of our Golden Eagle sect. I have come under my father's orders to experience it." Jin Jia raised his chin with a relaxed expression. I was careless last time. I didn't expect you to know ancient martial arts. This time, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose." Su Lingshan took a step forward and pretended to make a move. Jin Jia teased, "I have no interest in hitting women. Could it be that all the men in your embroidery group are so spineless? This is not a matter of integrity, but a matter of breaking the law. Our embroidery group is a large company that is protected by the law. Whether it's your Golden Eagle sect or the White Shark gang, do you really think that we have no choice but to come here and beat people up in broad daylight?" Su Qingxue said coldly. Ma Jin pointed at Yi Fan, who was below the stage, and said, "There's no need to use the law to suppress us. We're here to look for that brat, it has nothing to do with your embroidery group. You've already found this place, what's the difference between this and our company?" Su Lingshan asked. "All right then, let's go out and find a place to have a good fight. This has nothing to do with the embroidery group, right?" Ma Jinquan smiled evilly. Qingxue also frowned and looked at Yi Fan, who was beside her. "What do you think?" She was an outsider to ancient martial arts, so she was afraid that Yi Fan wouldn't be a match for Jin Jie. Yi Fan was worried that the security guards in the company would be beaten up, but seeing that they hadn't started fighting yet, he relaxed and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I didn't exercise this morning, so I'll go play with them." After saying that, Yi Fan planned to walk onto the stage. "Halt! What do you mean? Do you think I will lose to that guy?" Su Lingshan was very dissatisfied when she saw that the man didn't even ask her what she meant. Yi Fan truly believed that a woman couldn't beat Jin Jie, but he could only politely say, "Captain Su, since they're looking for me, there's no need for you to do anything. I'm the security captain, responsible for protecting the safety of the employees of the embroidery group. If I encounter someone who provokes me, and I need you, my assistant, to take action, wouldn't I become a piece of trash?" Su Lingshan stubbornly looked at Su Qingxue. "CEO Su, please believe me, I won't lose this time." Su Qingxue and Yi Fan were both stunned. They didn't expect that Su Lingshan would be so serious about this matter. It seemed like the last time she lost, it was really hard for Su Lingshan to accept. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then said, "Yi Fan, come down and leave it to Lingshan to handle." "Thank you for your trust, Director Su." Chapter 106. 0106 Humph, do you really think that this young master is here to play with you? Jin Jie felt that he had been underestimated, and his expression darkened. Su Lingshan assumed a fighting stance in the army. "Cut the crap. We'll talk about it after you pass this old lady." Jin Jie handed the fan to a follower beside him, then took a step forward and assumed a starting stance. The thumb was bent outwards, and the other 4 fingers were held together. The joints of the second and third fingers were tightly bent, and each finger was bent towards the back of the hand. The back of the hand was opened, and the 2 hands were like lifelike eagle claws. After observing some of the flaws in the opponent's body, Su Lingshan moved first and threw a punch towards Jin Jie's chest. One of Jin Jie's eagle claws instantly clasped down, and just as he was about to grab Su Lingshan's fist, he saw the woman lean forward and immediately do a front flip. Su Lingshan was actually feigning a punch, and her real follow-up was a somersault. Bam! Jin Jie was shocked. He barely managed to block the kick with his left hand, and his body slightly squatted down. Seeing this, Su Lingshan's body landed on the ground, and she once again performed a low-altitude roundhouse kick. Jin Jie hurriedly retreated, but he was still kicked and staggered a few steps back. This gave Ma Jinquan and the others behind a fright. Why was the process of the battle different from what they had imagined? Jin Jie also dusted off the dust on his chest, his expression turning serious. "What, is that strange? Do you really think that just because you know ancient martial arts, you'll definitely win?" Su Lingshan coldly snorted. Jin Jie laughed evilly. "Interesting. This young master has underestimated you. Watch this." After saying that, Jin Jie quickly advanced, and with a move of an eagle fighting a rabbit, his claws shot out as fast as lightning, aiming straight for Su Lingshan's wrist. However, Su Lingshan didn't plan to use her hands to catch it. She leaned back and placed her hands on the ground. Her 2 long legs rose up and went straight for Jin Jie's lower jaw. Jin Jie quickly dodged. If he were to eat a kick, his jaw would be dislocated. After Su Lingshan neutralized her opponent's move, she followed up with another flying kick, forcing Jin Jie to use her arms to block in front of her to defend. Her 2 long legs were full of explosive power, and her leg technique also made up for her lack of hand techniques. For a moment, before Jin Jie could even use his strength, he was already being pressured to the point of retreating step by step. He could only passively defend. Yi Fan, who was below the stage, squinted his eyes. This Su Lingshan was really out of his expectations. Although the eagle claw was a basic form of Xing Yi Quan, it was a very flexible and versatile martial art. The claw technique was rich and fast, and after mastering it, it could be compared to the dragon claw hand. After all, Jin's claw technique was already stronger than Ma Jinkuan's, and he was also in his prime, so he was at least 2 levels stronger than Ma Jinkuan. However, through Su Lingshan's own thoughts and research, she used the strength of her legs to replace her hands and attack the weak points of the eagle claw technique's defense. She actually managed to suppress Jin Jie. From this, it could be seen that after her defeat that day, Su Lingshan had worked hard to study the eagle claw, and she had practiced it countless times in her heart. She was originally an elite of the special forces, and in fact, in terms of combat experience, she was even richer than Jin Jie. In addition, her physical fitness was also good, and her strength was not much weaker than Jin Jie's. The female security guards of the brocade were also cheering happily, feeling that victory was right in front of them. However, Yi Fan knew that Jin Jie wasn't that simple. Otherwise, Ma Jinkuan wouldn't have begged for so many days before inviting him over. Sure enough, Jin Jie seemed to be unable to endure this kind of situation and no longer hid his strength. He suddenly let out an angry roar, and a wave of heat burst out from his body. His muscles swelled up, becoming as hard as iron. The movements of his forelimbs suddenly sped up, and his strength also became stronger. Even from a few meters away, one could feel the sudden change in his aura. Originally, Su Lingshan thought that she could kick Jin Jie's chest, but she was suddenly caught by Jin Jie's eagle claw. Internal strength. Su Lingshan's pretty face turned pale. She didn't expect that this young sect leader of the Golden Eagle sect would actually be able to cultivate inner force. Martial artists were also divided into levels. Those who could sense qi and cultivate true qi through inner force techniques could be considered experts of the ancient martial world. In the ancient martial realm, they could be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the post-celestial being. This kind of martial artist, through the circulation of true qi through the meridians, could strengthen the body, and could already effectively increase the body's strength, speed, reaction, and so on. Facing ordinary ancient martial artists, it was possible for them to fight against several people, or even more than 10 people. Of course, just as Yi Fan had said when he was teaching Ning Zimo how to cultivate the one life water of heaven, the key was that most martial artists had a poorer sense of qi. They couldn't even understand what true qi was, so no matter how good their cultivation techniques were, they wouldn't be able to cultivate inner force. As the next sect leader of the Golden Eagle sect, if he couldn't even cultivate true qi, then he probably wouldn't be able to become the sect leader. Damned woman, since you like to kick so much, this young master will break your tendons. Jin Jie was flustered and exasperated. He felt that as a dignified expert, he had actually been kicked so many times by a female security guard who didn't even know ancient martial arts. At this moment, he was burning with rage. He didn't care about the severity of his attack and wanted to cripple one of Su Lingshan's legs with one claw. Su Lingshan pulled back with all her might. Her shoes fell out and her pants were torn. She barely managed to dodge the attack. However, Jin Jie unceremoniously shot forward and grabbed Su Lingshan's shoulder, wanting to cripple her arm again. This speed had already doubled from before, so Su Lingshan couldn't dodge it at all. She could only avoid her vitals and use her back to block. Ah! Su Lingshan let out a blood-curdling screech. A large piece of cloth was ripped off her clothes, and 3 red claw marks were left on her back. Lingshan! Su Qingxue hurriedly shouted to stop. You guys quickly stop. Stop fighting. Yi Fan also knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Even if it would make Su Lingshan lose face, he still jumped onto the stage and said with a frown, "The person you are looking for is me, wait." Suddenly, Su Lingshan endured the pain in her back and walked in front of Yi Fan, saying, "I haven't fallen yet." Looking at the stubborn and murderous woman, who was already drenched in sweat, Yi Fan felt some admiration in his heart. "Captain Su, I think your body is more important." Yi Fan knew that a woman couldn't win against Jin Jie just by relying on willpower. "You look down on me." That's not what I meant. Su Qingxue also advised, Lingshan, I order you to stop quickly and go to the infirmary. Su Lingshan didn't listen at all. She turned her head and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Jean just sneered and said, if we continue fighting, I will strip off all your clothes. Are you sure you want to continue? Su Lingshan didn't say anything, but suddenly clenched her fists. Her delicate body began to tremble, and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead continued to drip down. Chapter 107. 0107. This was clearly a type of radiation released by Jinqi, and it was much stronger than Jin's Jinqi. Just when Yifan thought that he had made a mistake and that Su Lingshan was hiding her strength, an astonishing scene appeared. Pfft. Su Lingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, her body went limp, and she fainted on the ground. Lingshan. Captain. Everyone present cried out in alarm, worried and fearful. Yifan, on the other hand, realized something and quickly squatted down, grabbing Su Lingshan's hand to take her pulse, as expected. This woman was really reckless, Yifan muttered in his heart. Ha ha ha. What is this? You made yourself vomit blood. Jean mocked, if you want to admit defeat, just be more direct. Why bother, haha. Director Su, I'll send Captain Su to the hospital. Yifan knew that Su Lingshan had to receive treatment as soon as possible, otherwise there might be repercussions. Qingxue was just about to call an ambulance, but thinking that Yifan would drive faster, she hurriedly nodded, drive my car there. Report the situation to me at any time. Yifan replied, picked up Su Lingshan, and was about to walk down the stage. Jin's eyes widened as he shouted, stinking brat. Who allowed you to leave? Are you looking down on my Golden Eagle sect? Ma Jinkuan also brought a few followers of the White Shark gang to block the door, not letting Yifan leave. Yifan, it wasn't easy for me to invite the young sect leader, how can you just leave like that? Ma Jinkuan chuckled strangely. Put that woman down, come and have fun with this young master. Jinja walked closer. Yifan's face darkened, he turned around and looked at Jinja, are you courting death? If you don't let go, the one who's courting death is you. Jinja's tone was unfriendly. I don't need to use my hands to deal with you. The anger in Yifan's heart also rose. You sure have a big mouth. This young master will let you have a taste of my Jinqi combined with the divine might of the eagle claw technique. Jinja realized that he was being underestimated, so he became even more ruthless. With a loud roar, he gathered all the Jinqi in his body and pounced towards Yifan. A swift and accurate eagle spread its wings in the eagle claw technique, drawing a swift and fierce trajectory as it grabbed towards Yifan's back. Be careful. Su Qingxue didn't even dare to look. She only felt that her vision blurred, and Jinja was about to hit Yifan. However, Yifan was carrying Su Lingshan with both hands. What should he do? With a rip sound, the eagle's claws landed on Yifan's back, grabbing a piece of shirt fabric. However, it was only a piece of cloth. Just when everyone thought that Yifan was about to be injured, they discovered that Yifan stood unmoving on the spot, looking at Jinja with a very cold and indifferent gaze. It was as if a ferocious tiger was staring at a skinny hyena, looking down on it with disdain. Jinja's mouth was half open, and he had a dumbfounded look on his face. This couldn't be blamed on him, because he had clearly hit Yifan, and had even used enough Jinqi. However, it just so happened that his claw, which could even shatter a cement board, was unable to leave any marks on Yifan's back. It was as if he hadn't hit a person at all, but had grabbed a piece of diamond. How could this be? At this moment, the sail turned around and suddenly raised its leg. A whip kick brought with it a strong piercing sound as it struck Jinja's thigh bone. Bam! Everyone heard an explosion-like sound. Before Jinja could even react, one of his right thigh bones had already been broken by the kick. Ah! My leg, Jinja's right leg seemed to have been blown apart by a bomb, bending limply. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint, and his screams made one's hair stand on end. Whether it was Qingxue or the group of female security guards, they all stared blankly at all of this, unable to react. Jinja, who looked so powerful just now, had forced Su Lingshan into a desperate situation and caused her to vomit blood, was actually taken care of by Yi Fan with a single kick. Yi Fan, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't do anything. He didn't even look at him as he turned around and continued to walk out of the door. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a company and it wasn't suitable for him to be heavy-handed, he would have crippled all of them no matter what. Ma Jinkuan and a few of his followers were trembling in fear. Seeing the man walking over with a gloomy expression, they hurriedly made way for him. Even Jinja was crippled with a single kick. How could they dare to provoke Yi Fan? Ma Jinkuan was incomparably regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to take revenge today. After being busy for so many days, he had even lost the face of the entire Golden Eagle sect. Qingxue watched as the man carried Su Lingshan away, and her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. This man had refreshed her understanding of him time and time again. Just who was he? Yi Fan went to the underground garage, drove the car, and drove Su Lingshan all the way to the nearest Haihua hospital. Because Su Lingshan was a middle-level member of the embroidery group, she enjoyed preferential treatment in this hospital, so she was quickly arranged for an examination. After the CT scan, he found that the woman's body wasn't damaged, she was just a bit fatigued. Fan Xian had already guessed that this would be the result. After placing Su Lingshan in the ward, he reported the situation to Su Qingxue. Is Lingshan really fine? Then why did she vomit blood? Su Qingxue was puzzled when she heard that there was no problem with the examination. Yi Fan could only give a simple explanation. Actually, Captain Su suffered some internal injuries, but with modern medical technology, she couldn't produce such a situation. I only know that her internal organs are rather tired. Actually, it was her internal organs that bled for a short period of time, entered her stomach, and then spat it out. So there really is inner force in this world. Su Qingxue muttered, still feeling that it was inconceivable. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. The strange thing was that this internal injury was caused by Su Lingshan herself, and not by a beating. However, Yi Fan wouldn't say too much. After all, Su Qingxue didn't need to know. Oh right, Qingxue, how is the company? Did Ma Jinkuan and the others leave? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue said, you kicked that Jinzhuo until his leg was broken, of course they left. Also, the leader of the White Shark Gang, Zhu Shoujing, just called us and apologized. Ma Jinkuan's matter has nothing to do with them. It seems like they are afraid. Yi Fan was suspicious. The leader of the White Shark Gang apologized to you. What, you don't seem to believe it. Do you really think I'm afraid of the White Shark Gang? They are just a gang, we are a large enterprise that pays taxes, why aren't you afraid of us? Su Qingxue said arrogantly. Fan Xian still felt strange in his heart. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a reason for it. Let's not talk about this anymore. The matter with the White Shark Gang is over. They probably won't dare to cause trouble for our embroidery group in the future. Don't come to work today. Stay in the hospital with Lingshan. You definitely know a little more than others about these internal injuries. Su Qingxue was quite thoughtful, and she was also very concerned about the health of this beloved general. Chapter 108 0108 White Shark Gang, Sect Leader Zhu Shoujing's villa, in an antique, well-decorated study. After Zhu Shoujing hung up the phone, a cruel smile appeared on her face. Young Master Zheng, Su Qingxue must have thought that we have let her go, she should have let down her guard. Sitting on the opposite side of the desk, smoking a cigar, was Xing Junfeng. That bitch Su Qingxue, it would have been better if she had followed me earlier. She insisted that I hire an assassin to kill her. She really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Jing Junfeng puffed out his smoke with an evil smile on his face. Recently, the popularity of the embroidery group has been increasing and has received the attention of some leaders. This is actually not a good time to kill Su Qingxue. If we are not careful, we might capsize ourselves. Zhu Shoujing said seriously. Jing Junfeng squinted his eyes. If we don't kill him now, it will be too late in the future. Chief Zhu, don't forget, if our stock continues to fall like this, our own capital chain will have problems, and we won't have the money to sponsor you. If you want to continue to stand in Huahai, you can't fight against the Iron Lock Gang in the Purple Bamboo Forest without money. This time, you can only succeed, you are not allowed to fail. Don't worry, the people we invited this time are all experts. We will definitely complete the mission cleanly. Zhu Shoujing said confidently. Being ordered by a hedonistic young master like this, Zhu Shoujing's heart was filled with anger, but she could only smile along. For an old gang like them, life was actually getting harder and harder. Most of the people inside were old. They were uncultured and had no foresight. They failed in all sorts of businesses and investments, and they were always fighting amongst themselves. But in today's society, no matter how big a gang was, it was still no match for the country. How could they casually cause trouble and rob? Therefore, since they were unable to earn money to support the gang, they could only rely on a merchant family like the Jing family. Most large consortiums and families would look down on a bunch of uncultured people like them, worried that they would ruin their reputations. Only the father and son of the Jing family were ruthless people, and their backgrounds were not clean, so they were willing to help them do some shady business. That Yi Fan, I really underestimated him before. Ma Jinkuan and the young master of the Golden Eagle sect are actually not his match. No matter what, the assassins you hired should be stronger than them, right? Jing Junfeng was still worried. Zhu Shoujing smiled cruelly. Young Master Jing, you worry too much. An assassin killed people, not a martial artist. Why would they care about martial arts? There are many ways to kill someone. Jing Junfeng's eyes lit up as he understood something. He sucked on his cigar and grinned. In the ward of Haihua Hospital, it was already noon. Su Lingshan drowsily opened her eyes. There was still a trace of blood in her mouth and nose. She saw the white ceiling and smelled the disinfectant. She roughly guessed where she was. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Oh, not bad, not bad. Suddenly, the sound of a man drinking came from the side. He was even smacking his lips and muttering about how delicious it was. Su Lingshan gently turned her head and looked over, only to realize that it was Yi Fan eating lunch. The food given by the hospital was radish pork rib soup, a plate of vegetables and a bowl of soybean braised meat. Yi Fan had basically eaten most of it and was currently drinking the remaining rib soup. This was the first time Su Lingshan had seen someone eat so happily in the hospital. This guy was the only one. Captain Su, you're awake. Yi Fan saw Su Lingshan looking at him. Why are you here? Su Lingshan asked. Director Su told me to accompany you. My mission today is to take care of you, Yi Fan said. Director Su. Oh right, how is the company? Su Lingshan asked worriedly. Yi Fan waved his hand. It's fine now, those people have all left. Su Lingshan heaved a sigh of relief and faintly said, Did you defeat that Jinja guy? Ha ha. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and tacitly agreed. Su Lingshan glared at him and said, What are you laughing at? Yes, yes. If you don't say it, do you think it will make me lose face? I'm not that weak. Don't look down on me. I didn't say anything, how could I look down on you? Yi Fan was very innocent. Su Lingshan was so angry that her eyes turned red. You must think in your heart that I'm an idiot who overestimates himself and even injures himself, right? Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then picked up a cup of water beside him. Captain Su, do you want some water? I won't drink. I don't need you to take care of me either. Su Lingshan said as she got up. But just as she was about to get up, she felt a sharp pain in her internal organs. Ah! Su Lingshan cried out in pain and fell back onto the bed. Fan Xian frowned and said, your internal injuries haven't healed yet, so you have to be careful. Don't exercise too intensely, otherwise it's easy to bleed again. I don't need you to worry about me. Su Lingshan shouted. Why was this woman's temper so irritable? He could only say, I didn't look down on you. Whether you believe me or not, I never had that kind of thought. Su Lingshan turned her head away. I don't need this kind of pitiful consolation. Fan Xian continued, you didn't just go up and fight with Jinja without a brain. You did study how to deal with the eagle claw technique. You worked so hard, I can only admire you. It's just that you couldn't tell that your opponent was an ancient martial art practitioner who had practiced Nigong, so it was inevitable that you would be at a disadvantage. You can't be blamed for that. The only thing I don't understand is, what kind of martial arts are you using? Why does it look different from other internal energy techniques? Why did you hurt yourself? Hearing the man's words, Su Lingshan slowly turned her head and asked, do you really think so? Captain Su, why would I lie to you? You just have a strong personality, and that's not a flaw. Besides, I think Director Su should be very touched by your dedication. Yi Fan said with a smile. Her face turned slightly red, she bit her lower lip and whispered, nonsense, you must be laughing at me for being an idiot in your heart. Yi Fan could tell that the woman was no longer angry, so he asked again, are you hungry? The doctor said that you need to eat liquid food for the next 2 days. Shall I get you some porridge? Not hungry. Goo, just as she finished speaking, her stomach called out. Su Lingshan really wanted to crawl under the bed and close her eyes. She cursed her own stomach and her heart for being so disappointing. Actually, there was nothing she could do about it. She had only eaten breakfast, had gone through a fierce battle, and even had internal bleeding. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so it was hard for her not to be hungry. Yi Fan really wanted to laugh, but he held it in. He ran out and made the woman a bowl of congee with pork and century eggs from the hospital, then went into the room. Captain Su, sit up slowly, I'll feed you. Yi Fan said as he sat on the edge of the bed. Feed her. When Su Lingshan heard this, her face turned hot and she hurriedly said, no need, I can do it myself. Seeing that the woman was stubborn, Yi Fan didn't force her and helped her up slowly. Chapter 109. 0109 Yi Fan smiled, don't be nervous, the nurse changed it for you, I didn't peek. Who asked if you peeked? Su Lingshan hurriedly denied. Yi Fan didn't argue, he handed the bowl of porridge to her and then gave her the spoon. Su Lingshan was really hungry, she immediately scooped up a spoonful and was about to put it into her mouth. She was just about to eat the porridge, but because some of her internal organs were involved, her lungs were swollen and in pain. Yi Fan saw this and hurriedly took the spoon. He smiled and said, let me feed you. If you aggravate your injuries for the sake of eating porridge, then you really are an idiot. Su Lingshan had no choice. She was also afraid of vomiting blood again, so she nodded and silently agreed. Yi Fan delivered spoonfuls of porridge to the woman's mouth, while Su Lingshan opened her small mouth, a little like a child waiting to be fed. At such a close distance, the two of them could breathe in each other's breaths. The faint fragrance from the woman's body mixed with the smell of disinfectant from the hospital. It actually smelled pretty good. Perhaps it was because of her injury, but looking at the woman's facial features at such a close distance, she lost a bit of her heroic spirit and gained a bit of sickly gentleness. Just like this, one person fed and one person ate without saying a word. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Su Ling Shan also seemed to feel a little awkward and said in a low voice, "You. Why aren't you saying anything?" Yi Fan blinked and said with a smile, "I noticed that Captain Su, your facial features are even more exquisite and your skin is very delicate." Su Ling Shan's face turned hot and her gaze dodged. "Shut up. Stop talking. Let me speak in a while, then tell me to shut up in a while. Are you going to say it or not?" Yi Fan mumbled. Su Ling Shan argued, "Who asked you to say this? Pervert. It's not good to praise you, I don't need your praise." Su Ling Shan's heart was beating faster and her face couldn't get rid of the heat. What was going on with her? She couldn't take this man's words seriously, so why was she so shy? Su Ling Shan asked herself. Yi Fan had no choice but to continue feeding the porridge quietly. However, when he looked down, he suddenly discovered a detail. The nurse who helped Su Ling Shan put on her clothes seemed to have carelessly not buttoned up properly. There was a wide gap in front of Su Ling Shan's chest. From Yi Fan's angle, he could actually see two arcs and the ditch in the middle. With this size, he really didn't know if the button wasn't buttoned properly, or if it was stretched open after being buttoned. After Su Ling Shan ate a few mouthfuls, she realized that Yi Fan was staring at a certain place with a satisfied expression. She lowered her head slightly and immediately realized what the man was looking at. She gritted her teeth in hatred. "Look again. Do you think I won't dig your eyeballs out?" Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly, raised his head and said, "I was thinking, should I help you button it up? This little nurse is really careless, hee, mind your own business." Su Ling Shan endured the pain and carefully buttoned up her clothes. Yi Fan also became obedient and finished feeding the bowl of porridge. After eating enough, Yi Fan planned to help Su Ling Shan lie down. However, Su Ling Shan's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her eyes revealed a somewhat troubled expression as she said, "Go help me. Call a nurse in. Call a nurse." "What? What's wrong with you? Go." Su Ling Shan didn't explain. Yi Fan had no choice but to run out and call a little nurse. "Miss, is there anything you need?" the little nurse asked. Su Ling Shan lowered her head and said softly, I want to go to the toilet." Yi Fan suddenly understood and couldn't help but want to laugh. "So that's what happened." "That's right, Su Ling Shan didn't urinate the entire morning. After hanging up a few bottles of medicine and eating porridge, it would be strange if she didn't want to go to the toilet." The little nurse looked at Yi Fan in confusion, but it wasn't good for her to refuse, so she carefully helped Su Ling Shan up. "Come. Slow down. If it hurts, tell me immediately." The little nurse was only 1.5 meters tall and had a petite figure. As for Su Ling Shan, she was a tall woman who was more than 1.7 meters tall. Because of her martial arts training, her body was also relatively heavy. It was very strenuous for her to help her get off the bed. Su Ling Shan took small steps and walked towards the bathroom in the ward. Her entire body was almost pressed against the little nurse's body, causing her to sway as she walked. Hiss. Su Ling Shan's abdomen twitched and she gasped in pain. The little nurse was both flustered and strained, so she could only ask Yi Fan for help. "Sir, it's better if you do it. I don't have enough strength and I'm afraid that I'll fall to the ground." "That would be terrible." When Su Ling Shan heard that, she said anxiously, "It's okay, I can do it, miss, this is very dangerous. Let your boyfriend do it. Everyone will get sick and need someone to take care of them." "There's nothing to be ashamed of," the little nurse advised. From the little nurse's point of view, someone who accompanied Su Lingshan for half a day and served her like this was either her husband or her boyfriend. Male. Male. No. Su Lingshan didn't even know how to explain. Yi Fan had wanted to help a long time ago, but he was afraid that Su Lingshan would scold him. Hearing that the nurse was looking for him, he felt confident. All right. I'll do it. Yi Fan went over and let Su Lingshan place one of her arms on his shoulder, replacing the little nurse. The little nurse was also very busy. Seeing that Yi Fan was supporting Su Lingshan steadily, she ran off to another place. Su Lingshan's pretty face was burning hot. She stood on the spot and didn't want to walk forward anymore. Captain Su, just make do with it. I definitely won't look around. If you get sick from holding it in, Director Su definitely won't let me off when we get back. Yi Fan said with a serious face. Su Lingshan really couldn't hold it in anymore. If she asked the man to find a nurse, it would seem like she was being too unreasonable. I didn't say anything. Hurry up and help me in. Su Lingshan snorted lightly. Yi Fan nodded and slowly helped the woman to the washroom. However, when they arrived at the toilet, another problem occurred. Su Lingshan herself couldn't bend down to take off her pants because bending down would squeeze her internal organs and cause incomparable pain. Unfortunately, Su Lingshan couldn't hold it in any longer and stood there stiffly. The woman was so anxious that she wanted to cry. If she peed her pants, how would she face anyone? Right at this moment, Yi Fan turned around and said, Captain Su, I'll have my back to you and help you take it off. You should be able to accept this, right? Su Lingshan was stunned for a moment. She couldn't think of any other way, so she could only reply with a then. Yi Fan's hands first supported Su Lingshan's waist, then followed her waist down to the waist of her pants. Then, he slowly pulled them down. Don't touch my leg. No. Where did you touch? Let me see. Do you want to die? Don't turn around. After a few twists and turns, Yi Fan finally completed the mission. Su Lingshan supported the man's body, then straightened her body and sat on the toilet, but she didn't move for a long time. She was still worried that the man would suddenly turn around and look at her. Chapter 110. 0110 Su Lingshan pursed her plump lips and thought about it. However, this was the first time a man was standing beside her. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to let go. Yi Fan sighed. Captain Su, you used to be a soldier, right? Logically speaking, you should be quite straightforward. Why bother about such a small matter? Hearing this, Su Lingshan was a little unconvinced. Who's going to bother with you? After being provoked by the man, Su Lingshan couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. Yi Fan heard the hua 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 sound of intense water flowing behind him and laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed like she was really suffocating. She didn't expect the sound of water to be so loud, especially since the two of them weren't talking. The bathroom was very quiet, making the sound especially ear-piercing. Fortunately, Yi Fan didn't say anything and silently waited for the woman to finish. After going to the toilet, it took him nearly half an hour. Other than not helping the woman clean up, Yi Fan participated in the entire process. When he helped Su Lingshan back to the bed, the awkwardness between the two of them was no longer as intense. You can go back, I can do it myself, Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan looked at the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon, so he sat down and said, there's no rush. I haven't gotten off work yet, so I have nothing to do at the company. Your body still needs to rest for 2 days. When it doesn't hurt anymore, you can leave the hospital. 2 more days. Su Lingshan had a worried look on her face. You've injured yourself internally. It's already good that nothing big happened. Yi Fan asked curiously, oh right, Captain Su, what kind of internal energy do you practice? Can you tell me about it? Yi Fan had never seen this kind of strange martial arts before. He vaguely felt that this martial arts was not ordinary. Perhaps it would have a certain amount of inspiration for his own cultivation, so he wanted to understand it. However, Su Lingshan was silent, as if she didn't want to say anything. Yi Fan regretfully said, "I'm sorry, if this is your secret, then I won't ask anymore. I'm just curious." Actually, Su Lingshan sighed and said, "I don't know either. This can't be considered an inner force skill. I'm not even sure what it's called." Yi Fan was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Su Lingshan recalled, "Because this is just a piece of parchment that I found in an abandoned cellar in the desert when I was a soldier. The owner of the paper seemed to have fought with another person, and then both of them died there. No one knew how many years it had been sealed there. I handed it over to our leader. He was a post-liminary realm warrior, but he said that it was just a piece of waste paper. It was filled with messy incantations and couldn't be used to cultivate internal energy. However, I feel that if this parchment is useless, then why did they record this technique on it? Our regiment commander couldn't figure it out either. He said that this might just be an incomplete piece. Maybe something else was lost." Yi Fan understood, "So you practiced it yourself?" Su Lingshan said, "That sheepskin is actually not considered a cultural relic. It's very limited in age, so no one wants it. I kept it as a souvenir. It just so happens that my sense of qi isn't very good. I've practiced an inner force technique before, but it didn't yield any results. I want to try another technique. As soon as I started practicing, I discovered that this technique would make my body heat up. Moreover, if I followed its requirements, my strength would increase, but my body would also hurt. I was worried that this was some evil technique, so I didn't dare to practice it too much. But just now, I was hot-headed and only wanted to defeat Jinzhi, so I forcefully circulated my energy. I didn't expect this to be the result." Yi Fan frowned. "You mean you don't have Jinqi, but you can still use it?" "Yes, that's why this cultivation technique is very strange. I don't think it can be considered an inner force skill at all." Su Lingshan sighed and said, "No matter what, our captain is right. This is indeed a messy cultivation technique. Fortunately, I didn't practice too much." Yi Fan revealed a fawning smile and looked at Su Lingshan eagerly. "You? Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Lingshan panicked. "Captain Su, we have a friendship that has gone to the toilet together. Can I ask you for a favor?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Scram! What have you done? It's so disgusting." Yi Fan thought to himself, "It's not like I peed, it's your water that's so loud." He thought for a moment and said, "Then since I'm your good friend who helped you take off your pants, if you have something to fart about, then say it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Su Lingshan couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan's face turned serious. "Can you tell me that technique? You should have memorized it all, right?" Su Lingshan frowned. "You want to practice too? This will hurt your body. I want to know more about it." "Of course I won't act recklessly," Yi Fan said. Su Lingshan was also generous. "Then I'll tell you, it's not like it's a treasure anyway." Yi Fan quickly sat up straight and said politely, "Teacher Su, please advise me." This was the first time Su Lingshan saw this guy being so serious. She almost laughed out loud. After a short pause, she recited the incantation that she was familiar with. "Concentrate your heart and gather your soul, replace the netherworld, breathe in the sun and moon, and connect your divine will." After a series of incantations, there were only a dozen or so words. To ordinary people, it might be a little obscure, but for those with the foundation of ancient martial arts, most of them could understand the hidden meaning behind these words. After Yi Fan heard this, he fell into deep thought. This kind of cultivation technique was really the opposite of the theoretical cultivation method of inner force. However, he felt that there were some places that were similar to his own cultivation philosophy. Just as Yi Fan was thinking, a young girl walked into the ward. Captain Su. How are you? Are you better? This was a beautiful female security guard. Su Lingshan smiled. Xiao Lu, why are you here? Director Su asked me to take over from Assistant Yi and take care of Captain Su. After all, I'm a woman, so it might be more convenient, Xiao Lu said. Su Lingshan's face turned red, but she was secretly annoyed. If she had come an hour earlier, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed just now. Yi Fan asked, Director Su wants me to go back. Yes, Assistant Yi, Director Su is looking for you. He wants you to return to the company quickly. Yi Fan was puzzled. What can't be said over the phone? However, he still bid farewell to Su Lingshan and walked out of the ward. Su Lingshan watched the man leave and felt an indescribable sense of loss. This made the woman feel a little complicated and frustrated. Half an hour later, Yi Fan drove back to the splendid building and went to Su Qingshua's office. The moment he entered, he saw Bai Shuqin with a kind and amiable face. She was sitting in a wheelchair, gazing at the scenery of Huahai City outside the French window. Beside her, Su Qingxue stood obediently and didn't have the slightest air of an iceberg CEO. No wonder she called him back. It was most likely because Bai Shuqin wanted to see him, Yi Fan thought. Grandma, why did you come to the company? Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and went over. Bai Shuqin turned back to look at him and said with a smile, When I first came, I heard that you helped the splendid group beat away the young master of the Golden Eagle sect and you only used one kick. You are really not simple, no wonder Xiao Shui would like you. Chapter 111 0111 Yi Fan happily said, My performance in the company is very outstanding. Grandma, if you come often in the future, you will find that I have too many good points. Ha ha. How could I have the chance to come here often? I just want to come to this office one last time and take a look at Huahai from here. Back then, when I first looked down at this place with my old man, the scenery was not as spectacular as it is now. If I had time, I would really like to see it for a few more years. Bai Shuqin said regretfully. Hearing this, Su Qingshua's nose turned sour. Grandma, why do you always say such things? Bai Shuqin looked at her granddaughter and said, Child, we are all businessmen. If we want to be an outstanding businessman, we must learn to face reality. We can't have fantasies just because the reality is bleak. Grandma's days are numbered. Taking advantage of the fact that she can still come over in a wheelchair and take a look, it can be considered as fulfilling a wish. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. He could feel the great wisdom that time had brought her from this old lady. Grandma, why don't our family go out to eat tonight? Your last wish list should also have a family dinner, right? Yi Fan stepped forward and asked with a smile. Last wish list. That's a good name. Bai Shuqin nodded happily. All right, then choose a delicious restaurant. Let's open a bottle of good wine and have a big meal together. Su Qingshue's eyes reddened. She turned her head away, wiped the corners of her eyes, and said, I'll let Qinya make the arrangements. Grandma, do you want to meet some of the company's elders today? Bai Shuqin shook her head. I'm gone, why would I want to see them? You don't even have time to clean up those old people. If I go see them, wouldn't that be giving them face? There's no need to see, all right. Su Qingshuo also understood. Yi Fan muttered to himself, no wonder Su Qingshuo was so cold and heartless at work. It seemed like it was a family inheritance. At this moment, a white-haired old man in a suit walked into the office with a briefcase under his arm. Lawyer Zhang. Why are you here? Su Qingshuo was surprised to see the old man. Yi Fan listened to the woman's simple explanation and found out that Lawyer Zhang's real name was Zhang Rui. He was an old lawyer who had worked with the Su family for decades. In the world of lawyers in Huahai, Lawyer Zhang was highly respected and was good friends with the old chairman of the brocade company, Su Yue. All these years, including the development and rise of the embroidery group, some of the legal problems of the Su family, were all handled by Lawyer Zhang. However, as Lawyer Zhang got older, some of the trivial matters were handed over to the younger lawyers in the law firm. He rarely came to the company. "Miss Su, I brought the will and other legal documents as per the old madam's request," Lawyer Zhang said. "Will?" "Yes." Lawyer Zhang took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and a pad of ink. He said, "I considered that it would be inconvenient for the old madam to sign, so I'll just put my fingerprints on all of them. I'll also record a photo to ensure that the legal documents are absolutely notarized." Bai Shuqi nodded in satisfaction. Lawyer Zhang is very thoughtful. This is for the best. Soon, a pile of documents was spread out on the coffee table. Bai Shuqin sat in her wheelchair and began to read while pressing her fingerprints. Su Qingxue, who was at the side, naturally saw everything clearly. When she saw the end, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandma! Do you really want to give me all your shares? There's a condition for giving it to you." Bai Shuqin pointed to the last piece of paper. "The condition is that you have to get married. If I don't see you get married before I die, the shares will be given to your father." Yi Fan clicked his tongue. This old lady was really ruthless, forcing Su Qingxue to get married. If he were to hand over the embroidery group to Su Changping, it would be equivalent to destroying it. Su Changping definitely wouldn't be able to hold on to it, and it might even be snatched away by Tong Huizhen. Su Qingxue worked so hard, and the embroidery was growing strong and healthy. How could she bear to see her child killed just like that? Su Qingxue watched helplessly as the old man pressed his fingerprint on the legal document. She felt wronged and said, But I don't want to marry him." Yi Fan curled his lips, thinking to himself, "Who did I offend to be so despised?" Unexpectedly, Bai Shuqin said, "It doesn't matter if it's Yi Fan. As long as you're willing, you can be with other men." Ah! Yi Fan was shocked. If he were to marry someone else, wouldn't he be wearing a green hat? Su Qingxue felt that this was too absurd. "Grandma, why do I have to get married? I can take care of the company and myself by myself. I don't need any man at all." Grandma naturally has her reasons for doing this. She has already pressed her fingerprint. You should find someone to marry as soon as possible. Bai Shuqin mischievously looked at Yi Fan. Of course, Grandma is the most supportive of marrying Yi Fan. Lawyer Zhang smiled as he looked at the two of them, but didn't express his opinion. After putting away the documents, he said respectfully, "Old madam, I'll be leaving first. And it's been hard on you. I hope you can keep the matter of these two children a secret." "Don't worry, I understand." Bai Shuqin nodded and said goodbye to Lawyer Zhang. After finishing all these things, Bai Shuqin was also a little tired. Seeing that her grandmother's expression wasn't good, Su Qingxue pushed the old man to the resting room next door. Yi Fan, on the other hand, planned to return to the office and help Mu practice a few rounds. Although he didn't earn much money from playing games, he was used to it. At this time, a call came to his phone. Yi Fan took a look and saw that it was Feng Yuing. "Ing, you called me during work hours. Do you miss me that much?" Yi Fan sat on a chair and said with a leisurely smile. "What a glib tongue. I heard that Ling Shan is in the hospital. Is she okay? You still care about Captain Su? Aren't you looking for me?" Yi Fan was very disappointed. Feng Yuing giggled, "All right. Actually, I wanted to ask you, are you free tonight? I haven't thanked you for Xiao Hui's matter yet. I want to invite you to my house. I'll cook for you myself." Just as Yi Fan was about to agree, he regretfully said, "Not tonight, I'll have dinner with Director Su and her grandmother first." Feng Yuing was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, then faintly said, so it's like that. I understand, let's talk about it next time. Hee, actually, even if I don't eat, I can still go to your house tonight. Yi-fan said meaningfully. Go to hell. I won't open the door. I can climb the window. I'm ignoring you. Feng Yuing couldn't take it anymore and directly hung up the phone. Yi-fan listened to the woman's delicate voice, and the image of Feng Yuying's shy expression and plump figure appeared in his mind. His heart itched. How about he really go to the Crescent Moon Bay district to look for her after dinner tonight? Give a woman a surprise, and through some physical contact, improve each other's feelings. While thinking about the beautiful night, Yi-fan started to play games. Chapter 112. 0112 Yi-fan. Yi-fan was a little flustered. Could it be that he was discovered playing games again? He asked, what's the situation? Hurry up and drive. Something is wrong with the old madam's body. Hurry up and send her to the hospital. Chenya said anxiously. Li Fan Xian's expression changed. He couldn't care less about turning off the game. He ran out to take a look. In the corridor, Su Qingxue was pushing Bai Shuqin out. Grandma, can you hear me? Su Qingxue's tears were glistening, her heart burning with anxiety. The old lady on the wheelchair had an extremely ugly expression on her face. Her face was ashen yellow, and she seemed to be suffering from incomparable pain as she groaned. Yi-fan saw the old lady's absent-minded look and knew that it was the outbreak of pancreatic cancer. He hurriedly went downstairs to drive. Bai Shuqin's lifespan was coming to an end. In fact, she could leave at any time. Everyone naturally knew that. However, it wasn't easy for her to make an appointment for dinner. She wanted to make the old man happy one last time. If she didn't even have the chance to do so, it would probably be Su Qingxue's lifelong regret. At his fastest speed, Yi-fan only spent 20 minutes to drive Bai Shuqin to the tumor hospital. When the old man was sent in for treatment, Su Qingxue was like a deflated ball, paralyzed on the bench outside the hospital emergency room. Yi-fan knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he silently sat beside the woman, accompanying her. Time passed second by second. The sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was already night. Su Qingxue raised her head haggardly and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30 in the evening. She then looked at the man beside her. Yi-fan very quietly crossed his arms in front of his chest, not moving at all. He just sat there quietly with her for a few hours. Yi-fan's figure was like a sturdy stone sculpture, tall and sturdy, giving people a sense of peace of mind. You should go first, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right? Su Qingxue's watery eyes had a trace of fluctuation as she said with a gentle tone. Yi-fan turned his head to look at her and smiled, didn't you not eat either? I don't need it, you don't need to accompany me all the time. I can do it by myself. Su Qingxue said faintly. Yi-fan let out a long sigh and patted his shoulder. If you're tired, you can lean on my shoulder. Whether it's true or not, I'm still your boyfriend. Su Qingxue turned around and said indifferently, no need, I'm not that weak. Yi-fan smiled and understanding, leaned his head against the wall, and let out a long sigh. Although I've never seen my grandmother, I don't know what it's like to have a grandmother. But I do know that it's hard to bear when a loved one leaves. Su Qingxue turned her head and looked at the man in confusion. Fan Xian's eyes were filled with sorrow as he muttered, when I was 7, I watched as my mother was just a few meters away from me. She died just like that in front of me. At that time, my mind was blank. I didn't even know what I was thinking. I only felt that my heart was about to break and my lungs were about to explode. It was too uncomfortable. Your mother. How did she die? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Yi-fan shook his head, I still don't know. That day, when she entered the house, she started to vomit blood. Her expression was very pained. She crawled on the ground towards me, but her throat was hoarse and she couldn't call out my name. After moving a few times, she stopped moving. Su Qingshue's hands couldn't help but grab onto the corner of her skirt. Although the man spoke very casually, she felt very uncomfortable listening to him. A 7-year-old child watched his mother vomit blood in front of him and then die with a twisted expression. This kind of scene was so terrifying that it would give people nightmares. Yifan looked at her with a smile. I know how you feel right now, so I just want to help you share some of the burden. It should be of some use. Su Qingxue silently lowered her head and did not say anything. Yifan didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, patiently waiting. After about 10 minutes, something gently leaned against Yifan's right shoulder. Yifan opened his eyes, looked, and couldn't help but smile in relief. It was Su Qingxue who was leaning on his shoulder. Su Qingxue seemed to be afraid that the man would misunderstand something, so she whispered, "Don't think too much, I'm just a little tired." "Yes, I know." The two of them didn't say anything else. They just snuggled up to each other and waited for more than an hour. Finally, the door to the emergency room opened. When Bai Shuqin was pushed out, Su Qingxue immediately ran over. "Doctor, how is my grandmother?" A middle-aged female doctor took off her mask and said regretfully, "Miss Su, we did our best, but the old lady's organs are gradually failing and she could leave at any time. Your family members should be mentally prepared." After saying that, the doctor led the team away. Su Qingxue's face was pale and her legs were weak as she walked, watching as Bai Shuqin was sent to the VIP ward. Not long after, Aunt Jiang rushed over from home. Knowing that Bai Shuqin didn't have much time left, Aunt Jiang couldn't stop her tears as she sat in the ward and wiped them away. "My dad and the others didn't come?" Su Qingxue asked. Aunt Jiang said helplessly, "They went back to Madam's home and didn't have time to rush back." "Oh." Su Qingxue seemed to have expected this and didn't have much hope. "Miss, I'll stay in the hospital for the next few days and let the nurse take care of the old madam. I'm worried about you. You'll have to be tired at home for 2 days," Aunt Jiang said. Su Qingxue naturally didn't have any objections. She had the huge embroidery group to manage and couldn't leave to accompany Bai Shuqin. At this moment, Bai Shuqin, who was still connected to an oxygen tank on the bed, opened her eyes sleepily. Her turbid eyes looked at the 3 people beside the bed. "Xiao Shui, Grandma." Hearing the old man's call, Su Qingxue immediately ran over and bent over to hold Bai Shuqin's cold and skinny palm with her warm hands. "Grandma, I'm here. Speak." Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Bai Shuqin pleaded with a trembling hand, "Child, promise me one thing." Yifan and Aunt Jiang both frowned. Hearing the old lady's tone, what was she going to entrust her with before she died? This kind of entrustment was extremely heavy. No one would have the heart to reject it. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said with a complicated look in her eyes, "I'm listening." "Grandma, please speak. Promise me first that you will definitely do it." Bai Shuqin said stubbornly. Su Qingxue nodded her head solemnly, "I have always kept my promise." "Grandma, don't worry. All right. I want you to marry Yifan." As soon as she said that, Su Qingxue's watery eyes widened and her face was filled with disbelief, as if her soul had left her body. Aunt Jiang, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. She looked at Yifan with all sorts of thoughts. Chapter 113. 0113. To put it bluntly, it was a little despicable to say such words at this time. However, if it wasn't for the fact that there was a huge difficulty, the old lady wouldn't have acted like this. She could only blame herself for being too pressed for time. She no longer had the time to wait for Su Qingxue to slowly consider, so she had to give a forceful order. And judging from Aunt Zhang's reaction, this mysterious old maid should have told Bai Shuqin some information. Grandma. Rest well, don't talk nonsense. Su Qingxue wanted to interrupt all of this. However, Bai Shuqin's hand held onto her tightly, as if she wanted to use all of her strength to make Su Qingxue compromise. Promise me. Say you can do it. Bai Shuqin shouted hoarsely. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with pain, sadness, confusion, shyness, timidity. All sorts of complicated emotions. After a full minute of silence, the woman revealed a smile. I promise you, but marriage is a matter of two people. Yi Fan might not agree. As she spoke, Su Qingxue turned her head to look at the man and used her eyes to signal for the man to refuse. But Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I have no objections. Yi Fan. You. She was both embarrassed and angry. What was this guy thinking? Bai Shuqin heaved a sigh of relief. After letting go of Su Qingxue's hand, she seemed to have aged a lot. Good. You are all good children. Yi Fan sighed and said to Su Qingxue, I'll go out for a smoke and wait for you. If you have anything to say, come out and talk. After saying that, Yi Fan walked out of the hospital, ignoring Su Qingxue's shouts. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Yi Fan leaned against a camphor tree at the side of the parking lot and smoked 2 cigarettes. He took out his phone, flipped through the phone numbers, flipped to Feng Yuying's, then flipped to Ning Zimo's. After thinking about it, he didn't make the call. He had just thought about it and asked himself, if Su Qingxue wanted to marry him and be his wife, would he be willing to accept it? The answer was yes. He couldn't say that he loved this woman deeply. After all, they had only known each other for a month. However, there was no doubt that he still liked this woman after spending time with her and getting to know her better. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to refuse a woman as beautiful as a fairy to be his wife. Moreover, it was an old man's dying wish. And once they got married, he obviously couldn't hide it from Feng Yueying and Ning Zimo. He had to make it clear. If he didn't say it face to face, they would probably be even angrier, Yi Fan thought. Why did you agree to Grandma's request just now? Su Qingxue aggressively walked out of the hospital. She was clearly in a very irritated mood. In the night wind, the woman's black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a white shirt and a dark blue one-piece dress with a slanted hem. Her 2 snow-white calves were exposed in the air. The combination of capability and fashion was perfect. Although her flawless jade-like face was filled with anger, it did not affect her fairy-like charm in the slightest. Fan Xian looked at the woman in admiration and smiled. Why else? I want to change from boyfriend to husband. Beauty, do you get more money if you change your job? Turn your head. Su Qingxue flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'm not joking with you. Yi Fan threw away the cigarette butt and said, get in the car. Let's find a place to eat. If you're not hungry, I'm hungry too. Let's talk while we eat. Su Qingxue saw that the man had finally become serious, so she endured it for a moment and angrily got into the car. The two of them arrived at a nearby shop called Yula Noodle House. It wasn't that Yi Fan liked to eat noodles, but that he hadn't eaten for more than half a day. Fortunately, Su Qingxue wouldn't reject this kind of small restaurant, so she didn't object. The owner and employees of the shop looked at the LX 570 parked outside the door, then looked at Su Qingxue's expression. They all felt like they were dreaming. Why did the rich and beautiful people like them have their eyes on their little restaurant these days? Yi Fan ordered a big bowl of beef ramen, while Su Qingxue ordered a portion of fried rice noodles. You like fried rice noodles? Yi Fan originally wanted to order a small portion of ramen for the woman, but who would have thought that Su Qingxue herself was quite opinionated? Can't I? Su Qingxue said, then shouted to the owner in the kitchen, put more pepper noodles, don't add green onions. The boss poked his head out and replied, all right. Miss, please wait a moment. Yifan looked at the woman with a smile that was not a smile. This scene was very interesting, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, running into the noodle shop and ordering a portion of fried rice noodles. Otherwise, why would he say that he liked this girl? Su Qingxue saw the man staring at her and blushed. What are you looking at? Nothing, I just feel that sometimes you're like a fairy, but sometimes you're quite down to earth. Yifan said. Nonsense. Su Qingxue coldly snorted and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Not long after, the ramen and rice noodles were served. Both of them were hungry, so they didn't have time to talk about anything else and started eating first. When she was almost done eating, Su Qingxue felt that it was a little greasy. Just as she was about to find a napkin to wipe her mouth, Yifan had already handed the napkin to her. Su Qingxue glanced at the man, took the napkin, wiped her mouth, and said, you can tell me now, what do you mean? Yifan finished drinking the noodle soup, put down the bowl, and said with a smile, what else can I mean? While Grandma is still awake, let's go get the certificate tomorrow. Don't even think about it. Su Qingxue said resolutely, when did I agree to marry you? You just said in front of Grandma that as long as I agree, we'll get married. Yifan said. Su Qingxue was speechless. She bit her lips and asked, don't you have a girlfriend? It should be said that I'm pursuing a girl, but I will take care of it, it won't affect me, Yifan said. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her expression was extremely cold. Let me tell you the truth, I don't believe in the so-called marriage at all. I've decided since I was young that I will never get married in this life. Why? Yifan was puzzled, could it be because of your father? Su Qingxue frowned, as if she had tacitly agreed. Yifan sighed in his heart. He could understand why Su Qingxue had never fallen in love with another man since she was young. It turned out that she really didn't plan to get married and have children. For an illegitimate daughter like Su Qingxue, her mother was a third party. This meant that her father had betrayed his original wife to have her. Su Qingxue herself was the product of an unfortunate marriage, so of course she wouldn't have any good impression of marriage. Not only my dad, you men. None of them are good people. Su Qingxue disdainfully said, just like you say that you like other girls, but you want to marry me. Do you think? Is this interesting? Chapter 114. 0114 Su Qingxue thought that the man was convinced, so she sneered and said, do you understand now? Don't dream of marrying me, I don't plan to marry anyone at all. The career that a woman built with her own hands, the dream that she achieved, is far more meaningful than a boring marriage. Yifan suddenly raised his head and said, you're lying. What? Su Qingxue was stunned, how did I lie to you? Yifan shook his head, you're not lying to me, you're lying to yourself. Su Qingxue was stunned. If you really don't care about the so-called marriage, that means that you can marry anyone you want. Not only me, you can also marry Jing Junfeng, or find a man richer than Jing Junfeng to marry. The more you care, the more you will resist. On the other hand, if you really marry someone you don't like at all for the sake of your so-called career, it means that you don't care about marriage. Nonsense. I didn't. Su Qingxue argued. Yifan's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through a woman's heart. He continued, then let me ask you, why did you start putting on makeup recently? Why did you start wearing dresses? Why do you have to be cold and hot to me? Su Qingxue's beautiful face was dyed red, what does this have to do with you? I can do whatever I want. Yifan smiled lightly, why do you care if I spend the night outside? Why am I angry when I lost the clothes you gave me? Why did I spank you and quickly forgive me? Why are you willing to rely on me when I let you rely on me? How could I? Su Qingshua's pretty face was burning hot, and her heart was beating like a deer. Yi Fan's series of why made her mind go blank, and she had nowhere to hide in panic. Su Qingxue. Yi Fan looked at the woman aggressively and said earnestly, "You cannot have any expectations for marriage, because a marriage certificate is just a piece of paper. It means that a man and a woman are husband and wife, but it doesn't mean that they will be happy. Tong Huizhen and your father are legally married, but do you think they are really happy? Your mother is not married, but she is willing to give birth to you, which means that she does not regret being with your father, nor does she regret having that relationship. Why? Does she really think she's unfortunate?" Su Qingshue's eyes were sparkling with tears, and she was speechless. The sail moved closer to the woman, and their eyes met. People's hearts are made of flesh. Even if you don't want to get a certificate, it doesn't mean that you can't have love. Because it's not the marriage that's wrong, it's the people themselves, isn't it? Love. Love? Are you so narcissistic that you think I'm in love with you? You narcissist. Are you crazy? Su Qingxue cursed as her breathing quickened. Fan Xian didn't mind, and looked at the woman with a deep gaze. "All right, just treat me as a lunatic. Then for the sake of Grandma's dying wish and the employees of the embroidery group, you have to get a certificate from me, right? According to your logic, you don't care about marriage anyway. Getting a certificate won't affect you at all. Instead, it will solve all the problems. I won't get married." Su Qingshue's shout alarmed the other people in the noodle shop. Everyone looked at this great beauty in puzzlement. They didn't know why she suddenly flipped out. Was it because a nouveau riche's proposal was rejected? Su Qingshuo picked up her bag and ran out of the noodle shop with red eyes. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly threw down a $50 bill and chased after him. Sigh. Qingshuo. Don't run. I'll drive. But Su Qingshuo didn't want to see him at all. She pushed Yi Fan away and sat in the driver's seat. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Go. Su Qingshuo felt that her mind was in a mess. Her grandmother's matter, her parents' matter, her own life, and the various words that Yi Fan had said, had directly disturbed her calm inner world. She was flustered, terrified, and scared. It was as if the man had seen all the weak parts of her heart. This made her want to run away. Yi Fan was speechless. "Oh my God. Your car keys are still in my pocket, can you drive? Give me the keys." Su Qingshuo realized that the car keys weren't in her hands. Her brain was about to turn into paste. Seeing this situation, Yi Fan shamelessly sat in the front passenger seat, and then handed the car keys to the woman. "You. Get out of the car. I'm not getting off, I still have to go with you tomorrow to get my license," Yi Fan shamelessly said. "You bully me. I will bully you. I will always bully you and let you be my wife." Yi Fan chuckled. Su Qingshue's face flushed red and she felt a burst of discouragement. What kind of stinking scoundrel had she met? She could only start the car and drive back to Egret County. On the way, Yi Fan giggled and said, "Xiao Shui, actually, I'm not a bad person. At least I saved your life before. A hero saving a beauty, how romantic. Don't you feel like you've fallen in love with me in an instant?" Su Qingshuo coldly glared at him, and even had the intention to kill. "In front of us is the Hua Hai Bridge. Do you believe that I won't drive into the river and we'll perish together? Damn. Don't scare me like this, I won't say anything." Yi Fan waved his hand, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Although the woman kept saying that she denied marriage and love, it was clear that she was afraid of these things, which was why she deliberately sealed herself in ice. Yi Fan believed that as long as he continued to work hard, sooner or later, he would be able to let her walk out of that small world. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too regretful for such a great beauty not to get married or fall in love for the rest of her life? Don't stare at me, turn your head around. Su Qingxue couldn't stand the man's fiery gaze, which made her upset. Yifan curled his lips and could only look out the window. However, as he looked, he happened to see a motorcycle following them in the rearview mirror. It was a Ducati 1299 Panigale S. This kind of motorcycle was famous in the world, and its price was almost the same as a 3 Series BMW, or even a little more expensive. On the motorcycle, 2 men wearing black helmets could not be seen clearly. However, a wave of killing intent made Yifan feel it very clearly. Qingxue, stop the car and pull over. Yifan knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted. What else do you want? Get off. Su Qingxue asked snappily. Someone is following us. Hurry up and get to the side. Yifan said. Following. Su Qingxue suddenly came to her senses and was about to brake, but the moment she stepped on the brakes, her pretty face turned pale. Li Fan Xian realized that something was wrong and turned his head to ask, "What's wrong?" Su Qingxue forcefully stepped on the brakes and anxiously said, "It's useless to step on the brakes. The car is not under my control at all." Yifan frowned and looked at the rearview mirror. The person on the motorcycle, the guy behind him, seemed to be holding an instrument similar to a cell phone. Chapter 115. 0115. When Su Qingxue heard this, her hands that were holding the steering wheel started to tremble. She was a girl after all, how could she withstand this kind of fright? Then what do I do now? The car can't slow down at all, there's a red light ahead. Yifan saw that there was indeed a traffic light in front of them, and a large number of cars had begun to slow down. If they continued to drive like this, they would probably crash into them. At the current speed of almost 80 kilometers per hour, crashing into it would definitely be a major accident. Yifan narrowed his eyes and quickly unbuckled the woman's seatbelt. Then, he shouted, "Let go. I'll drive. Go sit in the back. I can't climb." Without waiting for Su Qingxue to finish speaking, Yifan had already used his powerful arm to pick up the woman and throw her to the back of the car. In a moment of desperation, Yifan's actions were also very rude. He slapped the woman's butt with one hand and pushed her over. Why are you touching me there?" Although Qingxue knew that the situation was dangerous, she couldn't help but glare at the man after being pushed like this. Yifan didn't care too much. He held the steering wheel with both hands and focused on driving. Beep beep. Pitter-patter. Car horns blared everywhere because the Lexus was running too fast, which made the cars on the road panic. Yifan suddenly turned the steering wheel and drove the car into the spare lane. At this moment, even if he were to be photographed, it would be better than crashing into it. After safely crossing the intersection, Yifan began to speed up. Are you crazy? Why did you step on the gas? Su Qingxue's face paled. The car had already driven more than 100 kilometers in the city. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many cars at night, they would have definitely crashed. Yifan's expression was calm. Generally speaking, the remote control device that controls the car can only control a distance of about 20 to 40 meters. Although we can't slow down, we can speed up, so as long as we get a certain distance away from them, the car will be under our control again. Su Qingxue was surprised, so it can be like this. How did you know? Yifan turned around and glanced at her, grinning. If you don't have any ability, why would Grandma want you to marry me? Su Qingxue blushed and scolded, focus on driving. Who wants to marry you? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the screeching sound of the tires sliding around the corner. Ah! Su Qingxue exclaimed and closed her eyes, not daring to look. This was the first time she had experienced what it felt like to drive an SUV out of a race car. After the sail forcefully used the handbrake to control the balance of the car, it did not overturn and continued to speed along a straight road along the river. Yifan managed to shake off the other party's motorcycle by more than 20 meters by relying on the speed of driving without slowing down. Yifan fiercely stepped on the brakes and the car suddenly slowed down. It was a success. Chirp. The wheels left 2 black tire marks on the ground, and white smoke rose. Relying on the emergency brake, the SUV successfully stopped by the roadside. This gorgeous continuous rotation made Su Qingxue want to vomit. Although the entire process was only a few seconds, it was truly soul-stirring. Seeing that the situation was not good, the motorcycle behind turned around and planned to escape. How could Fan Xian let them go? He pushed open the door and got off the car. His figure was like a bolt of black lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already covered a distance of more than 20 meters. He leaped up and kicked the man on the bicycle to the ground. The motorcycle lost control and flipped to the ground. With another punch, the sail knocked over the other man who was holding the remote control. It took the remote control from his hand and crushed it into a pile of scrap metal. Who sent you? Yifan's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the 2 men. At this moment, Su Qingxue also ran out of the car and hid behind Yifan, not daring to rashly approach. The 2 men in black leather clothes and helmets did not say a word. They endured the pain on their bodies and pulled out 2 tranquilizer pistols from their pockets, shooting at Yifan. However, Yifan was already prepared. With a sidestep, he dodged the anesthetic and then fiercely kicked the arms of the 2 men. Ah! The 2 of them screamed. Their arms were shattered by Yifan's kick, and the tranquilizer pistol also fell to the ground. Seeing that the 2 of them did not say anything, Yifan sneered, "Even if you don't tell me, I can still find out for myself." As he spoke, Yifan took off the 2's peeping Tom, revealing 2 men with dyed yellow hair. It seemed that they were both from China. When he saw that the 2 of them had gold and black earrings on their ears, Yifan immediately recognized them. The killer of the golden kite. Yifan narrowed his eyes. It seems that someone can't wait for us to die. The 2 assassins were astonished. They didn't expect Yifan to recognize them so quickly. Su Qingxue hurriedly asked, "What is a golden kite?" An assassin organization from the south of China. It can barely be considered a C-rank organization in the world. The assassin's individual strength is not strong, but there are many ways to kill people. Yifan gave a simple explanation. Although she didn't know what a C-rank organization was, Su Qingxue knew that the situation was dangerous. She couldn't help but ask with a cold face, "Did the Jing family send you here?" The 2 assassins remained silent, only looking at the 2 of them with sinister eyes. Don't ask. Although he is only an assassin from a C-rank organization, he still has basic professional ethics. He won't betray his employer. Yifan grinned. Then what should we do? Are we going to let them go? Su Qingxue asked. Yifan originally wanted to directly kill these 2 fellows and end it all. However, Su Qingxue was present, so it wasn't convenient for her to dispose of the corpses. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan said, "Call the police and let the people from the Defense Bureau take them away." Su Qingxue also agreed with this method and took out her phone to call the police. However, the 2 assassins revealed determined expressions. Both of them bit the poisonous pills in their mouths at the same time. Yifan noticed this scene, but did not stop it, because this was also a way to solve the problem. Very quickly, the 2 assassins spat out black blood and died on the spot. Su Qingxue had just called the police, and when she saw this scene, she let out a startled cry. "Ah!" The policeman on the other end of the phone hurriedly asked, "Madam, what happened?" "There are 2 killers here, they committed suicide," Su Qingxue said in a hurried tone. "Killer?" The police officer was also shocked and quickly asked where it was. After the alarm ended, Yifan walked over and reached out his hand to pat the woman's back to comfort her. "I'm fine." However, Su Qingshue's face was pale. With a woo sound, she felt nauseous. She covered her mouth, turned around, and ran to the riverside. Just now, he had raced at high speed, forced all kinds of turns, plus his violent heartbeat, tense nerves, and personally witnessed 2 people committing suicide in front of him. Chapter 116. 0116 Yifan watched the woman vomit by the river for a long time. When she was done, he took a few tissues from the car and walked over to hand them to her. "Come, wipe it." Su Qingxue wiped the corner of her mouth and took a few deep breaths. Her eyes were red as she looked at Yifan. "Thank you. How is it? I told you that grandma had foresight. I saved you again." Yifan smiled and said, "So, it's definitely not wrong for you to marry me. The one who saved my life can be a bodyguard, there's no rule that it has to be a husband." Su Qingxue coldly replied. Yifan sighed with emotion as he looked at the woman. "Xiao Shui, are you playing hard to get? You've completely aroused my desire to conquer." Feeling the man's fiery gaze, Su Qingxue felt a little nervous, but she still maintained her cold and arrogant expression. "Who's playing with you? You are a pervert, it has nothing to do with me." After she finished speaking, Su Qingxue turned around and quickly walked back to the car. "Let me drive, you just finished vomiting." Yifan smiled and followed. "No." Su Qingxue stubbornly refused. Yifan was very happy to hear this, because Su Qingxue's tone was obviously more angry than before, with a bit more of a coquettish tone. This meant that after spending so much effort, there was still a return. Just as Yifan was about to get into the car, he heard a very faint but deadly sound in his ears. D. If it wasn't for Yifan's good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to recognize that the sound came from under the car's chassis. Not good. It was a bomb. Yifan was suddenly awakened. It turned out that the Krite had already set up the bombs. However, because the bombs would reveal that this was a murder, they did not intend to detonate them until the very last moment. Now that their 2 assassins had failed, the remaining hidden assassins would have to use their last resort. Yifan's speed exploded to the limit, and his body instantly moved in front of Su Qingxue. He opened his arms and hugged Su Qingxue tightly, burying her head in front of his chest. Su Qingxue's delicate body immediately stiffened. She instinctively wanted to push the man away, but she heard a violent explosion. Boom! A ball of fire soared into the sky, and the $1 million luxury car was torn apart by the high explosives. Metal doors and car parts flew in all directions as if they were risking their lives. The power of the explosion was evident. The moment Yifan jumped away with Su Qingxue in his arms, the shockwave and blazing flames of the bomb almost engulfed them. Su Qingxue only felt that her body was surrounded by scorching hot air. The man's 2 hands tightly hugged her, and his strong chest was as hard as steel. The 2 of them landed in the green belt by the river. Although Su Qingxue landed first, Yifan's 2 hands took a part of the impact of the fall for her, so Su Qingxue was not injured. This explosion caused Su Qingxue's ears to go deaf. The ringing in her ears made Su Qingxue dizzy, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and all the hairs on her body stood up. She finally understood why the man suddenly rushed over to hug her, and why he hugged her tightly. She really misunderstood him. Just now, if he had been a second late, she might not be alive anymore. Yifan. Yifan. Su Qingxue called out a few times, but the man lying on top of her did not react at all. Su Qingxue swallowed her saliva and struggled to crawl out from under the man's body. When she saw Yifan's back, hot tears gushed out from the woman's eyes. On the other hand, her body was almost completely unharmed. It could be seen that Yi Fan had used his own body to bear all of the explosive power. This man, in such a short period of time, did not hesitate to use his own flesh and blood to protect her life. Was she really that important in his heart? Thinking of this, Su Qingxue didn't care too much. She forcefully turned the man over and patted Yi Fan's face. She cried out anxiously, "Yi Fan! Yi Fan, wake up! What's wrong with you? Say something." No matter how Su Qingxue slapped Yi Fan or shook the man didn't react at all. He closed his eyes. Su Qingxue's face was pale. Her trembling little hand reached out to the man's nose. After a few seconds, 2 streams of tears flowed down Su Qingxue's face. The man's breathing was so weak that it was almost undetectable. "Yi Fan! Don't die. I beg of you, open your eyes." Su Qingxue choked with sobs as she quickly took out her phone and said in a panic, I'll call an ambulance. Just you wait. You'll be fine." At this moment, Yi Fan's dry lips moved, and his eyes blurred as he opened them. "Little snow." Su Qingxue's entire body quivered, and she bent over in surprise, grabbing Yi Fan's hand. "I'm here. How are you? Are you seriously injured?" I can't take it anymore," Yi Fan weakly murmured. Su Qingxue's tears fell like rain as she shook her head vigorously. "No, you won't die. I'll call an ambulance for you." "No need. There's no need anymore." Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. Su Qingxue buried her head in the man's body, her shoulders twitching as she cried bitterly. "Don't say any more. You must be scaring me." I won't listen. Yi Fan revealed a bleak and regretful smile. "I'm sorry. I can't go with you to get a certificate. I can't complete what Grandma told me. In the future, you have to take good care of yourself." Hearing the man's voice getting lower and lower, Su Qingxue's heart felt as if it had been chopped into pieces by a knife. She raised her head, wiped away her tears, and begged, "You must not die. Didn't you say you were going to marry me? I'll promise you. As long as you live well, we'll go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. If you dare to die, I'll deduct your salary." Did you hear that? Su Qingxue was already incoherent. This stinky man, he always made her angry, always wanted to take advantage of her, and always taught her a lesson. She clearly hated him, but why did he always do things that made her involuntarily moved? They had only known each other for a short period of time, and there was still a lot that they didn't understand about each other. Yet, he was going to leave just like that. Su Qingxue found it hard to accept this reality. She felt sad and cried like a helpless little girl. You really? Are you willing to get married with me?" Yi Fan asked weakly. Su Qingxue couldn't open her mouth to say too much. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wipe away the tears on her face. She could only nod. I'm willing. So don't die, okay? Why are you so stupid? I'm not good to you." Woo. The woman cried for a while, then heard the man suddenly stop making a sound. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. Could it be that Yi Fan was completely dead? She suddenly lowered her head, only to discover that Yi Fan was smiling mischievously. He squinted his eyes and looked at her with a smile. Chapter 117. 0117. With Su Qingxue's intelligence, seeing this scene, how could she not understand what had happened just now? This guy was purposely putting on an act to trick her. Slowly, the shyness and surprise in Su Qingxue's heart turned into grievance and resentment. Then, this emotion turned into a wave of cold air that was as cold as an icehouse. The coldness emitted from the woman's eyes was enough to freeze a person in an instant. Su Qingxue picked up a large pebble from the flower bed at the side. Without saying a word, she raised it high and smashed it down towards Yifan's head. Holy sh*t. Murdering your husband. Yifan was so scared that he hurriedly jumped up from the ground. Coincidentally, the stone also smashed onto the ground. You. Don't run. I'm going to kill you. Su Qingxue stood up shakily and pounced towards Yifan with the stone in her hand. With a flash, the sail dodged the woman's attack, and then, from behind, it directly hugged Su Qingxue. This hug was fine, but the key point was that his hand accidentally landed on the woman's chest. Hiss. Yifan felt the fullness and softness coming from his arm and couldn't help but say, "Xiao Shui, so you're so capable." Normally, he wouldn't be able to tell, but with this touch, he realized that Su Qingxue wasn't much younger than Su Lingshan. Bastard! Let go of me. Su Qingxue's face was so red that it burned to her ears. She even had the heart to jump into the river. Let go, I didn't do it on purpose. After Yifan reluctantly let go of the woman, he hurriedly retreated and said with a smile, "Anyway, you'll be my wife tomorrow, it doesn't matter if you touch me." Go to hell. I'm not. Su Qingxue threw the stone over. Yifan dodged to the side and waved his finger. You promised me more than once just now. As long as I'm alive, you'll come with me to get your certificate. You're the dignified CEO of the embroidery group, you can't go back on your word. That's because you lied to me. I thought you were going to die. Su Qingxue said unconvinced. Yifan said happily, if you're willing to marry me when I'm about to die, wouldn't I be happier if I'm alive? Alright, I already know your intentions. There's no need to explain any further. You. Su Qingxue was so angry that her head was about to explode. She stomped her feet and turned around to leave. Yifan caught up and asked, "Wife, where are you going? Do you even need to ask? Go home." Su Qingxue glared at the man. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to kill this guy, so she left the rest of the car to the people from the Defense Bureau and the insurance company to deal with. Yifan was overjoyed. Hee, you don't mind me calling you my wife? You really want to marry me? Su Qingxue was just about to use the app to call a car, but when she heard this, she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you believe that I won't jump into the river and commit suicide right now? I know how to swim. I will save you. Don't worry." Wife. Yifan said seriously. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and glanced at him. Next week, it will be the day you receive your salary and basketball bonus. Yifan was stunned. He quickly stood up and said, "Director Su, I was wrong." Seeing the man like this, Su Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she could only roll her eyes at him and say, "There's something wrong with you." Half an hour later, the two of them returned to their home in Egret County. Walking into the living room, Su Qingxue realized that Aunt Jiang would be in the hospital for the next 2 days, and there were only the two of them at home. Su Qingxue couldn't help but feel that the atmosphere was a little strange. She vigilantly looked at the man behind her, only to discover that Yifan was sitting on the stairs outside the door and did not come in. "What are you thinking about?" Su Qingxue was puzzled and walked out to ask. Yifan took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. He puffed out the smoke and said, "I want to think about how to deal with the problem of the killer. It's not a big deal to be called up so often. Just a moment ago, he was still a shameless stinky man by the river, but now he was suddenly so serious." This change caught Su Qingxue off guard. If we make money, of course there will be people who won't be able to make money. It's normal to be hated. I've already mentally prepared myself. Doing business is what you have to consider, but protecting you is what I have to consider. Yifan smiled and said. Su Qingxue pursed her red lips and asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Yifan turned his head to look at the woman. "Xiao Shui, do you think that assassin was sent by the Jing family or the White Shark Gang? Or some other enemy? Is there a difference? Ever since the Jing family funded the White Shark Gang, these two have been jackals of the same tribe. As for the other enemies, how would I know? Shu Qingxue said. Yi Fan nodded. The woman's words made sense. In his heart, he probably had a plan. Shu Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said, You. Don't be too impulsive. After all, they are an entire gang. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to defeat so many of them. From the woman's point of view, Yi Fan being able to survive the explosion tonight was already a fluke. Yi Fan said in enjoyment, You're starting to feel sorry for your husband so soon. Did you get into the role of a wife very quickly? Shu Qingxue knew that the man was being frivolous again. She rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. She turned around and ran upstairs. Huff, Yi Fan finished his last puff of cigarette and stamped out the cigarette butt. He looked at the dark forest not far away and grinned. Officer, you've been standing there for so long. Aren't you tired? After more than 10 seconds, two figures walked out from behind the tree. It was Black Hawk and his team member, Xiao Bai. Their Dragon Fang squad had been following and investigating Yi Fan the entire time. In order to avoid being discovered by Yi Fan, although they were sometimes far away, they had never lost track of him. Today, when they noticed that Yi Fan and the other two were being chased by assassins, they were also very anxious. However, this incident happened so suddenly that they didn't know how to deal with it. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would actually be able to easily deal with all of this and even deal with the two assassins? Mr. Ye's strength is truly astonishing. He shook off two golden Krite assassins and then saved Miss Su from the explosion. This ability is definitely not something an ordinary mercenary can possess. May I ask what kind of strength Mr. Yi has? Black Hawk was not surprised that they had been discovered and went straight to the point. Yi Fan smiled, I don't know either. What kind of strength do I have? It doesn't matter if Mr. Yi doesn't say it. What happened today, we will calm it down as soon as possible. We will also give a warning to the group that hired the assassins this time. Next time, we will not let them openly destroy public order like this, Black Hawk said. Warning. Yi Fan sneered, if warning is useful, how can the killer organization Golden Krite exist? You are also clear that the business of killing cannot be stopped. Why should they listen to you just because you warned them? Black Hawk's face darkened as he said, regardless of whether Mr. Yi believes it or not, we will do our best. China is a country with a legal system, so we can't let them do whatever they want. But Mr. Yi, please don't mess around. If you disrupt our work and cause an even bigger conflict, then our Chinese dragon soul will definitely not allow it. Yi Fan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, First of all, you are not the dragon soul. You are just a subordinate unit of the Dragon Soul and cannot be considered an official member of the Dragon Soul. Don't think that I don't know anything just because I've returned to China. Secondly, even if the members of the Dragon Soul personally came to Huahai to deal with this matter, they wouldn't dare to say that they would put an end to the activities of assassins, because the assassins of the underground world are people that no country or organization would dare to easily offend. Chapter 118. 0118 Yi Fan's eyes flashed, he got up and walked back into the house. It's so late, what are you doing? Go to sleep. When Yi Fan entered the house and closed the door, the two of them did not leave. Xiao Bai asked suspiciously, Captain, what does this Yi Fan mean? Did he admit defeat? I'm not sure. I can't tell what he's thinking from his every move. We have to be careful so that he doesn't cause any trouble. It's all because of that damned White Shark Gang. They've provoked Su Qingxue's splendid brocade again and again. It seems like if we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think that we don't dare to discipline them. Lil White said. Black Hawk frowned, if we touch the White Shark's gang, it will implicate the Jing family. If we touch the Jing family's influence in Huahai's business and political world is not small, so we can only warn them first. Sigh. It's no wonder that Yi Fan looks down on me. Lil White said in distress. Black Hawk said, we are soldiers of China, not outlaws. We have to abide by the rules and regulations. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and the mercenaries and killers of the underground world? Don't complain, at least, on the whole, the three big gangs in Huahai are quite stable. It's not too bad. We didn't mess up the mission given by our superiors. And I understand. Lil White nodded. Have Xiaoyu and Liuxiu arrived at Zhu Shoujing's house? How's the situation? Black Hawk asked. Little White reported, they have already met with Zhu Shoujing. Zhu Shoujing said that the assassin was hired by Zhang Huwei, the hall master of his White Tiger Hole. It has nothing to do with him. He will discipline them strictly. Humph. You really know how to shirk responsibility. Black Hawk's face revealed disdain, and then he said, let's continue to monitor Yi Fan, don't let this matter cause more problems. Yes, Captain. As the two of them spoke, they also returned to the monitoring location. Through the location of the phone signal, they determined that Yi Fan was still at home, and they heaved a sigh of relief. But in reality, while they were chatting, Yi Fan had already jumped out of a window on the second floor from the back of the house. He definitely wouldn't take his phone with him because the agents like to track his phone signal. Yi Fan did not drive, nor did he even ride a bicycle. Like a black ghost, he ran at high speed in the night. Taking advantage of the fact that it was already late at night and there were few people on the road, Yi Fan quickly left the residential area of Egret County. Arriving at the entrance of a small convenience store, Yi Fan made a public phone call. Soon, the call was connected. It was Xiao Zhong who answered. Brother Fan. Hearing Yi Fan's voice, Xiao Zhong respectfully asked, it's so late, what instructions do you have for me? Ever since Yi Fan taught the people of the Purple Bamboo Forest a set of training methods, Xiao Zhong respected Yi Fan even more. White Shark Gang's Zhu Shoujing's lair, tell me the address, Yi Fan said directly. Hearing this, Xiao Zhong was stunned. Brother Fan, you can't be thinking of killing your way to his lair, right? We brothers will be with you on this matter. No need, it will be troublesome if there are more people. Just tell me, Yi Fan said. Xiao Zhong had no choice but to say, eldest miss is already asleep. Should we inform eldest miss? If you keep talking nonsense, we won't be able to be brothers in the future. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Xiao Zhong's heart trembled, and he quickly told Yi Fan the address, afraid that Yi Fan would really get angry. After getting the address, Yi Fan realized that he was still quite a distance away from his current location. Although his stamina wasn't a problem for him to run such a long distance, it was hard to guarantee that he would walk through the streets and disturb a lot of activity. Thus, Yi Fan still took a few subway stops, and when he reached a place with fewer people, he ran towards Zhu Shoujing's villa. In the middle of the night, there were quite a few people sitting in the brightly lit villa. A few big shots of the White Shark Gang were nervously having a meeting with their black-clothed bodyguards. Zhu Shoujing leaned on the leather sofa, holding a jade pipe in her hand. She coldly looked at the guest seat, at a skinny middle-aged man with dyed yellow hair and a black leather jacket. Mr. Ghost Snake, our White Shark Gang has been working with your Golden Kite organization for more than 7 years. This is the first time you've done something so ugly, Zhu Shoujing said. The Ghost Snake was the leader of the Golden Kite. This time, because the commission he received was not small, and the person he killed was a famous figure in the business world like Su Qingxue, and he also wanted to kill a martial artist that even the young master of the Golden Eagle sect was no match for, he personally came to supervise the battle. He didn't expect that the 2 elite assassins he sent out were both killed by Yi Fan. Even the explosives placed under the car were unable to kill the target. However, the ghost snake was not too impatient. Without changing his expression, he said, "Our crite has been established for 20 years, and we have obtained recognition step by step. 10 years ago, we passed the evaluation of the International Seth Association and were promoted to sea level. We relied on our good reputation and solid assassination plans. The opponent this time was a little special. He should have received very strict training. Based on his initial estimation, he might have had some experience as a mercenary, so he was very vigilant. However, we have met such an opponent before. Chief Zhu, you don't need to be too anxious. We have received the money, so we will naturally complete the task." "Humph. Don't talk nonsense. Now that even the people from Dragon Fong have come to warn us, do you still dare to go out and kill people? I advise you to quickly return the commission, and we will find another assassin organization that is more reliable." Zhang Hui, who was sitting at the side, was very dissatisfied. This time, the responsibility had been pushed onto him. He was the scapegoat for the gang, so of course he wasn't in a good mood. "Refund the commission." The ghost snake sneered, "We, the Golden Crite, will never spit out the money we eat. F*CKU, are you trying to act shamelessly?" Zhang Hui slammed the table and stood up. The ghost snake's eyes flickered with a cold light as he stared at Zhang Hui without any intention of retreating. Zhu Shoujing raised her hand, indicating for Zhang Hui not to be angry. "Old Zhang, sit down. Let's hear what Mr. Ghost Snake's plan first." It was unknown when a slender dagger with a blood groove had appeared in the ghost snake's hand. It was as long as a middle finger, small and exquisite. He calmly used the dagger to trim his fingernails and lightly said, "I wonder if you have heard of something called Origin Strike." "What nonsense are you talking about? Explain it clearly," Zhang Hui shouted. The ghost snake glanced at him and said with some disdain, "In the world of mercenaries, once they are attacked, they will immediately search for the origin of the attack. Attacking the most primitive attackers without taking a detour or wasting time was the most effective way to resolve the battle. If my guess is correct, that guy called Yi Fan will definitely think of a way to find our location and then take the initiative to counterattack. How is this possible? Could it be that he wants to come to our base camp?" Wang Jiu's face was full of disbelief. "He's not an idiot. Isn't running here just courting death?" The ghost snake shook his head. "That's where you're wrong. Right now, he thinks that his martial arts can completely crush us. Our killers are no match for him. So, he won't take us seriously at all." Zhu Shoujing narrowed her eyes and said thoughtfully, "Mr. Ghost Snake, if Yi Fan really comes, are you sure that the people you brought are enough to deal with Yi Fan?" As she spoke, Zhu Shoujing glanced at the two men standing behind the ghost snake. They were both tall and sturdy men with dyed blonde hair. They wore black windbreakers and did not seem to be anything special. However, the ghost snake smiled mysteriously. "If he comes, you will naturally know." "Bullshit, the Yi Fan isn't retarded, how could he possibly come here to die? If he dares to come, I'll shoot him." Zhang Hui took out an old-fashioned revolver from his waist and waved it in the air. This was his life-saving measure. "Sect leader, I don't think there's a need for today's meeting. In any case, Old Zhang, will take on this black pot. I'll go find someone to kill the Yi Fan and that Su girl myself. I'm leaving." After Zhang Hui finished speaking, he stood up and left with his group of lackeys. Just as he reached the door and was about to open it, he heard a loud bang. I'll go." Zhang Hui watched as the door was fiercely pushed open from the outside. Then, two of the guards were thrown in like sandbags. He saw a man with a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets lazily standing at the door, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Behind him was a courtyard full of bodyguards who had fallen to the ground. They were all knocked down. "You! Who are you? Zhang Huwei swallowed his saliva and subconsciously placed his hand on his waist. Chapter 119. 0119. When Zhang Huwei heard this, his mind went blank for a moment. He then turned around to look at Zhu Shoujing, Ghost Snake, and the others sitting in the living room. At this moment, Zhu Shoujing had already stood up, her gaze fluctuating. He didn't expect that Yi Fan would really dare to come over. The Ghost Snake smiled proudly. Good courage. As expected of an expert. Yi Fan leisurely walked into the house, as if there was no one else around, and walked to the middle of the living room. Originally, I was just guessing. Yi Fan glanced at the Ghost Snake beside him, but seeing them proves that you hired the killer. Zhu Shoujing's face showed a trace of panic. She retreated and let her bodyguard stand in front of her. Zhang Huwei, Wang Jiu, and the other hall masters also brought their subordinates to surround them. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. You don't have to be nervous. Yi Fan finished smoking a cigarette, took out another one, and slowly lit it up. He said, I didn't come here today to kill anyone. If I kill someone, it will be quite troublesome for me. I still have to deal with those officials. Humph. Aren't you here to kill someone? Are you here to visit? Zhu Shoujing questioned. Yi Fan grinned, visit. That's not a bad phrase, but I'm actually here to give you a warning. Warning. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze gradually becoming ice-cold and emotionless. A terrifying pressure filled the entire hall. Even though these White Sharks gang members were born in the wilderness and their hands were more or less stained with blood, they still had goosebumps when they encountered this intimidating aura. This man. How terrifying. I'll only give you one chance. Yi Fan said in a low voice, don't provoke me again, and don't provoke the woman beside me. Otherwise, the White Shark gang will be removed from Hua Hai in the future. Zhu Shoujing swallowed his saliva, his face alternating between green and white. I heard that your relationship with the purple bamboo forest is not shallow, why should we give you face? Aren't you just a dog under Ning Zimo? Yi Fan fiercely sucked in a mouthful of smoke, his eyes revealing a cold glint, from your tone. It seems like you don't plan to cherish this opportunity. Zhu Shoujing looked at Ghost Snake, Ghost Snake. You said it yourself. If he dares to strike at the origin, you'll kill him. Why don't you go? Yi Fan laughed, strike at the origin. You guys are acting like anti-missiles, it's not that much of an exaggeration, right? Humph, against an expert, of course we have to be as cautious as anti-missile missiles. The Ghost Snake grinned, waved his hand and shouted, all of you. On the second floor of the villa, 7 or 8 black-clothed assassins with submachine guns suddenly ran out from 4 directions and aimed their guns at Yi Fan. You. When did you? Even Zhu Shoujing did not know that there were so many gunmen lying in ambush in her house. Ghost Snake said, I'm sorry, Zhu Bangzhu, we also want to be absolutely safe and not leak any information. This batch of guns will only be used by our organization to deal with experts. After all, China has strict regulations. Unless we have no other choice, we definitely can't reveal too many guns. Although we've lost 2 of our elites, it's still considered a success. Wang up, Jiao Fan, Zhang Wang said. Wang Ming he, feeling that the situation was set, Wang Jiu, Zhang Huwei, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Fan mockingly. Yi Fan's expression did not change as he continued to smoke. You guys really don't know how to cherish this opportunity, Zhu Shoujing sneered and took a puff of her pipe, you brat, you don't know what's good for you. You're already at your wit's end, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? Kneel down and kowtow to our sect leader in apology. Our sect leader might let you live for a few more minutes, haha. Zhang Huwei and the others sneered. Yifan didn't say a word as he slowly smoked his cigarette with a hint of ridicule on his face. The ghost snake asked, "Chief Zhu, do you want to kill him or capture him?" "No need to capture him. Kill him to avoid long nights of dreams," Zhu Shoujing ordered. "No problem." Just as the ghost snake was about to give the order, Yifan interrupted him. "Wait a minute." Yifan raised his hand. "What, are you afraid?" The ghost snake sneered. Yifan shook his head. "I just want to know, was the person who detonated the bomb today present?" The ghost snake smiled complacently. "That's right." "Oh." Yifan said, "That's good. It saves me the trouble of going somewhere else to look for you. Killing you here would be straightforward." "Humph, you still want to kill me? You should go to the underworld and slowly wait." After the ghost snake finished speaking, he waved his hand. Tutu, the intense sound of gunfire instantly ignited the entire living room. Zhu Shoujing and the other members of the White Shark Gang all felt deafened. As the fire snake spat out, all the bullets flew towards Yifan like locusts. Yifan was like a wooden stake standing in a hail of bullets, allowing the bullets to hit him and slice through his body. In less than 10 seconds, Yifan's clothes were already riddled with holes. The entire living room was filled with smoke, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. However, everyone's expressions slowly changed from the initial arrogance to doubt, and then to astonishment and shock. In the end, everyone looked at Yifan as if they had seen a ghost, and some even started to tremble. All the guns had run out of bullets, and the shells were all over the floor. But Yifan actually slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one, continued to light another, and put it in his mouth. Yifan. Huff, Yifan flicked his cigarette ash and looked around. "You guys. Are you done?" The whole living room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Impossible. Impossible." The ghost snake thought that he had seen some kind of supernatural phenomenon. He blinked his eyes and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" Zhu Shoujing and the others also swallowed their saliva. They wished that all of this was a dream. Yifan took a step forward and walked towards the ghost snake. "Who I am is not important, in any case. It's time for you to go to the underworld." The ghost snake's entire body quivered. He knew that this was a moment of life and death. Without saying a word, he picked up his dagger without hesitation, took a step forward, and pierced towards Yifan's throat. An assassin's most efficient ambush, the ghost snake did it very cleanly. However, when his dagger was about to touch Yifan's throat, Yifan's hand had already forcefully grabbed the dagger's blade. The group of people were dumbstruck, because Yifan's hand was not injured in the slightest. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal breaking, the dagger was broken. Yifan's eyes flashed. His left hand grabbed the ghost snake's head, while his right hand stabbed the dagger into the ghost snake's mouth. Pucci. Chapter 120. 0120 Yifan kicked the corpse of the Krite leader away, held a cigarette in his mouth, and continued to walk forward. "Boss!" When the two burly men saw that the ghost snake had been killed, they roared angrily. Almost at the same time, the two of them surrounded Yifan from the left and right. They each took out a sharp machete, as if they wanted to cut Yifan into 8 pieces. However, Yifan didn't even look at them. When the two of them slashed at his shoulders and back, he grabbed their wrists. Yifan was like throwing sandbags, one in each hand, and directly swung the two men into the air. Clang! Clang! 2 loud sounds rang out. The two of them flew into the sky like cannonballs and crashed into the huge crystal chandelier. The two men didn't even know how they flew into the sky, and then they crashed into each other until they were in a daze. When the two of them fell, the heavy crystal lamp also fell with a loud bang. Rumble. The two men were smashed into a bloody mess. Many of their bodies were burned by the electric current, turning them into charcoal. Yi Fan spat out the cigarette butt and muttered, "A mere C-class organization, do you think you can run amok in this land?" Nowadays, the little shrimps are really used to seeing small streams, so they think they can go to the vast ocean. Sighing, Yi Fan walked towards Zhu Shoujing by himself. Everyone present was so scared that their faces turned ashen. No one dared to provoke Yi Fan again. Bullets couldn't penetrate it, and his strength was abnormally strong. This man was simply a living king of hell. This kind of monster, who would dare to have the heart to kill him? It would be a miracle if they weren't killed by him. Yi Fan arrived in front of Zhu Shoujing, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his gaze like the cold moonlight. "Do you know why you guys ended up like this?" Zhu Shoujing shook her head, her entire body trembling. "Although the people you found knew that I would attack from the origin and chose to wait for the rabbit to come out, they had overlooked the most important problem, that is. In the face of absolute power, you have been courting death from the very beginning. Everything you have done is futile." Yi Fan stretched out his hand, patted Zhu Shoujing's face, and asked, "Do you understand?" Zhu Shoujing was about to cry. Her usual temperament and dignity were useless now. She begged with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Mr. Yi. I beg you, let us go. We are willing to listen to you and follow you. The ones who want to kill you and Su Qingxue are the Jing father and son, we are just working for them." Yi Fan ignored him and turned around to wave at Zhang Hui. "You, come here." Zhang Hui was startled, but he could only nod and bow as he walked over. He lowered his head and said, "If there's anything you need, just tell me." The group of White Shark's gang members secretly despised him. This guy actually changed sides at the last minute and wanted to listen to Yi Fan. "Give me the pistol." "Ah. You won't give it to me." Here. Zhang Hui hurriedly handed the gun to Yi Fan. In any case, bullets were useless against Yi Fan. Yi Fan picked up the gun, unlocked the safety, and casually fired a shot with a bang. A hole appeared on Zhang Hui's head and he fell to the ground dead. The White Shark's gang members were so scared that they peed their pants. How could he kill someone without even saying a word? Zhang Hui didn't even know that he died in such a hurry. Yi Fan pointed the gun at Zhu Shoujing's head again. "I told you, I will only give you one chance. I hate people who don't cherish opportunities the most, Mr. Yi. I was wrong. Please spare me. The entire White Shark's gang will kowtow to you." Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive bullets were shot into Zhu Shoujing's head. After Yi Fan threw the gun, he looked at the corpse that was slowly sliding to the ground. His skull was already smashed, and he wiped the blood off his face. In the blink of an eye, the 2 most important figures of the White Shark's gang, the gang leader Zhu Shoujing and the hall leader Zhang Hui, were already gone. The group of White Shark's gang members were so scared that they ran away. The crate killers on the 2nd floor also put down their guns and started to run. No one dared to stay here, afraid that Yi Fan would turn around and kill them. In fact, Yi Fan wasn't interested in killing such a group of insignificant people. These people were just here to beg for food. The ones who really took the money were Zhu Shoujing, Ghost Snake, and the other leaders. Yi Fan looked at the time. It was getting late, so he decided to go back. With a few quick steps, Yi Fan ran from the garden behind the villa to a nearby road and disappeared into the night. The next day, early morning. Get up. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and change your clothes. Su Qingxue stood by the bed and looked at the man lying on his back. Especially the firm muscles on his chest, waist, and thighs, she couldn't help but blush. No wonder this guy's reaction was so fast and his strength was so great. The lines of his muscles looked extraordinary, Su Qingxue thought. Yi Fan opened his eyes, yawned, and clicked his tongue. "Xiao Shui, why did you come to my room?" hurry up and get the certificate. After getting the certificate, go to the hospital and show Grandma. Hurry up. Su Qingxue quickly commanded. Yifan flipped over like a carp and got up from the bed. It didn't matter if he got up, but the key was the boxer shorts below. It was obvious that his fighting spirit was high. Ah! Pervert! What are you doing? Su Qingxue hurriedly turned around, her heart beating faster. Yifan scratched his head. This is a physiological phenomenon. Why are you so excited? This means that your husband, I, am healthy. You're not. Shameless. Su Qingxue scolded. Yifan didn't care and said with a smile, Xiao Shui, you were in a hurry to go get your certificate with me early in the morning. It seems like you've thought it through tonight. I just don't want Grandma to worry about me before she leaves. Don't think too much about it, it has nothing to do with you. I've already thought about it. Grandma only said that she wants to see us get married, but she didn't say that we can't get a divorce in the future. When our contract period is up, we can divorce and that's it. Su Qingxue said. Yifan's face stiffened. Do you really need to? Is your prejudice against marriage still so great? I'm not prejudiced against marriage, I'm prejudiced against you. Su Qingxue coldly snorted and directly walked out of the room. Li Fan Xian was about to sigh, but then he thought about it and shouted, Xiao Shui. You've already entered my room, can I go to your room and wake you up in the future? If you dare to come in, I'll jump off the building. Su Qingxue's response came from outside. With Su Qingxue's stubborn temper, she might really jump, so it was better not to take the risk for the time being. At this moment, a call came into his cell phone. Yifan saw that it was Ning Zimo and picked it up. Ninger, what's wrong so early in the morning? Chapter 121. 0121 inch when you were sleeping. I really didn't do anything to you. I slept at home by myself. Yifan said with a smile. Only then did Ning Zimo realize that her words were easily misunderstood and said snappily, You're still joking. Did you know that early in the morning, Wang Jiu actually brought a group of people to our Purple Leaf Tea House and said that he wants to join us? Ha! Yifan couldn't help but laugh. This guy is quite smart, he even knows to change his backing. You! Ning Zimo heard the man's casual tone and was speechless. What kind of scary thing did you do? I think Wang Jiu was scared to the point of having a heart attack. When he talks about you, it's like he's seeing a living king of hell. It's nothing much, I solved a small problem. Since he wants to join us, let him join us. With his help, the purple bamboo forest can also take in the White Shark Gang stragglers. Yifan said. Ning Zimo felt helpless on the other end of the phone. Her grandfather had been fighting in Hua Hai all his life and was suppressed by the White Shark Gang. However, Yifan actually used a single night to completely destroy the White Shark Gang. He even made the veteran hall master of the White Shark Gang, Wang Jiu, take the initiative to surrender. In the eyes of a man, this was actually a small problem solved. You really know how to cause trouble for me. I can't even take care of my own subordinates and you still want me to expand the army. Ning Zimo said bitterly, do all these troublesome things for me. Yifan chuckled, I believe in your ability. Don't worry, Wang Jiu and the others will listen to you. Ning Zimo sighed, I'm not worried about Wang Jiu, I'm worried about you. With such a big commotion, the officials of China will definitely have their eyes on you. Even if this doesn't happen, they will have their eyes on me sooner or later. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Yifan said confidently. Ning Zimo didn't suspect much, then when are you coming to see me? I haven't seen you in a long time. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, how can it be a long time? It's only been a few days. I don't care, you must come over tonight or else I'll cheat on you. Ning Zmo hung up after she finished speaking. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. All right, he should obediently accompany the woman tonight. Speaking of which, he was planning to have a meal at Feng Yuying's place this weekend, but it seemed like he could only change his plans now. Thus, Yi Fan called Feng Yuying again. When Feng Yuying found out that he had something to do, she was reasonable and said that she also had some things to do, so she hung up. After washing up, Yi Fan got dressed and went downstairs. Discovering that Su Qingxue was using a toaster to bake toast, Yi Fan said happily, "Xiao Shui, are you going to make a sandwich? Or just plain toast? It's none of your business. You settle your own breakfast." She even took out a piece of cheese, some lettuce, and ham slices from the fridge. It was obvious that she was planning to make a ham sandwich. Aunt Jiang was not at home, but Su Qingxue personally went into battle. He still remembered that Aunt Jiang had mentioned that Su Qingxue's cooking skills were amazing, so Yi Fan didn't expect a woman to cook for him. Yi Fan opened the fridge and saw that there were still leftovers, so he took a few eggs and planned to fry some egg fried rice. Su Qingxue sneaked a peek and saw that the man was frying the oil. "What are you going to do? Don't make a mess in the kitchen." Yi Fan chuckled, "I won't, I'll wash it clean later." "Humph, eating isn't healthy at all," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan shrugged and started to heat up the oil. "It doesn't matter, I don't expect to live to 100 years old. If a person can't even eat what they like to eat, then what's the point? Your way of thinking is too low level. Could it be that eating is the only pursuit in life?" Su Qingxue said disdainfully. Yi Fan was too lazy to argue with the woman. He smiled and started to beat the eggs. At this time, the toaster popped out 2 pieces of bread with a bang. "Yeah!" Su Qingxue exclaimed, her eyebrows tightly knitted. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan turned around and immediately laughed. "Haha. Xiao Shui, is this bread? This is coal, right?" He saw 2 pieces of bread, both black and burnt. "What are you laughing at? What does this have to do with me? It was the toaster that roasted it too much," Su Qingxue said angrily. Yi Fan walked over to take a look and shook his head. "This kind of bread, a normal English toaster only needs 1 to 3 degrees of heat. It would be strange if you didn't burn it with the highest temperature of 6. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes and looked at the adjustment button at the side. Her face turned red. I saw wrongly. Is that so?" Yi Fan turned around and smiled. "I thought this was your first time using it." Su Qingxue's face turned even redder. This guy was too despicable. This was indeed her first time using a toaster. "I've seen Aunt Jiang use it before, but it doesn't seem to be this complicated." "Go away. I can roast it now." Su Qingxue pushed Yi Fan away, took out the bread, and started to bake it. After a few minutes, Yi Fan made the golden egg fried rice, and Su Qingxue also made a ham sandwich. Yi Fan saw that there was a lot of fried rice and asked, "Xiao Shui, do you want to eat some? I made a little too much." "I'm not eating, you can eat it yourself." Su Qingxue proudly picked up her sandwich and took a bite. As soon as she finished biting, Su Qingxue frowned and quickly spat out the sandwich in her mouth into the trash can. "Paw paw." Su Qingxue gloomily said, "This ham is rotten." Yi Fan was speechless. "Didn't you look at the expiration date? Don't you want to smell it first?" Su Qingxue was stunned. How could she think so much? Looking at the rancid sandwich in her hands, then looking at Yi Fan's golden and alluring egg fried rice, Su Qingxue subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Fan Xian could tell that the woman wanted to eat, but because of his pride, he couldn't open his mouth. Thus, he revealed a very sincere expression and said, "Xiao Shui, I don't think it's good to waste food. Please eat some fried rice." When Su Qingxue heard this, she cleared her throat and said, "All right then, since you're begging me like this, in order not to waste it, I'll just eat some." Yi Fan happily nodded, "Thank you for your help. Wait a moment, I'll make some green onion and pickled vegetable soup. We'll be able to eat soon." Not long after, Yi Fan brought 2 plates of fried rice and 2 bowls of soup to the dining table. Compared to the sumptuous breakfast that Aunt Jiang usually made, this breakfast was much simpler. However, when Su Qingxue looked at the color of the fried rice, she felt that it was the same as the ones made in a restaurant. It was simply too pleasing to the eyes. He tasted it. The taste was rich, like eggs and rice melting in his mouth. This guy was a man, how could his cooking skills be so good? "Hey!" Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Have you been a chef before?" Yi Fan ate with big mouthfuls and shook his head, "No." "Then why are you so good at cooking?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. Chapter 122. 0122 Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Listening to the man's words, it seemed like it was just a simple philosophy of life, but there was a trace of sourness in it. What had he experienced in the past? Su Qingxue couldn't help but be curious. "Are you praising me for cooking well?" Yi Fan suddenly asked mischievously. Su Qingxue quickly argued, "No." But when he thought about it, he felt that it would be too much of a slap in the face, so he muttered, "A little." Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. When he wasn't working, this iceberg beauty wasn't that cold, and was even a little dazed. After breakfast, the two prepared their documents and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because the SUV was destroyed, Su Qingxue switched to a limited edition Mercedes Maybach. This car was specially equipped with bulletproof glass, and the wheels and tires were also explosion-proof. It seemed that Su Qingxue was still worried that someone would attack her. The whole registration process was also very smooth. Although the staff were very puzzled, how did this young man marry such a great beauty? They had no other thoughts except envy and blessings. Returning to the car, when she saw the 2 red books with the photo of the 2 of them, Su Qingxue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. From the rearview mirror, Fan Xian saw the woman looking at the marriage certificate with a complicated expression in her eyes. She sighed and said, "How is it? You really got married? It's still very different from what you imagined, right?" Su Qingxue immediately regained her cold expression and said indifferently, "There's nothing special about it. This is just a procedure that must be followed to make Grandma feel at ease and hand over the shares to me." "Is that so?" However, Yi Fan smiled and said, "I'm actually quite happy, because when I returned home, I was considering whether or not I should find a woman to marry. Now, this wish has come true." She turned her head and said, "You can marry another woman. Aren't you chasing after another woman? After a while, I can divorce you. I don't care about this anyway." Yi Fan frowned, and said with a serious expression, "Don't talk about divorce in the future. Since I married you, I don't plan to divorce." This sentence stunned Su Qingxue, and she couldn't react for a long time. When she came back to her senses, Su Qingxue was a little unhappy. Why did she have to listen to him? Just as he was about to refute, he saw Yi Fan's eyes in the rearview mirror. They were incomparably solemn and respectful, carrying with them a powerful deterrent force. Su Qingxue's heart trembled, she was actually a little afraid. Thinking back to that day in the office, the scene of Yi Fan spanking her butt, she felt that if she were to talk about divorce, she would probably be beaten up by him again. She could only silently look out the window and let out a humph to express her emotions. Seeing that the woman had become obedient, Yi Fan also returned to his usual appearance. He giggled and said, "Wife, should we go take a simple wedding photo for Grandma to see?" "Slap your head. Go to the hospital now." Su Qingxue felt wronged in her heart. One moment he was scaring her, and the next moment he was smiling mischievously. What did this guy want? Fan Xian clicked his tongue. He was just giving an opinion, was there a need to be so excited? Without further ado, he drove to the tumor hospital. An hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a few men and women in police uniforms standing at the entrance. The one leading them was Black Hawk. "Mr. Yi, please help us investigate a case." Black Hawk's expression was extremely ugly. Last night, he actually received information that the leader of the White Shark Gang, Zhu Shoujing, and the Hall Master, Zhang Huwei, were both killed at the headquarters. The leader of the Golden Kite, the Ghost Snake, had also been killed. The Golden Kite was a C-rank organization, and the White Shark Gang was an old gang in Huahai. It didn't matter if people died, but this was equivalent to a group of gang members and a group of killers. No one would be able to manage them, and it was very likely that they would cause more harm to society. The higher-ups were already very dissatisfied with Black Hawk and the others' work. They believed that this was a major mistake and sternly ordered that if they didn't close the case, Black Hawk and the others would be punished. As a result, Black Hawk and his team members naturally didn't sleep for the whole night and immediately went to investigate. But in the end, it was actually Yi Fan again. He ran away from under their noses and even went to the White Shark Gang to kill someone. Yi Fan had already expected that they would find out about him. He smiled and said, "Sure, but I don't want to go to the Defense Bureau. Let's chat in the hospital. This is not up to Mr. Yi." Black Hawk said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Su Qingshue's heart tightened. She stepped forward and said, "What did Yi Fan do? What right do you have to interrogate him?" "Miss Su, please step aside." A female team member stood in front of Su Qingxue. "I want to hire a lawyer." "You are violating the personal freedom of a citizen," Su Qingxue said coldly. "Humph, he's a murderer, what right does he have to be free?" The huge cannon behind him said disdainfully. Su Qingshue's face paled. She had already guessed that Yi Fan's background had a hint of darkness in it. Hearing this, she became even more terrified. Kill. Murderer. To an ordinary woman, Su Qingxue was naturally very afraid of murder. Li Fan Xian sighed. His own past was still too heavy for Su Qingxue. "Xiao Shui, go to Grandma's place. I'll deal with this place," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue clenched her hands tightly and looked at him coldly. "They said you killed someone, is that true?" "This. I'll explain it to you later." Yi Fan smiled gently. "Why? If it's not, then it's not. Why do you have to explain it later?" Su Qingxue was very anxious, she wanted to hear a denial answer. Although she felt that Yi Fan was not good in many ways, no matter what, after receiving the certificate, the two of them would be husband and wife. Even if they might not always be together, she still couldn't accept that her other half was a murderer. It wasn't any other crime, it was murder. Yi Fan took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. He had actually always been on guard. The two of them were in different worlds, but because they had been living too comfortably recently, these thoughts had faded away. Because he was moved by Su Qingxue, and he didn't want her to lose the embroidery group and get married to a woman. In the face of the cruel reality, he had to consider one thing, and that was whether a woman could accept his past in the world he lived in. As matters stood, Yi Fan knew that it was wrong to hide it. After taking a puff of his cigarette and pondering for a moment, Yi Fan felt that he still had to confess. "Yes, I kill." Yi Fan's reply was straightforward and efficient. The eyes of Black Hawk and the other members of the Dragon Fang group were filled with anger. Su Qingxue felt her mind go blank. She staggered a step back and coldly looked at the man with a fearful gaze. Chapter 123. 0123-4. Why? She wanted to know the reason. Even if he had the identity of a tutor, a repairman, a substitute, and all sorts of other identities, she could tolerate it. But how could she treat the killer with a normal heart? Yifan didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, because they deserve to die. Humph. Those who deserve to die should also be handed over to the law. Do you think you're God? Black Hawk questioned. Yifan was too lazy to bother with them. He just looked at Su Qingxue and said earnestly, I admit that I've killed quite a few people in the past. I won't deny it, but I can promise you that I won't easily kill people in the future, unless someone wants to kill me or endanger someone I care about. You mean? You killed a lot of people? Su Qingxue's eyes trembled. Yifan nodded, yes, I killed him. This is why you won't tell me what you did before? Su Qingxue asked again. Yifan was silent. He didn't know how to answer, because some of the things he had done were far more serious than killing people. More than one reason. Yifan said. You big liar. Su Qingxue didn't want to listen any further. She turned around and ran into the hospital, wiping her eyes as she ran. Yifan looked at the woman's sad back as she ran away. He felt a wave of irritation, uneasiness, anger, but even more guilt. Mr. Yi, let me formally introduce ourselves. We are the first team of the Dragon Fang organization under the Dragon Soul. I am the leader of the Black Hawk, and I am responsible for investigating the recent terrorist incidents and murders in Huahai. Your actions have been seriously suspected and are directly related to many cases. Now, we will officially arrest you. As Black Hawk spoke, he waved his hand and let two of his team members, the Ash Wolf and the Huge Cannon, come up to handcuff Yifan. You really want to capture me? Yifan's expression was also unsightly. The emotions that had accumulated in his heart made him want to vent. The Ash Wolf said, What, do you still want to resist? This is China, do you know the price of resisting us? Price? I really want to see what price I will pay. Yifan held a cigarette in his mouth, a hint of ridicule appearing on the corner of his mouth. Humph, Ash Wolf, ignore him, cuff him. Lil Wait said from the side. Without saying a word, the Ash Wolf took the handcuffs and was about to handcuff Yifan's hands. The Ash Wolf stretched out its hand to grab Yifan's wrist. Just as it was about to make its move, it saw a blur in front of its eyes. Yifan's hand somehow disappeared. Then, with 2 clicks, a pair of handcuffs appeared on Tsang Lang's hands. This. Tsang Lang was horrified. He actually handcuffed himself. Fan Xian spat out a mouthful of smoke on the Ash Wolf's face, I say. An expert from Dragon Fang, are you trying to catch me or yourself? F***CKU. Seeing his brother being insulted, the Huge Cannon kicked towards Yifan. However, Yifan took a step forward and used his shoulder to squeeze the Ash Wolf beside him. Tsang Lang's body leaned forward and was kicked by Giant Pow's kick. Lone Wolf. Giant Cannon saw his comrade being kicked to the ground and exclaimed, Why the hell are you blocking me? F***CK you're immortal. Cannon, are your eyes F***King crooked? Didn't you see him squeeze me over? The Ash Wolf was infuriated. When Black Hawk saw this scene, he was so angry that his face turned green. Lu Su, help the Ash Wolf unlock his handcuffs. Xiao Yu, Xiao Bai, Chang Feng, attack together. Yes sir. A group of members of the Dragon Fang group surrounded Yifan. Punching and kicking, every move was vigorous, fast, and precise. Unfortunately, the attacks of these people couldn't really cause any trouble for Yifan. Yifan held a cigarette in his mouth as he moved back and forth. Every time he was about to hit them, he just happened to avoid them by a few centimeters. The group of people from the Dragon Fang group fought for dozens of rounds, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Yifan's clothes. Moreover, they were always a second off each time, so they were naturally extremely vexed. Damn it. Yi, don't run away. Are you AF * king man? Lil White roared. Yi Fan sneered, whether I am a man or not, you have to ask my woman. Ignore him, let's surround him. Let's see how he dodges. The huge cannon shouted and attacked from the front with a straight punch. After Yi Fan raised his hand to block the huge cannon's fist, he used his shoulder to unload the force and threw the big man backwards. Changfeng and giant cannon collided into each other, and the two of them were thrown to the ground by the force. Xiao Yu and Xiao Bai attacked together from the left and right, each using a capturing technique from the army, wanting to control Yi Fan's two hands. Yi Fan also stood on the spot, allowing the two of them to hug his arm and then bend it. However, when Xiao Yu and Xiao Bai controlled Yi Fan's arm, they realized that even if they used all their strength, they still wouldn't be able to bend Yi Fan's arm by even half a centimeter. Yi Fan's hand was like steel. With their strength, they were unable to move it in the slightest. You guys. Can you do it or not? Yi Fan spat out the cigarette butt. He had more or less had enough time to play with this cigarette. The group of people from the Dragon Fong group gasped for breath. In their hearts, they all had the same voice, this guy is a monster. Black Hawk narrowed his eyes. It seems that Mr. Yi has trained in the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Skin, and other such techniques, which is why his body is so indestructible. However, I don't know if your body hardening technique will be able to withstand my inner force spring kick. As Black Hawk spoke, he gathered his chi and revealed his true strength as a post-celestial stage martial artist. With a step forward, he rushed in front of Yi Fan and turned around to give a roundhouse kick. Before his foot even arrived, the strong wind it brought with it had already caused the faces of the Dragon Fong members to hurt. In the Dragon Fong team, only the Black Hawk and the Ash Wolf had cultivated internal energy, and their strength was also able to suppress the other team members. Compared to them, the Black Hawk's internal energy was more profound, and the Ash Wolf's combat skills were more outstanding. At this moment, Yi Fan had already been caught by the two of them and stood there motionlessly. Naturally, the Black Hawk's kick was the most lethal. Bam! The Black Hawk's foot kicked Yi Fan's chest, producing a sound like a battering ram striking a door. The few members of the team were all worried. This kick was real, but it could shatter the heart of an ordinary person. Could it be that it could directly kick Yi Fan to death? However, when they looked at the changes in Yi Fan, they discovered that Yi Fan did not have any reaction at all. The strength of the initial stage of the Hotian realm, this kick feels a little bit better. Yi Fan commented. Black Hawk was dumbstruck, and the other Dragon Fong members were even more stunned, unable to say a single word. Yi Fan looked left and right at Xiao Yu and Xiao Bai. You guys. Do you have any other moves? Do you want to show me? Chapter 124. 0124 Yi Fan, on the other hand, took a step forward and walked in front of the Black Hawk. His eyes became cold and indifferent. With just you guys, you don't have the ability to capture me. You don't even deserve to talk to me. So, while I'm not planning to make a big deal out of this, scram. Black Hawk felt a powerful pressure coming towards him, causing his heart to start beating faster. However, his face twitched as he gritted his teeth and retaliated. This is China, you dare, bam. One of Yi Fan's hands suddenly slapped the Black Hawk's chest, and the Black Hawk's body flew out like a cannonball. Black Hawk's entire body crashed into a cement pillar and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Captain. The group of team members were so scared that their faces turned pale. The female team member, Lu Su, ran over to take a look and discovered that 6 or 7 ribs had been broken in the Black Hawk's chest. If he had been a little more heavy-handed, the Black Hawk's lungs and heart would have been pierced by now. Yi Fan looked at them indifferently, put his hands in his pants pockets, and slowly walked into the hospital. He no longer wanted to waste time playing house with a small fry of this level. The group of members of the Dragon Fang squad watched Yi Fan leave with anger and unwillingness in their eyes, but more than that, they were still afraid. When they arrived at the ward, Su Qingxue was holding the marriage certificate and showing it to Bai Shuqin. There were no traces of crying on the woman's face. Instead, she was smiling like the spring breeze as she talked to Bai Shuqin. Yi Fan couldn't help but admire Qingshue's acting skills. Seeing Yi Fan enter, Su Qingshue's eyes had a complicated expression, and she didn't say a word. Obviously, Su Qingxue didn't want Yi Fan's matter to make Bai Shuqin feel worried before she left. Bai Shuqin was quite happy, and said in a weak voice, "Yi Fan. Good child. Come here." Yi Fan also revealed a smile, walked to the bedside, and let Bai Shuqin hold his hand. "Grandma, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Bai Shuqin said, "Hurry up and have a child with Xiao Shui. This way, the family will be lively, Grandma." Su Qingshue's face was fiery red. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't stay in the ward any longer. Yi Fan, on the other hand, smiled in relief and nodded, "I understand." Bai Shuqin smiled contentedly and then closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep. Yi Fan stood up and looked toward Su Qingxue. "Xiao Shui, let's go out. I have something to tell you." Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then turned around and walked out. The two of them came to the end of the corridor. There was no one around, and the environment was quiet. "What about the policeman?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan sighed, "They should all be gone. Why didn't they take you away?" Fan Xian frowned, "You really want me to be captured? Shouldn't murderers be punished by the law?" Su Qingxue said as a matter of course. Fan Xian let out a long sigh, "Snowy, things are not as simple as you think. My past is not something that can be summed up with the word murder. Then tell me everything that happened to you. Only then can I make a judgment on whether I should believe you or not." Su Qingxue looked at the man coldly. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. How could he possibly tell her about his past? Not to mention whether he could or not, would Su Qingxue believe him after listening to him? Moreover, his experience involved too many secrets. If a woman knew about it, it would only be harmful to her. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan sincerely said, "I can only tell you that you can know about it." "Humph," Su Qingxue sneered, "then does the things that I can't know include your murder, arson, and crimes? Or could it be that those policemen were right, and you are the serial killer that appeared in our Hua Hai?" Su Qingxue. Yi Fan's tone became a bit heavier, and he said seriously, "You can say that I killed people, but I'm not some perverted serial killer, and I'm not a member of any terrorist organization. I've never done those heartless things. You're not willing to tell me everything, so why should I believe you?" Su Qingxue questioned without backing down. "I won't tell you because there are some details that will bring you danger. I want to protect you." Yi Fan said. "No need. I haven't known you for long, there's no need for you to protect me like this. You are my wife, we are already married, how could I not care about you?" Yi Fan asked loudly. Su Qingxue picked up the marriage certificate in her hand and shook it. "That's it. Then let me ask you. Is there a woman in this world who doesn't even know that her husband has killed people before they get married?" Yi Fan was silent. He wanted to say that there was. In this world, there would always be a man and a woman like this. However, such a retort was weak and powerless. A marriage full of secrets and lies. Was it really what he was looking forward to when he returned home? He didn't know how to explain all of this to Su Qingxue, because he had no way to explain it. Whether it was the organization he once belonged to, the secrets he had experienced, or the secrets he had grasped, he couldn't easily reveal them. Seeing that Yi Fan still had no intention of speaking, Su Qingxue couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. "Before I take over the embroidery group, I won't divorce you, but I also don't want you to spread the news of our marriage to others. You can continue to find the woman you like. When I completely control the company in the future, if you want to find another woman to marry, I will fully support you. Su Qingxue, what do you mean by this? This was the first time Yi Fan had heard that a wife supported her husband in having an affair. Don't you understand what I mean? I don't want to be your wife at all. Also, you should go back to the company first. I want to spend more time with Grandma. You don't have to wait for me. After Su Qingxue finished speaking with a cold face, she turned around and walked back to the sick room. Yi Fan wanted to get angry at first, but just as the fire started, it was extinguished. Getting angry couldn't solve the problem at all. He stood in the corridor, feeling lost. He cursed himself for being an idiot. Why did things turn out like this? In the past, there were only two ways to solve problems. One, kill, and the other, continue to kill. But now, it seemed that no matter who he killed, he wouldn't be able to resolve the misunderstanding and conflict between him and Su Qingxue. He took out a pack of cigarettes and realized that he had already finished smoking them. Yi Fan gloomily walked out of the hospital. Arriving at a small shop nearby, Yi Fan bought a pack of cigarettes and changed his lighter. Thinking about it, if he returned to the hospital now, he would definitely be stuck with a cold butt. With Su Qingxue's temper, she would definitely give him an expressionless face. Back at the company, he wasn't in the mood to work. Considering that since he still had to go to Ning Zimo's place at night, he might as well go during the day. He could accompany more women and at the same time, his mood would probably be a little better. Chapter 125. 0125 Hua High Military Hospital. In a ward, Black Hawk, who had just finished his treatment, was lying on a hospital bed with a pale face. The Ash Wolf, Giant Cannon, and the other team members were surrounding the ward, all of them looking dejected. Captain, how about we give up on this mission? This guy's strength is not something we can deal with, the Ash Wolf said. Black Hawk lay on the bed and said in a low voice, the stronger Yi Fan is, the more dangerous it is. How can we just ignore it? All of you, don't stay here and guard me. I'm not here. Giant Cannon will be the captain and continue to keep a close eye on Yi Fan. The group of Dragon Fong members helplessly agreed. Just at this moment, a rather arrogant voice was heard. Captain Black Hawk, you don't need to monitor the Yi Fan anymore. A tall, cold-looking man in a silver-gray shirt and jeans walked into the ward with a sturdy man with a crew cut. When the members of the first team saw these two people, they all frowned. Captain Tian Xian, Iron Bear. Why did you come to Hua Hai? Black Hawk asked suspiciously. This man was Sky Profound, the captain of Dragon Fong's second team, and Iron Bear was his deputy. Although Tian Xian was young, he came from one of the top families in China. The wall of strength behind him was not something that an ordinary military background like Black Hawk could compare to. Basically, Tian Xian had only accumulated some merits in Dragon Fong. Even the members of his second team were elites arranged by the aristocratic families. Then, in a few years, Tian Xian would definitely rise to the Dragon Soul. Therefore, Black Hawk and the other members of the first team were all very respectful to him, the captain of the second team. With a proud expression, Tian Xian said in a clear voice, the Dragon Soul has already given the order. This Yi Fan will be temporarily monitored and investigated by our second team. Your first team's operation this time has disappointed the upper echelons, so you can temporarily leave Hua Hai. What? Black Hawk was shocked. Why haven't I heard of such a thing? Iron Bear took out a document and brought it in front of Black Hawk. With an arrogant expression, he said, Captain Black Hawk, look carefully. There is a Dragon Soul seal on it. When Black Hawk saw that there was indeed a golden dragon seal on the document, he believed that it was true. Why did you suddenly want us to withdraw? Although we didn't catch Yi Fan, at least we didn't intensify the situation, right? Black Hawk asked. Tianxian said coldly and arrogantly, Captain Blackhawk, you're mistaken about one thing. The reason why Hua Hai did not fall into chaos when the White Shark's gang was in trouble is not your credit. It was Yi Fan, who scared Wang Jiao and the others from the White Shark gang quite badly. They all obediently submitted to the purple bamboo forest, so there was no fight. But what about you guys? You actually overestimated yourself and went to catch the Yi Fan. In the end, you even injured yourselves. The higher-ups are very disappointed with your stupid decision, so they asked us to come over and carefully investigate Yi Fan's background before taking a more reasonable action. Captain Tianxian, we have already tested Yi Fan's strength, and we have also gotten into a conflict with him. Your second team coming over at this time is suspicious of stealing the credit. The female team member, Lu Su, couldn't help but coldly snort. When Tianxian heard this, his expression turned ugly. He grinned and said, You're saying I stole your credit? Lu Su. Shut up, Black Hawk hurriedly lectured. Although Lu Su was unwilling, she had no choice but to shut up. Tianxian coldly swept his gaze over everyone and said, I have to say, your team is really stupid and naive. Oh. Captain Tianxian, please tell us, how are we stupid? Black Hawk suppressed the fire in his heart and asked. Tianxian snorted lightly and said, You guys have always wanted to investigate Yi Fan's identity and background through your own surveillance and interrogation to see if he is a serial killer. But, have you never thought about it? Why would the monkey-eating eagle's men find Yi Fan? That's not a killer, that's a bounty hunter. Black Hawk and the others were suddenly enlightened. Could it be because Yi Fan is carrying some kind of treasure? In the end, you guys were looking in the wrong direction from the beginning. But don't worry, with me, Tianxian, making a move, the Yi Fan will be found out sooner or later, and no one will hurt themselves. With that, Tianxian turned around and left with Iron Bear. Purple Leaf Tea House. Just as Yi Fan arrived, he found a Mercedes-Benz S600 parked at the door. It was Ning Zimo's car. Xiao Zhong was standing guard by the car. When he saw Yi Fan getting out of a taxi, he was both happy and surprised. Brother Fan, you're here so early. Why didn't you say anything? I'll pick you up. Yi Fan smiled. What, Ninger is going out? Hearing Yi Fan start to call Ning Zimo Ninger, Xiao Zhong's smile became even more profound. That's right, the young miss is going to participate in a club event. It's mainly for some of the upper echelons of Hua Hai. It can be considered a monthly routine. Actually, the young miss doesn't like these activities, but for the sake of daily business, she can only participate. Xiao Zhong said. Just as he was speaking, Ning Zimo, who was wearing a black sports jacket and tight jeans, walked out with her long hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing Yi Fan, Ning Zimo was also overjoyed. Why are you here? Didn't you say it was at night? This was the first time Yi Fan saw Ning Zimo wearing such casual clothes. She looked quite young and energetic. I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to go to work, so I directly came to find you. Yi Fan said with a smile. Hearing that Yi Fan was in a bad mood, Ning Zimo immediately asked with concern, What happened? Tell me. It's a long story. Aren't you going to the club? I'll wait for you to come back, Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Come with me. No matter how bad your mood is, you can still vent it there. Vent? What club are you going to? Yi Fan was curious. Ning Zimo smiled mysteriously. Get in the car, we'll talk about it on the way. Yi Fan didn't care. Since the woman was looking for him, there must be a reason. He had nothing to do, so he got into the car. Originally, Xiao Zhong was driving, but after Yi Fan came, Xiao Zhong didn't want to be a light bulb anymore. As Yi Fan drove, he told Ning Zimo everything that had happened. Of course, it also included the process of him and Su Qingxue getting their marriage certificate. Although Ning Zimo appeared to be very calm, when she heard that Yi Fan had already received his certificate, there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes. She knew that it was impossible for her to marry Yi Fan. Her identity was very sensitive, and she wasn't suitable to be a wife. I can't even drink the wedding wine, and I still have to be on guard against the main wife in the future. I really owed you in my previous life. Ning Zimo snorted. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're wrong. When she came out just now, she even said that she wanted me to come outside and find a woman. She planned to divorce me at any time after she finished taking the shares of the embroidery group and consolidated her position. Chapter 126. 0126-inch Ninger, you can't say that. She's not like us, she's used to killing and death. To her, killing is a huge matter. No matter what the reason is, killing is not good. So, it was also because of my lack of consideration. This certificate was too hasty, even though. It was also because of these things that happened, coupled with my grandmother's critical illness, that all of this happened. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. You just think too simply about a lot of things. Ning Zimo sighed and then faintly said, I can see that you still like Su Qingxue. Is that woman really that charming? Yi Fan could hear the sourness in her words and grinned. He freed a hand and touched Ning Zimo's face. Don't let your imagination run wild. You are different from her. To me, you are an indispensable person. I haven't known her for long. Perhaps one day, I really won't be with her, but at least, I will definitely be by your side. Ning Zimo pursed her lips into a smile and said, all right, let's not think about those troublesome things. Su Qingxue will understand sooner or later that you are keeping some things a secret for her own good. Today, come with me to the club and have a good time. After that, you'll get rid of all your worries. What kind of club is it? Yi Fan was puzzled. Ning Zimo pointed to the front and saw a large billboard with a few big words written on it, Hua High Flame Shooting Club. Did you see that? This is the only club in Hua High that uses real guns to shoot. The minimum entrance fee is 100,000, and it has to be introduced by an old member. It's equivalent to having status. Yi Fan suddenly understood, you want to take me to shoot. Yeah, I've only seen you fight, but I've never seen you shoot. I can't guarantee that your shooting isn't as accurate as mine. Ning Zimo said confidently. Ning, son, your hobbies are really different from the average woman's. What, you don't like it? Then turn around and go back. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. Since he was here, he might as well go and play. After getting off the car, Ning Zimo held Yi Fan's hand and the two of them walked into the club together. As a VIP, Ning Zimo could bring a companion along to play, so it was just right. Walking into a long corridor, the tempered glass display cabinets on both sides were filled with all kinds of firearms and ammunition from different eras. There were large heavy machine guns and small pocket pistols. Yi Fan didn't look at these guns too much, because he was too familiar with all of this, so he didn't have any interest in looking at them. Miss Ning. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. It was a young man wearing a white suit jacket. He looked rather refined. He wore glasses and looked refined. Who is this man? Is he your boyfriend? The white-clothed man came forward and looked at Yi Fan with an unfriendly gaze. He was very dissatisfied with the way the two of them were holding hands. Yi Fan was puzzled. What kind of show was this? Young Master Fu, haven't you always been curious about who I'm with? He's my man. Ning Zimo was rather natural and unrestrained as she introduced, Yi Fan, this gentleman is called Fu Peng. He's one of the founders of this club and also the son of Mayor Fu. Although Yi Fan didn't know him at all, he still smiled and nodded, hello. Fu Peng's expression was very unwilling, but he still extended his hand and shook hands with Yi Fan. I can't see that you have any special qualities that make you stronger than me. I've been pursuing Miss Ning for more than a year, but she's always rejected me. I really want to know, just how are you better than me? Fu Peng said with dissatisfaction. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. This mayor's son spoke very directly and said, I don't know either. What does Ning like about me? Maybe I'm a little more handsome than you. Ning Zimo pouted coquettishly and used her elbow to hit Yi Fan. This guy really didn't take the mayor's son seriously. Impossible, whether it's my appearance or my clothes, I'm better than you. You're just a little stronger than me. Fu Ping said. Yi Fan smiled and said, isn't that right? Ninger likes my strength, I can satisfy her. Stop messing around. What nonsense are you spouting? Ning Zimo blushed, feeling that this guy was too bad. However, Fu Ping took it seriously, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Miss Ning, is that really the reason? Why didn't you say so earlier? I can train my muscles and eat some supplements. Young Master Fu, don't listen to Yi Fan's nonsense, he's just joking. I just feel that my background isn't suitable for you, and I'm not worthy of you. Moreover, I feel that this kind of thing also depends on your feelings, and you can't force it. Ning Zimo didn't want to offend the mayor's family, so she casually found a few excuses to tactfully decline. That's not a problem at all. The first time I saw you at the Purple Leaf Tea House, I fell in love with you at first sight. Ning Zimo directly interrupted him, young Master Fu, I'm really sorry. I don't want to talk about this in front of Yi Fan. She didn't want Yi Fan to feel uncomfortable listening to her. Fu Peng's face was filled with disappointment as he looked at Yi Fan unconvinced. Yi Fan felt that this guy was quite interesting, just like a child throwing a tantrum. Unfortunately, he was obviously not the type that Ning Zimo would like. Right at this moment, a man and a woman walked over. What surprised Yi Fan was that he knew both of them. Song Xinghe was well dressed, and beside him was a woman who followed him like a little bird. It was Lu Jinger, who was humiliated in the hotel last time. Yi Fan. Song Xinghe frowned. Song Xinghe. Why are you here too? Yi Fan, on the other hand, gave a relaxed smile. Lu Jinger had a strange expression on her face. Xinghe, you know him? Song Xinghe simply nodded his head, and then asked in bewilderment, you know him too? Lu Jinger gave a stiff smile as she pondered in her heart. She wouldn't say anything about the shameful incident from last time. That would only lower her prestige as the young miss of the Lu family. We met once, just for work, Lu Jinger said lightly. Fu Ping looked left and right, and asked curiously, you all know each other? Manager Song is my friend, and Miss Lu Jinger is his girlfriend from the Magnesium country. She is also my friend. Today, the three of us came together for fun. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, this Song Xinghe is really something, to actually make a young miss like Lu Jinger come back from the Magnesium country for him. Fu Peng, isn't this the boss Ning that you said you chased after for a year? What, was he robbed by this guy? Lu Jinger seemed to be quite familiar with Fu Peng. Song Xinghe also noticed the intimacy between Yi Fan and Ning Zimo. A strange look flashed across his eyes as his emotions fluctuated. Lu Jinger, don't come to a conclusion so easily. I won't admit defeat so easily. Fu Ping said, I want to prove that I'm stronger than him. Chapter 127. 0127 Ning Zimo had a helpless look on her face as she said, young Master Fu, I'm not a prize. Whoever wins will be rewarded. What does this have to do with spear skills? When Fu Peng heard this, he also felt that his words weren't quite right. He hurriedly explained, Miss Ning, that's not what I meant. I just feel that I should have a chance to fight for you. As the saying goes, without comparison, how can there be a high or low level? I can't lose without knowing why. Yi Fan was not interested at all, and said, forget it, I don't want to compete. You don't know how to use a gun. Fu Ping frowned. Miss Ning's marksmanship is very accurate, how could she fall for a man who doesn't know how to use a gun? I will, but there's no need for me to compete, right? Yi Fan felt a little annoyed. Fu Ping said, since that's the case, then compete with me. If you're a man, then don't be so wishy-washy. If I win, you have to leave Miss Ning. If I lose, I will never pursue Miss Ning again. How about it? Ning Zimo said unhappily, young Master Fu, you have no right to interfere with my feelings. However, a trace of ridicule flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. He stretched out his hand, telling the woman not to speak. A contest between men. Interesting. Although I'm not interested in the competition, in order to prove who's more manly, I'll play with you. Yi Fan felt that if he continued to cower, he would seem too spineless. Especially in front of his own woman, it was necessary to properly display his dominance. Song Xinghe and Lu Jing'er both had playful looks in their eyes. They both knew about Fu Peng's marksmanship. As the founder of the club, he was naturally quite good at shooting. Compared to some special forces soldiers, he was not inferior at all. Yi Fan, you really dare to gamble. If you lose later, how embarrassed would Boss Ning be? Lu Jing'er sneered. Yi Fan turned around and glanced at her. Who can say what will happen next? Didn't you also want to see a joke last time, and in the end, you became a joke yourself? Lu Jing'er's expression turned ugly. She snorted lightly, and a trace of resentment flashed across her eyes. The matter of losing the cooperation with the LD group made her unable to raise her head in the Lu family. She was unwilling to go home for several days. Yi Fan smiled at Ning Zimo. Ninger, don't worry. I usually won't lose. Ning Zimo couldn't do anything about men, but she also knew that although Yi Fan seemed casual, he wouldn't do anything that he wasn't confident in, so she didn't say anything more. They went to the shooting range together. Smith & Wesson 3.0. 45 caliber pistol, 10 bullets per person, shooting from 50 meters away. Whoever has the highest total score wins, Fu Ping announced the rules confidently. Yi Fan picked up the pistol and weighed it in his hand. It was really from the original factory and not a fake. This club was indeed not simple. No problem. Who's first? Fu Ping said, tell me, I can do anything. Yi Fan shrugged, then I think you should fight first and observe. Fu Ping smiled disdainfully. He didn't care at all. He picked up the gun, loaded the bullets, opened the safety, and started shooting at a circular target 50 meters away. Bang, 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 Fu Ping held the gun with both hands. His posture was very standard, and his shooting frequency was also just right. It was obvious that he practiced regularly. After 10 rounds, the electronic measuring system directly showed the score on a screen above the shooting range. 87 rings. Fu Ping shouted happily and put down his gun. How unfortunate, you met me today. I'm in a good state, and this is already close to my highest score. If you give up, I understand. 87 rings basically meant that every bullet he fired, at a distance of 50 meters, could hit an area the size of a palm every time. This was very difficult for ordinary people to do. After all, the reaction force of a real gun was very strong, not to mention it was a large caliber. Her marksmanship was not bad in the club, but a result of more than 80 rings was also very rare. She couldn't help but worry about whether or not Yi Fan could beat Fu Ping. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He slowly picked up the gun and loaded the bullets one by one. He had thought that Fu Peng's skill level was very high, but in the end, he only managed to hit around 80 rings. He felt that if he were to achieve an outrageous result, these people would definitely suspect what he did in the past. Thinking of this, Yifan felt that he just needed to fight. Raise your gun and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan also held the gun with both hands, as if he was imitating Fu Peng. But in reality, Yifan's eyes weren't focused, because at this distance, he knew how to hit the target even with his eyes closed. After 10 rounds, Fu Peng quickly pressed the tally button. 88. Fu Peng gnashed his teeth as he read the number, unable to believe his eyes. Li Fan Xian grinned, I'm sorry, I barely beat you by 1 ring. You're so lucky. Fu Peng cursed. Yifan clicked his tongue, could it be that you want to deny it? Fu Peng had an unwilling look on his face, but he couldn't refute, so he could only say, let's compete again, 2 out of 3. Yifan waved his hand, we agreed to decide the winner in 1 round, but you changed the rules again. I won't play with people who don't keep their word. When Fu Peng thought about how he wouldn't be able to chase after Ning Zimo in the future, his face was filled with reluctance. Lu Jing'er, who was at the side, looked at Song Xinghe, rolled her eyes and said, how about this, as a good friend, our family Xinghe will compete in place of Fu Peng. If Xinghe wins against you, then the bet just now will be cancelled and nothing will happen. As she spoke, she even reached out to caress Song Xinghe and said in a tender voice, Xinghe, you have to help Fu Peng. He lost too unjustly. Song Xinghe was dissatisfied with Lu Jing'er's decision, but he didn't show it. Hearing that, Fu Peng quickly clapped his hands and said, this suggestion is good. Yifan, if you don't compete with me, do you dare to compete with Boss Song? Are you done yet? You still want to compete? Yifan sighed and said, what's more, this competition won't do me any good. Song Xinghe narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, how about this, if I win, Yifan, the result of your match with Fu Peng will be cancelled. If I lose, I will give you 1 million. This 1 million can be considered a small gift from me to Fu Peng as a friend. Fu Peng laughed and patted Song Xinghe's shoulder, old Song, you're really interesting. It's settled then. Yifan couldn't help but feel that it was strange, this Song Xinghe really wanted to compete with him. You have to be careful, Boss Song's marksmanship is one of the best in the club, and he often scores above 90. Ning Zimo reminded him from the side. Yifan didn't care about this and said, since you're so sincere, then I'll compete again. After reloading the bullets, Song Xinghe picked up the gun, held it in one hand, and calmly began to shoot. After 10 crisp gunshots, Song Xinghe walked away without even looking at them. Chapter 128. 0128 Lu Jing'er's eyes shone with starlight as she looked at Song Xinghe in admiration and happiness. My family Xinghe is amazing. Ning Zimo looked at Yifan anxiously. This was going to be troublesome. Unless he achieved a near-perfect result, he would definitely lose. It's fine to admit defeat in advance. Song Xinghe said lightly as he looked at Yifan indifferently. Yifan was also in a difficult position. It seemed like he couldn't pretend anymore. After all, no matter if he hit 99 or 100, no one would believe that he was a fool. I won't admit defeat, but I'll give it a try. Yifan grinned and went up to load the bullets. Raising his gun again, Yifan switched to a hand. His arm was like a machine, shooting out bullets at the same frequency and level. As soon as Yifan put down his gun, Fu Peng immediately went to look at the statistics. On the screen, 3 bright red numbers appeared. Both Fu Peng and Ning Zimo were stunned. Song Xinghe and Lu Jing'er frowned, their gazes filled with disbelief. 100. Fu Peng carefully stared at the number for a long time before he was sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Are you F** King participating in the Olympics? Fu Peng was about to faint. This was a real gun. From a distance of 50 meters, 10 consecutive shots were all aimed at the bullseye. Yi Fan happily said, "My luck is good, I performed exceptionally today." Although he said that, the people present were not stupid. It was obvious that Yi Fan did not show his true abilities just now. Song Xinghe's face was gloomy. "If you lose, you lose. Your skills are inferior to others, so you are willing to lose. Yi Fan, tell me your bank account number and I will transfer it to you directly." Sigh, forget it. Xinghe, we are all acquaintances, just treat it as playing around. Yi Fan didn't want to make things too ugly. However, Song Xinghe stubbornly said, "I don't want to play around with others. I said 1 million, so it's 1 million. I can afford to lose. Xinghe, let me do it for you." Lu Jing'er felt that it was her fault and pitifully said in a low voice, "No need." Song Xinghe unhappily glared at the woman. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have lost to Yi Fan. Lu Jing'er was afraid and regretful. She felt that the reason Song Xinghe was angry at her was all because of Yi Fan. She didn't believe that Yi Fan really had the strength to hit 10 rings. Seeing that Song Xinghe was about to get angry, Fan Xian had no choice but to say, "Ninger, take the money. Just treat it as me storing it in your purple leaf tea house." Ning Zimo pursed her lips and smiled, "I brought you here, and you gave me 1 million. I'm taking advantage of you too much." After making a joke to ease the atmosphere, Ning Zimo reported a bank account number to Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe quickly drew a sum of money, then turned around and left. Lu Jing'er followed him out like a little wife who was about to be abandoned. She looked somewhat pitiful. Looks like old Song is depressed today. He actually lost with this result. Fu Ping sighed. Yi Fan asked curiously, "Aren't you depressed? In the future, you'd better behave yourself and stop having any ideas about my woman." Fu Ping curled his lips. "I can still afford to lose. Since you're so skilled, then I'll admit defeat." As he spoke, Fu Ping extended a hand. "Come, let's be friends. I hope that you can give Miss Ning happiness." Yi Fan felt that this guy was not bad, so he also extended his hand and shook hands with him. In the parking lot outside the club, Song Xinghe had just sat on his R8 when he saw Lu Jing'er also sitting in the front passenger seat. "Get down!" Song Xinghe coldly berated. Lu Jing'er's face was filled with grievance, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Xinghe, I was wrong. I really didn't expect Yi Fan to be so lucky. Don't be angry with me. Dog shit luck. Have you ever seen someone with dog shit luck hit 10 rings?" Song Xinghe sneered. This woman was truly an idiot. Lu Jing'er didn't care about this and said, "Why are you like this? We've been together for 4 years, and I've been with you since we were in the Magnesium country. Why are you getting fiercer and fiercer towards me after you return home? If you think I'm fierce, then scram back to the Magnesium country. I don't want it. This time, I'm going to marry you. When did I say I wanted to marry you? Get out of the car." Song Xinghe scolded in frustration. The more Lu Jing heard, the more wronged she became. She shouted, "You're too much," and then ran out of the car. Song Xinghe didn't care about the woman. A cold light flashed in his eyes for a while before he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Xinghe. Why do you have time to call me?" An excited female voice came from the other side. It was Lu Shuangshuang. Song Xinghe said with a strange expression, "Lu Shuangshuang, do something for me. I'll give you a sum of money after that." "What is it?" "If you talk about money, it'll hurt your feelings. Just say it," Lu Shuangshuang said. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Song Xinghe's mouth. "Today, I discovered a secret about Yi Fan. I want you to tell Yuner." Yi Fan and Ning Zimo played at the shooting club for the entire afternoon and were in a much better mood. Listening to the sound of bullets being fired from all kinds of guns, it was as if the frustration in his heart had been emptied. Yi Fan thought about it carefully. Perhaps he should give himself and Su Qingxue some time to get used to each other. Suddenly, he discovered that his newly married husband was an executioner who had killed many people. His hands were stained with blood, and any woman would collapse. Comparatively speaking, Su Qingxue's reaction was considered calm. "How is it? Are you in a much better mood?" On the way back, Ning Zimo asked sweetly. Yi Fan nodded. "What are we going to do next?" "Dinner." "It's still a bit early. Why don't you go take a look at the results of my elite training and give them some guidance?" Ning Zimo suggested. Yi Fan thought for a moment. It just so happened that he wanted to study the chant that Su Lingshan had given him, so going to the training field wasn't a bad idea either. The two of them returned to the Purple Leaf Tea House and arrived at the open space in the backyard. There were a few young thugs training hard. These people were all practicing the set of movements that Yi Fan had taught them. Even if it was the simplest for Yi Fan, these young people were still stumbling. Yi Fan also understood that their foundation wasn't good, so he said a few words of encouragement and gave them some pointers before letting them practice on their own. Ning Zimo originally thought that Yi Fan was going back to the tea house to prepare to eat, but in the end, Yi Fan stood in the middle of the field with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. "Do you want to practice?" Ning Zimo asked. Yi Fan nodded. "I'm studying something, wait for me." Ning Zimo understood and watched with the other members of the Purple Bamboo Forest gang. Everyone wanted to know what kind of martial arts Yi Fan was practicing. However, after a full 10 minutes, there was still no movement from Yi Fan. "What is Brother Fan practicing?" "Meditating." "Idiot, how can you meditate while standing?" Everyone was very puzzled because they couldn't see what was going on. But at this moment, a sudden pressure spread out with Yi Fan as the center. Hiss. Chapter 129. 0129. They felt as if a mountain was about to completely crush them. Their hearts were beating faster, their blood was flowing faster, and their nerves were tense to the extreme. Ning Zimo was also drenched in cold sweat, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Fan without moving an inch. It was as if at this moment, Yi Fan's aura had already engulfed the entire audience, enveloping everyone under his 5-finger mountain. This kind of pressure had only appeared for about 10 seconds, and everyone was already drenched in sweat from the shock. Every second felt like an incomparably long time to everyone. Phew. Yi Fan opened his eyes, and at the same time returned to normal. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. "So that's how it is. This skill really suits me." After muttering to himself, Yi Fan raised his head and looked at Ning Zimo and the others who were 20 meters away. "Ning, son, what's wrong with you guys? Why is your face so ugly?" Yi Fan realized that everyone's faces were pale. Ning Zimo took a deep breath and said, "You still have the nerve to say that? What did you do just now? Why do I feel like my heart can't take it anymore?" Yi Fan suddenly understood and laughed at himself. "I'm sorry, this is my first time trying this skill, so I might not have controlled my strength well." After saying that, Yi Fan took a step forward and left. When he left, Ning Zimo and the others were horrified to discover that the bluestone tiles where Yi Fan was standing had already turned into a pile of crushed stones and powder. The wind blew, and the powder was blown away, leaving behind a pair of footprints. The group of people looked at Yi Fan with admiration and reverence in their eyes. This bluestone, even if it was hit by a bullet, would only have a few scratches. Yi Fan actually stood there without doing anything, and only left 2 footprints. "I'm so hungry, let's go eat." Yi Fan laughed out loud. He was in a good mood as he strode into the tea house. Ning Zimo hurriedly followed him in and asked curiously, "Yi Fan, what kind of skill is this?" "Inner force." The sky life water that I practice can also do that. Of course I can do it, but that's not an inner force skill. Actually, I don't know what to call it. Yi Fan muttered. No name. How could that be? Ning Zimo was puzzled. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, I plan to call it the disintegration technique for now, because the key to this skill lies in the word disintegration. Ning Zimo muttered the name twice and said with a smile, so unpleasant to hear, to think you got it. Hee hee. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and slapped the woman's butt. Don't talk about these useless things, the disintegration technique consumes a lot of energy, I'm starving to death, quickly get the chef to serve the food. Ning Zimo covered her back and her face turned red. However, she still meekly replied with an N, and busied herself with preparing the food. 10 minutes later, Ning Zimo returned to the private room and a few waitresses brought in a sumptuous meal. As the two of them ate, they chatted intimately. Ning Zimo also mentioned that Yi Fan had single-handedly destroyed the White Shark gang. Towards the man's messing around, she felt very helpless, but she couldn't help but admire him. As you to Yi King Yi. You. Do you? Yi. If Zhu Shoujing was still alive, she would probably be angered to death. Ning Zimo shook her head. Yi Fan ate a big mouthful of rice, nibbled on a piece of braised pork ribs and mumbled, just keep it. Let them do their job. There's nothing wrong with having more people. I know. There's no turning back for those who walk our path. Either we expand or we get eaten. So, I still accepted them. Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan said, only when you become strong enough will your family members not easily bully you. There's definitely no harm in strengthening the power of the purple bamboo forest. Ning Zimo was a little surprised, you know about my family. Yi Fan smiled playfully, if I didn't know about your background, why would I have resisted touching you before? TCH. So you're so scheming. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at the man. This small gesture was also very flirtatious. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, thinking that he might as well eat a woman tonight. He was in the middle of eating, and even he had a reaction. How could he take it? Right at this moment, Zhao Zhong suddenly knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered. Eldest Miss. Something happened. Ning Zimo frowned, revealing the majesty of the purple bamboo forest's president. What are you panicking for, little Zhao? Didn't you see that your brother Fan is here? Zhao Zhong's face paled, and he hurriedly greeted Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his chopsticks, indicating that it was fine. Little Zhao, what's the matter? Brother Fan, eldest miss, just now my subordinates came to report that the North Wind Hall has been surrounded and annihilated. The people from the Iron Lock gang have captured Elder Gao and his family. What? Ning Zimo suddenly stood up and angrily slammed the table. Yu Hanlong is going to completely fall out with him. Yi Fan asked, Elder Gao. Is it the Gao you guys talked about before? Zhao Zhong hurriedly nodded and said, yes, Brother Fan, Elder Gao is the elder of the purple bamboo forest and has always been the hall master who abides by his duties. When the eldest young miss took office, he was also the one who led the support. His North Wind Hall is mainly responsible for some of our shipping business. Although it doesn't make much money, it has supported many brothers and is still very prestigious in the gang. Ning Zimo gritted her teeth. He didn't kill Elder Gao, but he took their family hostage. It's obvious that he wants us to save them. Eldest miss, I suspect that this Yu Hanlong is setting a trap and waiting for us to walk into it. How about you watch from the back? I'll bring my brothers to meet him. Zhao Zhong volunteered. There's no need to doubt it, this is a trap. Yu Hanlong previously wanted to use Zhang Xiao and the others to rebel and steal money from our purple bamboo forest to buy firearms. Unfortunately, he made a mistake. Now that he doesn't have enough money, he probably won't be able to buy firearms. Seeing that the people from the White Shark Gang have come to join us, he must be very worried that he will also be swallowed, so he immediately took action. Then why didn't he cause trouble for us and instead captured Elder Gao? Xiao Zhong was puzzled. This guy doesn't plan to fight us head-on. He just wants to find a hostage and lure us over so that he can wait for the rabbit. Elder Gao has worked hard for the Purple Bamboo Forest and his family has been captured. As the president and a junior, if I don't personally appear, wouldn't I disappoint my brothers? Ning Zimo immediately made her decision and said, "Little Zhao, within an hour, gather all the brothers who can fight. We will go to the Northern Blue Bay." The Northern Blue Bay was a deep water port on the northwest side of Huahai. It was also the location of the North Wind Hole. Xiao Zhong said anxiously, "But our elite brothers are all scattered everywhere. We can only gather around 50 people in an hour. If we go with such a small number of people, I'm afraid." "No need." Suddenly, Yi Fan stood up and said, 50 people is too many. Just call the dozen or so people in the tea house. It's enough. Brother Fan. You. Chapter 130. 0130 that Yuhan Long, I suspect that he was the one who arranged the car accident and wanted to kill me. Since I've offended you this time, I'll go meet him. After Feng Yueying and Yi Fan were involved in the car accident, he had considered whether the White Shark Gang or the Jing family wanted to kill him. However, he later discovered that Su Qingxue was fine, which meant that the other party most likely only wanted to kill him. And those who wanted to kill him, the Iron Lock Gang was definitely one of them, because he helped the Purple Bamboo Forest and ruined the Iron Lock Gang's plans. Car accident. There's such a thing. This was also the first time Ning Zimo had heard of it. Yi Fan said, "Nothing big happened, I resolved it. But would this be bad? I said it before, I didn't want you to help me. That's why I'm with you, but now you." Ning Zimo was in a difficult position. Yi Fan laughed heartily and went up to touch the woman's hair. "Now that things have come to this, you're still telling me this. This is not the Ning Zimo that I admire. If you continue to be so hesitant, are you trying to chase me away?" Ning Zimo quickly shook her head. "Of course that's not what I meant. Since that's not the case, then go and prepare the car. If we drag this on for too long, Gao Yu might lose his arm and break his leg." Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo didn't say anything else. She told Xiao Zhong to prepare the car and gather manpower. A few minutes later, a group of people, 3 cars, headed towards the Northern Blue Bay. On an autumn night, the sea was as black as ink and the cold wind blew. Located at the edge of the deep water port in the Northern Blue Bay, there were dozens of merchant ships of all sizes, a dozen or so low houses, and a few warehouses. I really can't tell that it's a branch of the Purple Bamboo Forest. It looks like an office of a shipping group. Yi Fan commented with a relaxed expression. The North Wind Hall has always been doing some special shipping. Some luxury cars, expensive medicines, cosmetics, and the like are all transported. It's nothing more than helping some people avoid taxes. But I've never touched drugs, nor have I engaged in human snake business, so the higher-ups have turned a blind eye to it. Ning Zimo said. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the 2-story building where the North Wind Hall was located, they discovered that the warehouse not far away was lit. Xiao Zhong, who was driving, turned around and said, "Eldest Miss, Brother Fan, they seem to be gathered in that warehouse. Or should we go in from the front door? You don't have to think too much about it. Just walk through the main entrance. Let's take a look at the situation first." Ning Zimo had already changed into a set of black clothes and black pants. She was simple and capable, ready to fight at any time. Yi Fan had already pushed open the car door and took out a cigarette. As he lit it, he walked towards the temporary warehouse. When they reached the door of the warehouse, the door suddenly opened. Two teams of about 20 people rushed out of the warehouse, forming a pincer attack. Seeing so many people, the dozen or so elite soldiers of the purple bamboo forest also had vigilant expressions as they guarded in front of Ning Zimo. "Young mistress, did we bring too few people?" Zhao Zhong asked in a low voice. Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Yi Fan, who was smoking with a smile, and said, "Yi Fan won't do anything he's not confident in." Zhao Zhong and the others looked at the calm and composed Yi Fan, and it was as if they had eaten a tranquil pill. Especially when they thought of the scene of Yi Fan killing everyone by himself and taking care of the group of gunmen, they felt even more confident. "That's right, we have Brother Fan, what's there to be afraid of?" As expected of President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest, a woman is not inferior to a man. "You dare to save Gao Yu with such a small number of people?" A bespectacled man in a suit walked out of the door with an evil smile on his face. "Where's Yu Hanlong?" Ning Zimo asked coldly. He, our president has been waiting for a long time. Please." The bespectacled man made a gesture. Ning Zimo looked at Yi Fan, who was beside her. Seeing Yi Fan casually nodding his head, she did not hesitate and led the way into the warehouse. The huge warehouse had a high roof, and the second floor on both sides was a long corridor. There weren't many containers of various sizes and goods. In the middle of the large open space, there were already quite a few people standing. Yu Hanlong, who had a body full of muscles, short hair, and a tall and sturdy figure, gently stroked a skull ring on his finger. A faint evil smile hung on his face, as if he was the host, welcoming the arrival of his guests. Beside him stood a total of 30 to 50 strong men. They were all elites of the Iron Lock gang. However, what made Yi Fan and Ning Zimo pay special attention to were a few dark-skinned foreign men with thick lips. These foreigners were led by a middle-aged man with curly hair and a ferocious face. He was wearing a camouflage uniform and had a cigar in his mouth. "Uncle Gao." Ning Zimo suddenly discovered that a thin old man was standing behind Yu Hanlong, staring at her with a complicated gaze. Shockingly, this man was Gao Yu. However, the people from the Iron Lock gang did not tie him up, and he did not suffer much. His family was not here either. "What's going on?" Ning Zimo realized that something was wrong and asked with a cold tone. Yu Hanlong grinned sinisterly. "President Ning, you really value friendship and righteousness. Unfortunately, Hall Master Gao is an elder who understands the situation, so he still chose to stand on my side." "Damn it, surnamed Gao. Eldest mistreats you as a respected elder and doesn't even dare to delay time. She ran over to save you and you betrayed the purple bamboo forest." At this moment, Zhao Zhong also woke up from his stupor. So Gao Yu being captured and the North Wind Hall being destroyed was all a lie. There was a hint of helplessness in Gao Yu's eyes. "I'm sorry, President. The situation forced me to think for my brothers and descendants." "Why? Uncle Gao, haven't you always been on my side?" Ning Zimo's pretty face also turned pale. The person she trusted had betrayed her, so she naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. Gao Yu sighed and said, "Eldest miss, you also know that the cost of our shipping is high, but our profits have been dropping in the past few years. It has even become a predicament where we don't lose anything. You are strict with us, and we are not allowed to get involved in many aspects. Although I, old Gao, have some foundation, our brothers are very strapped for money to support their families." "You mean drug trafficking? Buying and selling people?" Ning Zimo coldly reprimanded. "Once we walk that path, we will be killed by the government sooner or later. Could it be that, Uncle Gao, you are purely doing this for money, and want to bring the North Wind Hall and the Purple Bamboo Forest to eternal damnation?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yu Hanlong laughed maniacally. "This is the reason why you old gangs have never been able to make it big. The White Shark Gang and the Purple Bamboo Forest were established a long time ago. They haven't been able to leave Huahai for decades and become the top gangs in China because of your cowardice. Drug trafficking, selling people, what's wrong? Could it be that if you don't do it, others won't do it? Of course the country wouldn't allow it, but what was the country built for? It was built by humans. Everyone had their own weaknesses and selfishness. If you don't even understand the human heart, then why are you talking about the country not allowing you to do it? Why are you talking about the bottom line of morality? You bunch of pedantic fellows, with you, Hall Master Gao and the others will have to eat the northwest wind. Yu Hanlong laughed wildly. He patted Gao Yu's shoulder hard and asked, "Am I right?" Hall Master Gao. Chapter 131. 0131 Zhao Zhong snorted, "Damn it, a bunch of nonsense." Eldest Miss had always treated the brothers in the gang equally, and no one had treated them unfairly. You guys clearly only have money in your eyes. Eldest Miss, let me personally get rid of this traitor for you. Zhao Zhong put on the metal claws, and without saying a word, he quickly rushed forward. Little Zhao, be careful. Ning Zimo shouted, but Zhao Zhong had no intention of stopping. Yu Hanlong's eyes were filled with disdain. He took a step forward and raised his hand to strike, colliding with Zhao Zhong's metal claws. With a clang sound of metal cracking, Zhao Zhong screamed and retreated a few steps. Upon closer inspection, that hand was actually dripping with blood. Even his finger glove had been broken. Looking at Yu Hanlong, one of his hands was completely unharmed. Iron palm. Yu Hanlong disdainfully said, "This little trick is fine against ordinary people, but in front of this sect leader, it's no different from a child playing house." I heard that President Ning's throwing knives are pretty good. Do you want to fly out a few and have some fun with me? Seeing that Zhao Zhong was injured, the anger in her heart had long since erupted. With a cold snort, she quickly took out a few willow leaf throwing knives from her waist. With a spin of her body, the throwing knives shot towards Yu Hanlong's forehead, neck, chest, and abdomen from 4 different angles. Yu Hanlong roared, both of his palms channeling a wave of qi. His 2 big hands seemed to have turned black, quickly grabbing in front of him, as fast as lightning. Ning Zimo was stunned to discover that all 4 of her throwing knives were actually caught in Yu Hanlong's palm. How is this possible? Yu Hanlong laughed out loud. Don't you know that my iron palm technique specializes in dealing with hidden weapons like yours? Li Fan Xian shook his head from behind. This was the reason why he wanted to teach women inner force. Things like throwing knives and hidden weapons were often not easy to use when they encountered hard kung fu. Ninger, don't panic. He is an ancient martial artist who has just entered the Hotian realm, and he just so happens to have practiced the iron palm technique, which is a hard technique that specializes in subduing hidden weapons. Therefore, you are temporarily not his match. Yu Hanlong narrowed his eyes. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the famous Master Yi? Last time, you ruined my plans, but you still managed to escape from the car accident. I really admire you. Yi Fan walked to the center of the field and said, "So, the one who sent the killer to cause the car accident last time was really you?" Yu Hanlong said proudly, "So what if I am?" Yi Fan nodded, took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. After thinking for a moment, he lightly said, "Commit suicide." The scene was silent. After a while, Yu Hanlong suspected that he had misheard and asked again, "What did you say?" "I say, commit suicide, I'm too lazy to do it." Yi Fan thought that if he killed too many people, those idiots from Dragon Fong would come looking for trouble with him again. He couldn't keep playing house with those guys. The Iron Lock gang had a lot of people, and they were weak. It would be boring for him to kill them. Ning Zimo, Zhao Zhong, and the others all stared blankly at Yi Fan. Although they knew that Yi Fan was very strong, they didn't take the people of the Iron Lock gang seriously. One had to know that they only had a dozen or so people in total. The Iron Lock gang had 4 to 5 times the number of people. Moreover, the other party had a group of foreigners to help them. They didn't know if they had guns or whatnot. At first, Yu Hanlong's face twitched with anger, but soon after, he was so angry that he started laughing. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed arrogant, but you don't seem to understand what is going on with you guys. As Yu Hanlong spoke, he clapped his hands. In an instant, 10 men in black rushed out from behind him. They were holding automatic rifles and aimed at the people from the purple bamboo forest. Yi Fan lowered his head and smiled. Why is this scene so familiar? Oh right, didn't you guys also send a group of gunmen to the factory to rebel? Do you think that you can threaten me with just a few guns? Yu Hanlong's eyes were sinister as he said, of course I remember. You seem to have a unique skill that can block bullets. Therefore, these gunmen are only responsible for protecting me. As he said that, Yu Hanlong respectfully extended his hand and introduced the foreigner in camouflage attire to the side. This is the arms dealer from the jungle, Mr. Keita. He has already reached an agreement with me. In the future, we will build an arms transportation route in Huahai. Our Iron Lock gang will form a partnership with the arms dealer from the jungle. Keita's fierce face trembled as he took off his cigar and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He arrogantly said, I'll say the ugly words first, gang leader you. If we don't get enough money, not to mention our partnership, even your Iron Lock gang will be blown up. Only now did Ning Zimo and the others know that this black fatty was the famous leader of the jungle arms dealer in Southeast Asia. It was said that the jungle arms dealer was connected to the top arms dealers in the world. In the Asian region, it could be considered a first-rate arms dealer organization. As an internationally recognized C-rank organization, it wouldn't be bragging to say that they could blow up the Iron Lock gang. Mr. Keita, you've been tricked by Yu Hanlong. He doesn't have enough money to buy your arms, Ning Zimo said. Keita rolled his eyes. Of course I know he doesn't have money, but as long as I kill you, the business and assets of the purple bamboo forest will be transferred to him. Furthermore, I remember that a large amount of the White Shark gang's assets were also eaten by you guys. Ning Zimo's pretty face paled. She didn't expect Keita to investigate so clearly. President Ning, don't you know what it means to spend money in advance? If Mr. Keita kills you for me, I can give him the money. Do you really think that if you cut off some of my ways to earn money, I won't be able to buy arms? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Keita seemed to have made up his mind. He placed 2 fingers on his lips and whistled. Suddenly, from the second floor of the warehouse, behind a few pillars and some boxes, a dozen or so dark-skinned men in camouflage uniforms appeared. From the expressions and demeanor of each of them, it was obvious that they had truly fought on the battlefield. They were incomparably fierce. The key was that each of them had a powerful firepower in their hands. Damn it! RPG rocket launchers, AK-47. Zhao Zhong and the others exclaimed. Looking at the weapons in the hands of these men, the faces of the people from the purple bamboo forest were extremely ugly. This was a true killing weapon on the battlefield. This group of arms dealers was simply insane. Are you scared? Are you afraid? Yi Fan, do you still have the face to brag? Yu Hanlong sneered. Yi Fan frowned. If it was a bullet, it would be fine, but if something like a rocket exploded, he would not be able to guarantee the safety of the people from the purple bamboo forest. Yu Hanlong's eyes lit up. If he were to obtain these weapons, even if China sent special forces to exterminate him, they would have to think twice. Once the government was afraid of them, many things would be easier to handle. Keita, on the other hand, had a cigar in his mouth, and said in a non-standard Chinese, President Ning, actually, we, the jungle arms dealers, mainly want to earn money, and we don't want to offend too many people. I can give you a chance. After all, your purple bamboo forest is actually more rooted than the Ironlock gang, and your reputation is also better. If you are willing to provide us with the convenience of transporting firearms, then today, I can help you destroy the Ironlock gang. What? Yu Honglong shouted in fear. Chapter 132. 0132 Ha. Why are you so surprised? Isn't that obvious? I don't have any relationship with you. Whoever can give me good conditions, I'll do business with them. Keita chuckled and said, China is a virgin land that has yet to be cultivated. In the arms business here, whoever can seize the initiative will be able to obtain benefits. President Ning, you can consider it. Our country does not allow firearms to run amok. Mr. Keita, I don't think this is a good decision. Ning Zimo said coldly. Keita's face darkened, so you're saying that even if President Ning dies tonight, he won't open the door and let our firearms in? Although I, Ning Zimo, am from the underground world, I am also a citizen of China. I will not do anything to betray my country. Ning Zimo said with determination in her eyes. Yu Honglong heaved a sigh of relief and cursed this group of profiteers in his heart. However, he laughed out loud and said, Mr. Keita, did you see that? These guys are extremely pedantic. They definitely won't open the transport route to the port for you. Keita was a little regretful. Initially, he had planned to do business with the White Shark Gang or the Purple Bamboo Forest. However, the White Shark Gang was already gone and the Purple Bamboo Forest was too law-abiding. Since that's the case, then, just as Keita was about to give the order to turn the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest into ashes, Yi Fan suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. Keita squinted, What, young man, are you afraid? Do you want to persuade your president? Yi Fan said helplessly, You must be Keita. Yes, I am the arms dealer in the jungle, Keita. The black fatty said proudly. Then that should be it. Wait for me to make a call. After I'm done, you can consider how to give the order. As Yi Fan spoke, he took out his phone. Keita wondered, Call, who do you want to call? You'll know soon. Yi Fan dialed a number from the Magnesium country. Yu Honglong felt a little uneasy and hurriedly said, Mr. Keita, let's ignore him. Kill him and be done with it. He's stalling for time. Keita's eyes flickered, he took a puff of his cigar and said, Shut up, I don't need you to teach me how to do business. Whether he's stalling for time or not, I naturally have my own judgment. Yu Honglong was the leader of the Ironlock gang, but he was rendered speechless, his face red with grievance. It couldn't be helped. Their arms business was spread all over Asia, and it was said that their background was an international super arms dealer. He didn't dare to provoke them. On the other side, Yi Fan's phone also connected, in Las Vegas, May Nation, the sleepless casino. In a luxurious 5-star hotel, the presidential suite cost $20,000 to stay here for a night. On the huge bed, a black fatty over 1.9 meters tall with a big belly was lying on his back with all 4 limbs spread out. His fingers were covered with all kinds of gold and platinum rings. They were also inlaid with all kinds of emeralds, diamonds, and colorful gems. The jewelry on his hands was priceless. In front of his chest hung a red agate the size of a pigeon's egg, with a bunch of diamonds embedded on the edge. The big black fatty spread out his 2 thick black legs. Beneath him was a beautiful blonde girl wearing a white lace see-through dress. She was busy serving him. Mr. Mammon, are you comfortable? The girl raised her head and used an extremely charming gaze to seduce the fatty. The black fatty had an intoxicated look on his face, and saliva was about to drip from the corner of his mouth. Comfortable. Comfortable. You're so annoying, I'm very tired. The girl revealed a pitiful expression. Without saying a word, Mammon pulled open the bedside table and took out a pile of $100 bills. There were at least tens of thousands of dollars. Make me comfortable. I'll give you as much as you want. Mammon didn't even blink. The girl was incomparably excited and began to serve him even harder. At this moment, a phone call came into Mammon's phone. The phone was inlaid with black crystals, like a mysterious work of art. Fuck. I told you not to call at a time like this. Who doesn't listen to me? I'm going to kill this guy. Mammon cursed angrily. He picked up his phone and looked at the number, only to find that it was an unfamiliar Chinese number. After hesitating for a moment, Mammon picked it up. Who is it? If it's not a war, then don't bother me. After 3 seconds of silence, a slightly aged male voice came from the other side of the phone. Black Fatty, you're a bit arrogant now. Do you mean that I can't even call you if there's no World War III? Hearing this voice, Mammon's entire body quivered. His eyes reddened, and he was so excited that he froze. The charming blonde cried out in alarm because she discovered that the little Mammon below had completely shrunk. This meant that Mammon's attention had been instantly attracted by the man on the phone. Boss. Woo-woo. Boss. Woo-woo. Mammon, a burly man, actually cried out in excitement, "Why did you only call me now? I miss you so much." The blonde had gone crazy. Was this guy crazy? The man on the other end of the phone said, "Why the hell would I look for you? You must be playing with women right now. It's already early in the morning, so be careful not to die to a woman one day." Hee hee, boss, you really know me. As expected of the boss who brought me to break my virginity back then, F***CKU. Why don't you talk about it? Mammon smiled very honestly, "Boss, are you in China? How have you been recently? Can I come find you?" "Not bad, I have a lot of things to do, so I'll see in the future." You guys, if I see one, it's equivalent to seeing a few. It's rare for me to get rid of you guys, so I have to have a good time. Sigh, boss, with your abilities, why do you still need to experience life? You're already so abnormally strong, is there a need to improve anything else? Why don't you experience it with me? I, Old Black, play with women, it can also be considered an experience. Your way of experiencing it is too boring. Mammon commented. I'm tired of throwing money at it. You won't understand my current joy. Mammon chuckled, "Boss, then why did you call me? Is there something good that came to find me? What big deal?" "No, I'm already retired, how can I care about things like war, then what's the reason?" Mammon was puzzled and said in a trembling voice, "Did I do something wrong?" The man said, "Do you have a little brother called Kata?" "That's right, in Asia, I set up a sea-level organization. There are too few wars there, and the troops in China are like chicken blood. Wherever there is smoke, they will be extinguished, so I don't want to make it too big." Mammon muttered helplessly. "This little brother of yours, he's a bit powerful now. Right now, he's got a bunch of guns and cannons pointing at my head. I just wanted to give you a call to confirm. Are you planning to rebel because I've retired, Black Fatty?" The man asked with a smile, but there was a hint of killing intent in his words. Mammon was so scared that he almost dropped his phone to the ground. His entire body was covered in cold air as he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Boss! Just you wait, I'll call him right away. Damn it, when I finish scolding him, you can kill him." After saying that, Mammon didn't care about anything else. After hanging up the phone, his hands trembled as he began to look for a phone number. The blonde girl asked in a delicate voice, "Lord Mammon, what are you doing?" "Such a beautiful moment, we can wait until dawn to do our work."